You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How we doing? Hey, survived the first week of 2026, hopefully. I mean, the world's a mess, as per usual, but hey, we're here. We're having fun. We're having fun discussions, right? And we're pouring some drinks. Mood music right there. All right, welcome to the Vodka stream. Hopefully you had a good first week of 2026. Always weird. First week of 2026 when everything starts getting back to normal. You know, you might have to pull down your Christmas decorations. You go back to work like full. I mean, like, you know, let's face it. I mean, there are people that get like an actual Christmas break when it comes to work. Maybe, you know, they take like 2 weeks off or a week off or something like that, the week between Christmas and New Year's. But even if you are working, you're taking time off. I took time off. I had 2 4-day weekends in a row. And then when you're working, I mean, you know, everybody's just kind of like, we're just kind of getting through this, right? And then when it comes that first Monday of the new year, it's like, oh boy, here we go. But hey, we made it through it. Here's the 2026. Hopefully, you know, it's got a little rocky start, but you know, every year starts off a little rocky. What can you do, you know? What can you do, guys? Oh, hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all the things. We got things to talk about tonight. It almost felt like there wasn't like a lot of things to talk about, but there is a lot of things to talk about, you know, when it comes to movies and nerdy stuff, you know. Obviously, we got this whole Sebastian Stan thing. It hasn't been fully confirmed, kind of confirmed, but not really confirmed. Still waiting for the captain, still waiting for the man himself to post something. We got, of course, the Cyclops Avengers teaser, X-Men teaser that was officially released. And then, of course, the whole Conformity Gate thing. I mean, yeah, that took the world by storm, crashed the servers of Netflix. So plenty to talk about. All right, what are we doing here? Well, we got Clone Avenger right here. You finally watched Begonia. Cool, loved it. Amazing acting, amazing score. Not enough people talking about that score. Yeah, the score is great. This is why this was my favorite movie of 2025. Just everything was just, it was just great. I was down with the twist at the end. It worked for me. Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad to see that because I had somebody else hit me up on in my DMs that they said they finally watched it and they loved it. So I'm glad that more people, you know, that's the thing. That's why we do this. That's why we do this. You know, I really loved that movie. And I actually haven't watched it a second time, but I think I'm going to try to, I think it's on what? I don't know. I should probably just buy it. I wouldn't mind buying it. I'll probably just try to buy it and own it. But I know it's on streaming right now. I think it's on like Paramount Plus or something like that. So, or Peacock. I don't know which one. I don't know. It's on somewhere, but watch it, guys. It's such a good movie. Such a great movie. You also watch, I still have to watch One Battle After Another. I know it's on HBO Max. You know, like I said, I wanted to watch it before I did my top 10 list last week, but sadly, just, you know, I mean, you guys remember, you know, what I had to do last Friday, which, you know, sucked, really sucked. And, you know, but I wanted to be there to support my mom and everything when it came to her dog and everything. So, yeah, so didn't have time to watch it last weekend, but maybe I'll try to fit it in this weekend. And there's a lot of football. It's wild card weekend. We got the playoffs football. So, you know, definitely going to be watching some football games for sure. We got Monique right here. Good to see ya. Hello, y'all. Fantastic Friday to ya. Went and saw the 40th anniversary of Labyrinth last night. I love it. I love that. I love that it seems like they're doing that a lot more. I mean, obviously, we got some 50th anniversaries that are happening this year. I think like Rocky and shit like that. I mean, you know, so we're going to be able to go see those. I love that. I love that. I haven't seen Labyrinth in so long. You know, I used to get scared. That movie kind of freaked me out as a kid. I'm not going to lie. It wasn't anything about it. It was David Bowie's bulge that scared the shit out of me. That's what it was. Just kidding, but jeez. He definitely, they were like, hey, those pants were just, hey, those are the pants. And it's supposed to be a child's fantasy movie. All right. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Great to see you, bud. All right. We got Mr. Phil right here. Of course, Phil will be part of the panel a little bit later. So, Ghoul, what's happening? Good to see you. We got Big Time Objective. What is good? Well, I still got to freaking start diving into the Absolute Universe. I'm lagging on my comic book reading. Yeah, I know. That should be a goal right there for sure. What's going on? ¿Qué pasa? Mi hermano. Yeah, we got Maronin right here. He'll be joining later as well. James gonna, we are Charlie. All right. Hey, I had nothing against the guy. That's for sure. But, just very interesting when it comes to a stream that has nothing to do with politics. At least I try not to, because my God, it gets exhausting. I mean, it's good to see Taladia plays. I mean, one thing, like, especially with events that are happening in the world, I mean, does anybody just think that there's overlords? I totally buy into the theory that there's just overlords that are just, puppeteering. I mean, I always said, when we're always referring to the left and the right when it comes to politics, I'm like, okay, so you're talking about left wing, right wing, right? Like a bird. Okay. What's controlling both the wings? The brain above is controlling the wings. So I'm like, that's why I don't subscribe to either one of the, yeah, it's crazy. What's going on? There she is. Yeah, we got Danny going to be joining in a little bit after I ramble for a little bit. We're going to have Danny showing up to talk about her new comic book venture that she's doing, and it's very, 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 very interesting. That's for sure. 100%. So, yeah. I got Christmas vacay because this is what I do. It's just YouTube. Yeah, I know. See, you make your own schedule. That's what's great. So it's great. We got Game City. What's happening? Good to see you. All right. We got Mr. Balga right here. What's going on? So since Conformity Gate ended up not coming true, will they become the new cultists? Could Gilda Dent be merged into a new... Balga coming in with some theories. I like where your head's at. Okay, Chris. I see where your head's at. Randy, some people are taking the casting as official, but I find it suspicious that Matt Reeves or the co-writer didn't. Yeah. See, that's the thing. And I know, the Hollywood Reporter posted that little thing, I don't know. It's always like, it's not official. They didn't make it like an official article. It's like, somebody just screenshot it from like their email thing or they're subscribed to. I don't know. I don't even know when you get these like weird little posts and it just says like, oh, welcome Sebastian Stan as Harvey Dent. And it's like, well, wait a minute, guys. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not. I think that as soon as we heard that Sebastian Stan was in talks to be, in the Batman 2, the first thing was like, oh, he's Harvey Dent. He's Harvey Dent. There's no way that he's not Harvey Dent. And then, of course, you have his stylist posting, an AI image and a Photoshop image of him as Two-Face. So, yeah, it's all very interesting. It really is all very interesting, but it's not official yet. Like I said, I even tweeted it. I said, paging Matt Reeves. I'm not going to start going, all right, we got our Harvey Dent in the Batman Part 2. I'm not going to say that until the captain of the ship posts something. Just saying. Anyways, all right. Who else we got here? I got Absolute Batman Arkham special tonight. Nice. What's going on? We got William right here. William should be joining. What's going on, El Hombre? What's going on? We got Jose. Sebastian Stan as Harvey Dent sounds good it's too good to be true. I believe it when I see it. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Hesitate, Hey, there's Mama Film Junkie. Good to see you, Mom. Love you. Let me know if you want to do dinner on Sunday. We can watch some playoff football if you want to do that. Who else we got? Anyways, I'm not going to Hit that again. Let's see. We got Michael Anthony Salomon music. Oh, you make music. Cool. What kind of music you doing? Surprised James hasn't debunked it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like one of those things. Like, who knows? Like I said, I don't think anybody's going to be mentioning anything tonight. Although you never know. Somebody could. But, but at the same time, I think we're all just kind of collectively like, if he's Harvey Dent, fine. I know there's some people, again, they're already making the parallels to like Dark Knight and stuff. And like, oh, we don't need Two-Face to be the villain and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, he's not going to be the villain. Two-Face is not going to be the villain. We don't even know who the villain actually is going to be. We don't know who the villain is. So, yeah. So I think people fail to realize that Harvey Dent, I mean, he's literally like the coin. He's two sides of the coin. Harvey Dent, as the character of Harvey Dent before he becomes Two-Face, is a predominant character in the Batman mythos before he gets to, I mean, that's what makes him interesting, is the fact that he is Bruce's friend. Like when you look at the animated series, you look at the Two-Face part 1 and part 2, and even I think before that, they even established that Harvey Dent and Bruce are chums. They're chums. They're friends. And that's why I've always been saying that it would be cool, because of this Bruce Wayne that Matt Reeves has given us is very, he's not he doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne quite yet. We've established that. He very much is he's obsessed about being Batman. So I would love that Harvey Dent would actually help him to be more of a Bruce Wayne and like be out there, go out to dinners, go out to dates. I would very much love that. So yeah, and then and then Danny's even saying that. So like Reeves has said that he wanted to have a villain. He wanted to have a villain that has not been shown before. So I'm like, that's what's going to be interesting. So I mean, I know a lot of us are hoping Court of Owls for 100%. Because I think Court of Owls. I think we can all agree that Court of Owls could fit very much into the Matt Reeves verse. So. I don't know. There's all kinds of possibilities. That's all I'm saying. But I think there's just people out there who, it's like, can you read a Batman book, please? And just realize that Harvey Dent is not just Two-Face. Okay? He's more than just Two-Face. Now, eventually, he'll probably get to that. Sure. But he's not just Two-Face. That's what makes his character interesting. And I'm just kind of wondering, like I said, I've always liked the idea because, you can have Harvey Dent just be like this, like Bruce doesn't know who Harvey Dent is, or you can have Bruce already knowing who Harvey Dent is. And I like that. I like that aspect. Like I said, I referenced All-Star Batman Rebirth. I thought that was a great story where Batman and Two-Face, he had to take Two-Face, basically do like, it was like a cross country. It was like a road trip movie where other villains were trying to get Two-Face. And of course, Batman was like protecting him, but they flash back to when Bruce and Harvey were younger. And I was like, oh yeah, they were friends. I like that. I would love if they actually had that story element when it comes to it. Anyways. All right. Thank you guys. Of course. Yeah, Thomas Elliott could be something too. There's always that. There's always Talon, which of course, there's a unique connection to Bruce when it comes to that. If you're going to do the Court of Owls. All right, let's get started on things. First off, I'm going to give like a little brief review of Greenland 2 Migration. Not much different. If you guys watch, hopefully you guys check out my first reaction review. Like it's kind of funny. I was thinking about this. I think the first movie I saw last year was Den of Thieves 2. And the first movie I saw this year was Greenland 2. So started off 2025 with a Gerard Butler sequel. And now starting 2026 with a Gerard Butler sequel. The guy is becoming the sequel king of January. That's cool, I guess. And I enjoyed Den of Thieves 2. And I also enjoyed Greenland 2. But yeah, like sitting on it for a day, I still have the same feelings. I 100% think that when they wrote the script for Greenland 2, it was much grander. It was heftier. And the studio was like, hey, The only way we're gonna Greenland this, green light. All right, I'm here all week, guys. Tip your waitress. The only way we're gonna green light this sequel is if you cut it down, make it tight, make it less than 2 hours, because it's like an hour and 40 minutes. Like an hour and 40 minutes, straight to the point. But there are story elements in Greenland 2 that I know had to be much grander, because there's other characters. It's a post-apocalyptic world. There's a lot you could do with a post-apocalyptic world. And it's so funny because right before Greenland 2 started, I saw the trailer for 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, and it's the 4th movie. And you could really do something in the vein of like, yeah, that post-apocalyptic, the zombie post-apocalyptic, apocalyptic. I can't even say it. I've only had, I did a little pre-gaming, but hey, but no, there is some things here. And I think like with the tight runtime, it caused it to suffer a little bit because there were some things in there. But it still had the tension that the first one had. But the first one, what I really liked about the first Greenland movie was it could have been a Roland Emmerich disaster flick, but that was like the background of it. It was like, oh yeah, the comet's gonna hit the Earth and it's gonna wipe everybody out. And then of course it's like, oh yeah, if you get the call that you're gonna be, going to the essentially an arc kind of thing. You're gonna go underground and everything. And it was the tension of getting there, the family getting there. And that's what made Greenland, the first Greenland, so good. This one, now they're trying to get to where the crater is, that possibly it's basically almost like a paradise. So it's got the similar concept, but it's much grander. But I think, the studio was like, yeah, we can't make it as grand as you want it. The movie could have benefited for another half an hour at least. Could have really benefited for another half an hour of runtime, because there's other characters, there's other elements that are happening within this post-apocalyptic world. So, and I think they just were like, nope, hour and 40 minutes, got to keep it an hour and 40 minutes. So anyways, that's it. It's not, you don't have to rush to go see it in the movie theater. It did feel like it would be a streaming movie, sadly. But if you want to go see it, go see it. Simple as that. All right. And then, okay. I do want to talk about this before, obviously I'm going to talk about it, when it comes to the panel and everything like that, but Conformity Gate. Holy Lord, Conformity Gate. That's right. Obviously, I did a lot of talking about this on Twitter. I talked about it on Monday's Film Junkie Live. I even posted that segment as a video, posted a short, posted it all over the place because it was the talk of the internet. I tell you, Conformity Gates, it was one of those where when you went down the rabbit hole, you wanted it to happen. I wanted it to happen. Going down the rabbit hole and seeing these fans connect these dots and seeing all, oh yeah, why are the Wheelers' hair looks like Henry's hair, and why are they dressed in orange? That's like prisoners. They're in a prisoner. They're prisoner of Vecna. They're saying, there's so many things that absolutely can make sense. And the Duffer Brothers are probably looking at all this and going, oh yeah, we fucked up. Dude, we really fucked up, because they did. That's what this is kind of, Conformity Gate is really shown. Yet the Duffer Brothers really dropped the ball for season 5. For fuck's sake. I'm going to bring up this that I posted on Twitter, because you could see in one scene alone in season 5, and a lot of people are pointing this out. And I remember even watching this when I watched it on New Year's Day. You can... Stranger Things season 5, like I said, the finale wasn't bad. I don't think it was terrible. It was fine. They nailed I thought the epilogue stuff was good. But there was things where it's like, for instance, okay, I'm just going to bring this up, because this right here, why did they decide to do the running up the hill scene again? I remember I just kind of chuckled. I'm like, really? We're doing this again? We're doing this again. Season 4, when Max is running to the portal and you got the music playing, I remember being on my feet going, go, go, go. Come on. Oh, she's not going to make it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And it was such a dramatic scene. Oops. It's such a dramatic scene. And it was great. One of the best scenes of Stranger Things. And they decide to do it again because they're trying to be nostalgic from last season. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I get it. It was a 3-year gap. So maybe people are like, oh, we're going to be nostalgic for 3 years. But I mean, if you look at the quality of both scenes. You look at season 4, look at the quality, look at the lighting, look at all what's happening. Everything looks cinematic and great. You look at season 5 and it's like, what is happening? First off, she's not running that fast. The set looks like on a Saturday Night Live stage. I mean, it's all not that great. And I'm just like, it just kind of shows you right there. I'm like, what happened when it came to season 5? Wasn't it like $400 million? I mean, that's what's kind of baffling. It's almost, I mean, it's like I almost feel like Stranger Things season 5 got Rise of the Jedi. Rise of the Jedi? Rise of Skywalker, I should say. I mean, that's what it's just like, a stunning example of like the quality just diminished in those 3 years. And they put so much money into this season. And I'm just gonna, not to mention even Sadie Sink, when she was on Jimmy Fallon, she even was like, yeah, I didn't realize while filming the scene that, my God, why are we talking so much? You got to go. Why am I not running so fast? You need to run faster. She actually said that on live TV, not live TV, but on a late night show. She said that. She didn't hold back. She was like, yeah, why was I not running as fast? Why were we talking so much? Yes. I mean, it's interesting. And I'm just like going, that's why I was, going down the rabbit hole of Conformity Gate. I was actually rooting for it because I'm like, fuck, man. If any of this ends up being true, oh man, this will totally just it would literally, like I said, turn the internet upside down. And I'm just kind of going but I think, and the Duffer Brothers need to shut the fuck up. They need to shut the fuck up now. Holy shit, did they need to shut the fuck up, because they keep on saying stuff, obviously the off-screen things. And then I saw something today where they don't even have they're not even knowledgeable about Dungeons and Dragons, or what is it? Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, D&D, which is the game that this is supposed to be all based off of. They're saying oh shit. I was like, God damn. And that's just what's sad about all that. It's like, oh man, it's like they just didn't know exactly what. I don't know. Maybe it's just with if they were consistent, where they could have just every year had a season and COVID didn't happen. Maybe there was a lot of that. But then I'm seeing stuff when it comes to the documentary that David Harbour and Winona Ryder are not part of the documentary episode. They said that. I was reading about that. They're not a part of that. And then, of course, we heard all this behind the scenes drama. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. It just seems like it was probably a very stressful season. And I don't even know. They talked about reshoots too. Reshoots. And I'm kind of wondering, because people were posting oh yeah, there was a shot that they shot outside that somebody snapped, and that didn't happen in any of the episodes. And I'm like, what the? Yeah. But then again, you don't know what's real, because AI is just all over the place. So you have to question everything, I don't know. I was rooting for it. And, again, there are people that are still holding out. They're still hey, maybe the documentary thing that's going to be coming out on Netflix about season 5, maybe that's going to be the secret episode. Or, there's even theories, that they're going to do this meta thing where it's going to be like Wes Craven's New Nightmare and Vecna is going to come out through the TV show into real life, and all this kind of stuff, just like Freddie did when it came to that, which I thought it's a cool concept. It's a cool concept, but that ain't happening either. What are we talking about here? But I don't know. I think hopefully the Duffer Brothers will learn things, and maybe could it be part of it? Could be Netflix that was that helped with the way that this whole thing ended up going. I think the epilogue stuff, when especially in the basement, I thought that whole scene choked me up, and I thought that was good. But when it came to, I was like, oh, I want to learn more about Henry. Oh wait, if you want to learn more about Henry, go watch the play. Okay. I'll go watch the play, because apparently you learn more about Henry and everything, and more about a lot of things that are, that weren't in the series from the play. Yeah, let me just go book my plane ticket and get some tickets to that. My God, I don't know, but I don't know. I'll watch the documentary thing. Well, if something crazy comes from that would be insane. But hey, to the Conformity Gate people that were really leaning into it, I was rooting for it, because I went down the rabbit holes. Even like when it came to, little Derek, when he was playing his game, the game that you see him play in Nintendo. Apparently there's like ghosts and goblins, or ghouls and goblins. I forgot what it was called. But apparently like somebody was going like, what that game is? Like when you get to the end, like you find out that the whole game was, the whole adventure that you went to was fake. It was all not reality. You have to start over on a more difficulty level. I don't know if this is made up or not. I just read it. Maybe it's all made up. Who knows? And then you have to start over again and do it on a harder level. So people were going, oh my God, that's what season 5 is. And I was like, I'm like, I wanted to believe, but I was like, nah. It ain't happening. So, the ghoul out there saying no. Yeah. Sat on your remote. You're good. What's up, Indiana Jake? Good to see you out there. All right. I heard someone say the Duffers aren't the nicest people on set. To me, as everyone plays them out to be. Yeah, I mean, oh man, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, God, the series. I actually want to. I want to watch the first season again. I am going to do a rewatch of the first season, because I just want. I want to remember that charm that it had, and it lost the charm. It lost the charm. I think season 4 was still good. Like I said, the Max running up the hill scene was just like. It was crazy, and Vecna is a good villain, but there was so much potential when it came to season 5, and it just seemed like they were like, we don't know what to do. They just got they just didn't know exactly what to do. What can you do? Anyway, so there you go. That was my whole spiel about that. All right. Hope you guys are doing it. I'm going to rewatch the series once watch that X-Files, man. You can never go wrong with X-Files. I always love it. And when I had cable TV, I don't have cable TV now, but when I had it, or I had like whatever, I don't know, Sling TV or something like that. I remember there was a channel that would just show X-Files reruns, and I would just play them like in the background, because it's just like, it's comfort food. X-Files is comfort food for me. And I'm like, yeah, but I know I can find it on streaming. So it's like the same thing without commercials. It's like, yeah. So, it's on Disney Plus now? That's weird. Okay. I thought it was like, okay. Yeah, well, there you go. All right, guys. Let's start bringing some peeps in. And first, I'm going to bring in our featured guest. And that, of course, is Miss Danny. What's happening?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. You're stealing all the good Conformity Gate fun. I was like, no, stop.
I know.
It's fun for us.
I know. I just had to, get it out.
I know there. You were on the roll. You were on a roll.
I was on a roll. I was feeling it. So I was like, but by all means, I know you can add to it for sure. For sure, because I know I've saw the tweets. We even talked a little bit, in DMs and stuff too.
Right. And sorry, these headphones are like making my glasses all wonky.
I know. I bet. Yeah.
So, but shout out to my feller who got me these for Christmas. So,
Nice.
for those who don't watch my streams, I had done a whole thing on Conformity Gate, and there is this woman who has theorized that that season 5 was basically just a big promo because the Duffers and Netflix didn't register it as a finale appropriately.
I saw the video.
Through the all the due process and proper channels. So I showed that on my stream and talked about it and clipped it out, posted it on Instagram, TikTok, like I always do. Well, it got like millions of views. Me just watching, literally me doing this.
Yeah. And just sipping.
Me just doing that. And like over 3 million views on Instagram and a couple million crazy. Over on TikTok. I know, crazy. Well, wouldn't you know, that woman comes across it. And she goes, well, imagine coming across your own face on, your for your viewing pleasure page. And I was like, oh my God, is this you? And she's like, yes, it's me. I would love your thoughts. I said, would you care to share them on my live stream? I have questions. So she hasn't responded. I'm guessing it's a big fat no.
Probably. But, now that's just like now that it didn't quite work out, because I know exactly who you're talking about, because that was one of the first videos I saw, because her video went super viral, and the way that they like register, the way that the whole thing, how they explain exactly like how they like, what was she exactly saying when it came to it? Like
she was saying it. I'm not even quite sure.
Yeah,
I was barely listening. I was drinking my body armor. She was saying that they was just, but they didn't follow some legal. They didn't register it properly.
Yeah, because there was something the way that the
FCC.
Yeah. Because the way the other episodes were registered, it wasn't the same. So
with like Google too, or something, like it wasn't listed with Google and with the right legal stuff for a final episode. It has to be registered as a final episode. There's certain things you have to do, and they weren't done. She's like, and before you ask, I've already checked. The other seasons were registered this way. And she even says at the beginning, like, here's a QR code that explains all this stuff and breaks it down. And I scanned it and I'm like, okay, so Google tells you, all sure thing. But she was like, I'd love your thoughts. And I just answered with, I'm not going to tell her. I think she's kind of like, these people they're billionaires. This is Netflix. Yes. They can basically do whatever the hell they want. They can do whatever they want. And I mean, God love you. I really wish that season, that finale wasn't as poorly done as it was. I think it would be incredible if they came out of left field and said, "Ha! Surprise! Gotcha! We got another finale, and this one has continuity." Yeah, because there's literally people on their team that have notebooks and say, "Hold on, back here, that dial on the radio station thing was red, not gray, and back here, the basement door handle, it was on the other side of the door, not here. And did you know the monsters? Yeah, they like it cold, and you have them on a desert planet. And by the way, where's all the Demogorgons and those demo bats? They only showed up the one time. Wouldn't they be helping?
Because they hated Eddie. That's what they hated. They were going after.
They just hated. They just didn't like mullets.
Yeah,
they just didn't like mullets.
They didn't like mullets or Metallica, apparently.
So I completely understand why they would want something like that, and it would be amazing.
Oh,
it would be the greatest thing probably to ever happen in recent history, in television and streaming. It would be fantastic of them to. Now they just made a really crappy season of television, and the next day it was brilliant. I mean, you can't write this stuff. It was brilliant. Well, I had a cold. I had a fever. All these excuses.
You started saying like, "Why are we answering all these questions?" I'm like,
I was fried.
Yeah,
you're an adult.
You shouldn't be. Yeah,
you're an adult.
Yeah,
you can do what you want to. Tell yourself no. Do you know how to do that? Do you need an adult? Do you need a conservator? I'm sure Brittany's dad is available at the moment. But yeah, just they gave these absolutely horrible. When people were asking them like, where were the Demogorgons? They're like, well, around.
Yeah, well, and then there was a thing I read today where like somebody was saying like there was Demogorgon fatigue, and I went, that can't be real. Really, there's fatigue. We're fatigued by the a fifth season of like, this monster that showed up in the first one that was very freaky and scary, but we're not fatigued by all the the constant explaining plans while the 80s synthesizer is going on. I mean, I was getting fatigued when it came to those scenes in season 5 where it was
I love Kate Bush, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Do we have to listen to it 6 times an episode?
Dude, I know. And then when it came to them trying to rehash the fucking running up the hill scene, I mean, I remember when I was watching it, I just chuckled and went, they're really trying to like do this again? That scene was so good in season 4. I remember just like, I was like going, oh my God, I was like gripping my couch. I was standing behind, I was standing behind my couch going, holy shit, is she going to make it? Oh, go. I was like, go, Max, go. I don't think she's going to make it. Oh shit. And then she did. And it was like, and then they tried to do it again, and it looked like a parody almost.
Can we talk about how inappropriate the final needle drop was? Like, you chose makeout music.
Oh yeah,
you chose. I love Purple Rain. I love Prince.
God damn it! Oh my God!
But makeout music right now.
Yeah. No, we don't need. Yeah.
Like really. And I filled an entire show, an entire series about every single plot hole and inconsistency just in that one episode. And my shows, I have several topics that I touch on. I filled in, and it's just me. I don't have guests. An entire episode this Monday, every single inconsistency. And I was like, if there is not. Come on now. This is either going to be the greatest fumble in the history of television, or they're about to pull off the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
And guess which one it was?
Yeah, I mean, you just wonder what was happening behind the scenes. I mean, obviously before season 5, there was the whole Millie Bobby Brown and David Harbour thing,
which wasn't true.
Yeah,
wasn't true. Ross Duffer and his wife got divorced, and she was a writer on the show for 4 seasons.
Okay, I didn't know. Oh, so maybe that was the key right there, huh?
Well, and I'm like, well, did everyone else forget how to write? Where was little John with the notebook, with the lore Bible going, hold on, un momento, por favor.
I know. I mean, it's just when I would go down these rabbit holes, because I kept going down there. I mean, because obviously when you especially if you're scrolling through TikTok, as soon as you watch one video, it's just gonna feed. So I was going down the rabbit holes, and I was literally going, I really hope this makes sense. The fact that the Wheelers, I mean, I remember specifically when I was watching the episode and when they were showing the graduation scene, and all of a sudden you see Nancy, you see the mom, and their hair is parted to the side. I remember my friend Candace, who I was watching it with, she goes, geez, look at the hair. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Why do they do that?
So 80s.
And I was almost like, I even sent the screenshot. I'm like, remember when you mentioned the hair? Maybe. I was like, but
here's my theory.
Yeah.
Here's my theory. Here's what I think. I think they lost.
They lost?
I think they lost. I think the reason, and then, at least this is my headcanon, okay? This is my headcanon because it's just a really shitty episode. It's probably that's all it is. It's just lazy and shitty. But there are some things going on where you're like, okay, there's a game called What's It right there, and there's all this other weird shit, everything's just kind of off. There's a book called The Empty Copper, and it's about everything just being slightly off, and like being trapped in kind of like a matrix hallucination. And that painting that Will did for Mike in season 3, it's a false Hydra in D&D, and Mike has it hanging up in his room in season 5 when he's doing the writing. And the false Hydra is a creature that can trap you in like a matrix type hallucination, but it can't get everything exactly accurate. So my headcanon is that they all lost. Mike has been Vecna'd, and we are in Mike's Vecna hallucination. And, he can't be with 11. That's his worst thing ever, but that's why everything's so off. Not everything is as it should be. Everyone's kind of wrong, the way they're behaving, the way they've accepted things, the way they've kind of become their parents or become the versions of themselves that they didn't want to be. Like Will in a bar smoking. His dad was a raging alcoholic and he hated smoking, and he ends up in a bar drinking and smoking. But that's how I'm living in my head with it, is that they lost and they're Vecna'd.
No. I mean, I'm gonna live. I took it going down the rabbit hole. I was like, yeah, I think they're all Vecna'd, and we're all Vecna'd, all of us.
Yeah,
we've been Vecna'd.
Yep.
And because like I said, I didn't hate the finale, but I was very underwhelmed, and I was like,
I hated it.
I know you. I like the epilogue stuff. I will say that, even though it kept going, I was like, wow, that's
I'm like, Jesus.
I'm like, geez, man. But they played it way too safe, because I was like, as much as I was like, I kept going, they better not kill Steve. Steve's my boy.
Oh.
I even saw like a thing too, where like, again, these theories make sense. People were like, Steve was not a baseball player; he was a basketball player. But Vecna only knows him it puts him as a baseball coach because he had the bat. And I'm like, that makes sense. And I'm like going, the Duffers are probably reading this shit going, Jesus Christ, we should have came up with this. Because that like made sense. Like he ends up being a baseball coach. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. I love Steve's arc. I mean, his arc was great. But then when somebody brought up the theory, like, no, he was a basketball player, but Vecna only knows him, because he had the baseball bat. He always had, that was his weapon. So he, in the fantasy world, he became a baseball coach. I'm like, that totally makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's either that or these very high paid writers totally forgot they're the architects of this world and they could do whatever the fuck they want. That's the easiest part about writing.
Yeah, I know.
And like I get it. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I've written myself in a corner here. What do I do? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm God here.
Yes, you are.
I can do whatever I want.
And I can, I get it. Like the Duffer Brothers, they created one of the biggest series of all time. Let's face it. And I'm sure there was a ton. There's a shit ton of pressure to do this final season, and Netflix is giving them all the money to do it. So I mean, there's just probably tons and tons of, and we, obviously there was reshoots. We heard that there was reshoots. So God knows what they maybe initially had, and maybe they were like, oh, Netflix was like, that's not good enough. You got to make it big. So then they're like, all right, the Mind Flayer is a fucking big kaiju, and fucking 11's gonna leap into it, and and then it's all gonna be, it's not gonna be. I know that, but that was always the weirdest thing, and that was one of the things that I was like, yeah, why is it like at a fucking orange desert plain? And I'm like, I thought it was all supposed to be cold and dark and blah.
Right.
Concept. Yeah.
Right. And not just that, if they wanted big spectacle, they could have had it like that, but with like hundreds of demogorgons. That's
Yes.
where they live.
And
That is
somebody
their
made
home.
Someone made an AI video where it showed a bunch of demogorgons like charging down the hill, and people are going, "Why is this so much better?" I'm like,
it's a friggin' hive mind. You're telling me that the general isn't going to call in the troops like, "Hey guys,
yeah,
I'm a mite bit under attack."
yeah, but then they were like,
Mayhaps.
yeah. But then they said, like, oh, Vecna didn't know that this sneak attack was going to happen. I'm like, isn't he in the minds of all these people? What is he? Wow.
It reminds me of season 8 of Game of Thrones when they asked Dan and Dave. He's like, well, Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
See, that's the thing is like, I say, I had never got into Game of Thrones. So I know a lot of people were like comparing it to that. But man,
it's exactly down to the shitty interviews with the creators. It's exactly the same, except Game of Thrones was better. It's crazy. And something that one of my mentors always drilled into my head is you never explain your work. You never explain your work. You either just say, that's how I wanted it, or if you feel like you have to explain it, then you haven't done it right.
Christopher Nolan, when it came to what was the one where everything goes into reverse and
Tenet.
Yeah, Tenet. He even goes, yeah, if you don't get it, I'm not gonna explain it to you. He fucking flat out just goes like, hey, I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you. He said that in interviews because a lot of people are like, I don't kind of get what the hell you were trying to do. And I understand that. It's like, yeah, I've watched it like 4 times and I don't even fully understand it. But I just know that Nolan was trying to like do something. But he was like, I'm not going to explain it. Fuck it. You know what? I'm not going to explain. Even like when it comes to the end of an Inception, he just not like, oh, does the top fall or not? Is he still in the dream or not? And he goes, it's for you to figure out. Your
job.
Yeah.
Your job is to put them in it.
Yes.
Immerse them in it. You're not telling them. You're not just flat out telling them the story. You're showing it to them, and how they experience it is entirely up to them. Yeah. But it's your job. It's your job to do the showing.
Exactly. You put on, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with the audience going, what about this? What about that? What about that? That's actually probably a good thing. And it's probably even a good thing when people are coming up with theories and stuff like that.
Oh,
but
it's wonderful.
When you're going on interviews and then you're starting to, all of a sudden everybody's going like, chapter 9 off screen, it's like, yeah.
All the off screen, the audience's perception does not extend there. Therefore, it does not exist. So the whole crap about, wait a minute, I thought Will got injured every single time Vecna got injured.
Yeah.
What about the getting impaled in his head? Well, you didn't see what Will was doing, so.
But you did.
But what? What? And then the Millie Bobby Brown 11 jumping on all the things that happened off screen. Yeah. Like everything was happening off screen.
She was talking about running up those things, like, oh yeah, we're gonna see her do that, and you don't.
Like, and then, like you were talking about with the Broadway play, it's canon, and it explains so much vital information that they decided, yes, this is canon, but 99.99999% of the audience is never going to be able to see it. Like Joyce and Hopper figure out that, Henry is a classmate of ours, and it's discovered that Will off screen has the same birthday as Henry.
I know. I mean, that's the thing. It's oh man, they probably needed to do 2 more seasons to wrap this.
This was like, when you're explaining it to that degree, saying off screen, that's a draft.
That's not good. That's not good.
That's a draft.
Yeah, it's a total.
Do some rewrites.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to this documentary. Watch all of a sudden, that's the conformity gate. And then it's like, whoa, but that's not going to be. Come on. Mm-hmm. It's just going to be. But I'm just like, it is kind of weird that Winona Ryder and David Harbour are not supposedly going to be part of it. No interview.
Very strange.
Yes.
Very strange. So either it's something going on with like, because remember David Harbour and Lily Allen divorced.
Yes.
So why did they divorce? Like, she's kind of going cuckoo bananas over the whole thing. Like, she's
all that. Yeah, I was kind of interesting about that. And not to mention, he dropped out of a movie that he was supposed to do with Pedro Pascal. I forgot who the director is, but he dropped out of a movie, and they said it was one of the reasons because of everything that was happening with Stranger Things, because they're gonna. But I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I think there's some interesting things that are happening with David Harbour. I don't know. There might be some interesting things in his personal life that's happening with that, and I don't know.
And Winona, she's always been a little unpredictable.
Yep.
We'll say, like, either she's wonderful or she's going to make crazy faces like she's done a couple poppers on stage, or she's going to steal $5,000 worth of clothes.
Yeah, I still remember when they were on stage talking about pizza, and she was like, all right. And it's so funny too, because I saw some people point this out. I mean, like, it all started with Joyce. It was about Joyce trying to find Will and going crazy trying to find Will with the lights and everything. And then that was like, that's what started.
That was great.
Show.
It was amazing.
Yeah, that's what started. And I'm like, did the Duffer Brothers want to write this thing where you wanted to turn all your biggest fans into Joyce?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I've also heard that they had no real plans for the series past season 3.
Yeah.
So they were just kind of like,
this was always the plan. Stop saying it was always the plan. We know it wasn't always the fucking plan. Vecna was not always gonna. You had this character really from the very beginning. Seriously, yeah. I don't think you did.
I feel terrible for these kids. Like, Millie Bobby Brown's gonna be fine. Her life is set.
Yeah, Sadie Sink's gonna be fine too, and I think Finn Wolfhard will be fine too.
He's quit acting.
I know, he's like, it's like,
I'm done. I'm gonna do music.
He had a good run. I mean, you got that. He was in It Chapter 1, and he's still gonna be probably somehow involved in that. I don't know. He was in Ghostbusters. He had a good run. Now he wants to play with his band. He's like, I'm fucking gonna, he even made a movie, that slasher movie that came out last year.
Oh, that's right.
He helped create that. I didn't see it. It didn't do like fairly well, but he helped make a movie. He did a lot, and now he just wants to play with his band. Now, when it comes to some of the others, I don't know. When it comes to
Millie Bobby Brown has been going around they did that lie detector thing on her.
He was a bad kisser. I was like, oh,
and it's just like, I don't care if you tell him. It's fine. No, he doesn't know. He'll know now. It's fine.
Because when I watched that episode when they kissed, I was like, oh, that's a bad kiss. I even thought that. I was like, that doesn't look good.
Oh, God. Oh, that poor kid. Noah Schnapp, I feel really bad for him because I thought he did really great.
Yeah.
For some reason, my mom empathy just screams for him. I'm like, I just really want to hug this kid. Like, every time I see him, I just love him. But I have a feeling he's going to struggle a bit after this. So
probably going to struggle for a bit. But let's move on to, speaking of creating things, you're creating something right now.
I am.
Yes.
I am.
Yes. Talk about it.
Oh my God. So I'm writing a comic book, and I actually have an editor. It's so weird. And she's actually an editor for Rippaverse Comics. She's a publisher, or she's published in her own right as a novelist and a comic book writer. Sorry, I've streamed a lot today, recorded, and
I get it. So, I get it.
But I wrote the original story in 2004.
So you've had this for a bit.
Yeah, a long time. And at the time I was living in Hawaii, I was married. I was a mother of 3. I just had my oldest daughter. I had my third child, and I was in an unhealthy relationship. And it was my coping mechanism was to write this book. And myself, I am also an amputee, and I'm obsessed with vampires and vampire lore, and huge fan. Anne Rice, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, all that stuff. And I'd had this kind of scene stuck in my head of like this chick with a prosthetic leg stomping her foot down, a hatch opening up on the side, a stake popping up, her grabbing it, just like over and over and over again. And
Like it.
six months later, the whole story fell out. Well, after I published it and did my little book tour and all that stuff, I left my husband, and my 3 kids and I moved home. I had my 4th child, my 2nd daughter, and I was a single mom of 4 kids, and I had nothing and had to start completely over with no furniture, no nothing. I didn't get child support at first. I ended up putting myself back through school and becoming a hairstylist, and I was just making hairstylist money with 4 kids. And years and years go by, and my kids are all pretty much grown. My youngest is 17. I have an amazing partner who actually not only encouraged me to start YouTube and writing again, but it was all pretty much his idea. And he has built my studio and everything, like most supportive human being I've ever been around in my life. And it was funny how it all just kind of happened. I was on a stream with some other people who actually work in comics, and I was talking about how I had an artist for this one, but I don't really know what I'm doing. I've never written a comic before, wrote a book, but I had an artist, and he ghosted me. It like disappeared. It was like a year ago, and this really cool chick was like, "Hey, hit me up." Yeah. She became my editor. That was Caro. And I've been working on it ever since. It's about, like I said, it's this girl who has a prosthetic leg. It's weaponized, like more weapons in it than James Gunn's Aston Martin. And it's all put together by her genius engineer brother, her twin. And before she, loses her leg, they have a mother, father, and a younger sister, and a couple of vampires, Amish vampires,
yes,
to be specific. By the way, guys, I gave Dave a copy of the script.
Yeah, I got a little intro to it, and she sent it to me a few days ago, probably like last weekend, and I busy week, crazy week, but then I was like, all right, I'm finally gonna sit down and read this thing, and I was intrigued. Amish vampires, first off, I was like, that's awesome. And when the shit goes down in this opening scene that she fucking sent it to me, I was like, oh my God. And I squirmed reading this, where I was like, oh, I got a little squirmy because you like details, man, details. But yeah.
My editor told me I'm very good at gross.
Yes, you are. You very much are. And because like it's the certain details, I was like, I got to a point where I was like literally just like, oof, man, I'm visualizing this shit. Yeah.
So we've got these couple of Amish vampires. They kill her mother, father, younger sister. She's trapped in the house. She escapes, but they rip off her foot. Yes. Twin brother comes and gets her, saves her life. And then later, afterwards, they become vampire hunters. Throughout this process, she realizes, like, oh my gosh, for some reason, I've got a lot more strength. She realizes she's a lot faster. She can sense the vampires. She can track and hunt them, a lot better than any normal person can.
Yeah.
So they make a vow to stop this from happening to anyone else. And after they've been at this for a while, a woman shows up at their door. She's from the UK. Is British Indian woman named Layla, who Jimmy is instantly in love with. She's super smoking hot.
Yeah.
And she's really spicy, sassy. She very smart ass, very smart, funny. She's a witch. She's a medium, extremely powerful. And she says she's been sent there because there is a demon king hiding out, and he's trying to raise up the great empty one, the blood goddess, and going to take over the world. And they're the only ones who can stop it. And then the world is going to get much bigger after that. All my vampires were brought to life by a monster who is the daughter of the Greek goddess of magic, crossroads, and thresholds, Hecate. So the Impusa accidentally created vampires, but on the same night that she created vampires, she also created vampire hunters.
Ooh.
And
like
the Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I like it. Eat your heart out, Duffer Brothers. Come on. Sorry.
It's okay.
But you're building a world here. Yeah.
Yes. The world building is my absolute favorite. It's so much fun. I can't even be, I don't even, like, I was playing Fallout for a little bit a while back, and I've deleted all the video games off my computer because I don't play them anymore. I write and I world build. I have these dry erase boards and notebooks all over my house because I'll get an idea and I'll have to like scribble it down and find ways to connect it. And sometimes I'll find a connection, like something will fit together. And it's like the world has just opened up and I have to run and tell someone. But right now there's like 2 people on planet Earth I can tell. So like everyone else, like it makes absolutely no sense to them. Yeah. Like guys, do you know about this thing, Abraxas? Not like Marvel Abraxas, but like Greek Abraxas. And they're like, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, there's something about creating, especially when it comes to creating a story and creating a world. I mean, I've done some writing myself. I've written scripts in the past, and I remember there has been times where I've literally just in bed at night, and I'm like, I don't know where this is, where I want to go when it comes to this. And then all of a sudden, laying in bed at night, it hits, and I went, and I like literally go, "Oh my God, that's it! That's what I needed for
it's the best feeling. It is the best feeling in the world." And I'm going to tell you, the second best feeling was talking to you before this stream, and you're geeking out about the stuff I was writing. We're talking about it like something we like us talking about other things we normally talk about, and you're geeking out about it. Yeah. And you're geeking out about it. I'm like, I made that up.
Yes. No. Like
I made that up.
Like I was like, I had it because I always have my little notepad here, and I'm like, read Danny's fucking comic. I had it on there, this week, and I'm like, I got to get to it. And then finally, after like I got done with work, I posted like a video or something like that. I'm like, all right, good. I'm good. I'm like, all right. Then I was like, all right, let me just read. And I was going through it. And then I just was like, as soon as like, I was like reading, and, obviously you have to establish, the family, the story and everything. And then as soon as the shit went down, and then you did this thing where you're going back and forth. I don't want to spoil too much, but you're going back and forth. And I was like, I like that. Oh, and then you started getting really detailed when it came to things. And I was just like, oh shit, she's doing some shit with vampire stuff, with vampire lore that I'm like going, I like this. I see where this is going. And I knew when you were posting on Twitter and your Patreon and everything, where you were talking about this is, you were referencing like, oh yeah, there's going to be some amputee stuff because it's near and dear to you, obviously, because of what you've had to deal with. And I was like, oh, there's going to be a moment where something. And then when you explained it, I was like, oh, here it comes. And I was like, that's where I was like, oh, there it is. And the
there's the squish.
Oh yeah. I was like, oh, there it is. I was like, oh, and it made me squirm. So yeah, I know. I'm
so glad.
Yeah, totally digging what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I told you in the DMs, like this project, this world has been a part of my soul since I was a 24-year-old kid. And
I feel it too. Like when I was reading it, I mean, I know you're going to be doing rewrites and probably more rewrites and whatever. And I'm looking forward to seeing how you, what those rewrites are. But I feel, I mean, and I know you like inject little things. There was like, there was a little thing I told you where it's like one character is wearing a Dune shirt. And I'm like, of course, because I know you love Dune so much. I'm like, gotta inject that. You specifically put that in the script. And I'm like, yeah, of course, because I felt that this was very personal for you. And I was like, yeah, I could feel that.
Absolutely. This was, I was going through some shit when I wrote that. And it was my outlet. And I know there's a lot going on right now about self-inserts. And I've kind of gone back and forth on that because I feel weird talking about it considering what I'm writing. But I think the answer is when it comes to legacy archetypal characters, like Superman, you can't bring Superman down to you. You got to go up to Superman. He's an aspirational character. And you can't self-insert I got to be careful how I say that. You can't do that with established archetypal legacy characters. When it comes to an original character where you are telling your story, that's fair game. But if you're doing it like with every single character, with every story you tell forever, then that's repetitive and it's boring. But for this story, for this original character, it is a self-insert because it is my story. Yeah. It is this very metaphorical autobiography, at least this very first story. Big parts of it, absolutely. There are things in the story that have actually happened to me. I will leave that up to interpretation what parts of them are.
Okay.
But it's definitely an extremely personal story. I always said that Jimmy, Layla, and Emma were three big parts of my personality, obviously kind of caricatures, what's the word I'm looking for? Because I've had a couple glasses of wine now. Exaggerated, very exaggerated. But now that I'm older and I have the time to, and I've taken a lot of writing classes since then, and when I wrote that book and published it, it was actually basically a front for some kind of money laundering scheme for the mob or something. It was a terrible publisher, but I'm legit published. I own the copyright. That all was on the up and up, but they pretty much used it for money laundering. But I did not have an editor, and I had no one to kind of like, okay, let's go this way. Okay, let's try this. How about that? This time, I have an editor who is amazing.
Yeah, you said that when we were talking, like you had, like when you're saying like, oh, that was like her idea or something like that. It was like
the Amish vampires.
Yeah.
Because
I love that. I mean, and then you got that reaction from me. I'm like, Amish vampires. That's fucking awesome. I never even thought about that. And you were like, yeah, that was my editor's idea. I was like, that's fucking cool.
Well, it's based in Southeast Missouri. Mm-hmm. And in the original story, it's a couple of guys, and they didn't have cell phones because it was early 2000s. And it wouldn't have been crazy that a couple of guys broke down in their car and didn't have a phone or anything. So we were trying to think of, how do we justify this these days? And she goes, what if they're Amish? And I went, oh my God, I actually live right down the street from like serious Amish country. That's
so freaking cool. I love that.
I can work with that. Yeah. And when I wrote that scene out, she sent me the notes back and she said, I actually went down a rabbit hole for about 3 hours researching the Amish, and you nailed that dialogue.
Freaking, that's so cool. See, I mean, that's the thing is like collaborations like that. I mean, like it's not really collaborations, but kind of is. I don't know. It is interesting, like, you know, because like I said, I've written stories and I remember like, I mean, there's one script that I wrote that I actually would love to turn into a novel because it was very personal to me. And it has to do with like, it's like about two characters and I got very heavily inspired by Memento, Christopher Nolan's, not his first movie, but the movie that put him on the map a little bit.
Right.
His first movie was called The Following, which is like a black and white. And not a lot of people saw that movie. I saw it. It's great. Still like, wow, you could still see like Christopher Nolan, but Memento, just the way. And I was like, I want to write a story like that, but not have it about one character, but about two characters. Like you have one character that's going backwards and one character that's going forward.
Oh, that's ambitious.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, but how do they meet up? And then like the opening scene was them, you know, and it's a kid and it's an adult and it's a detective and just a kid. And they're like having like a face off. And there's like this whole interesting thing of like, why are they facing each other? And why is the detective pointing a gun at this kid? And I was like, that's the hook. Is like, why is that? And then why does the kid end up pulling out a gun and pointing it back at him? And I was like, yeah. So that was like my like whole hook. I was like, why, you know? And then I'm like, and now, so yeah, I'm still trying to like, I still want to revisit it. I haven't revisited it in a while, but I want to like turn that into something where I'm like, I know I have a hook, and because I already, you know, obviously I know what the outcome is.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I got this hook. Because the opening scene is them, a kid and a detective. Why are they pointing guns at each other? You know, why is this happening? Why is the detective pointing a gun at this kid? And blah, blah, blah. And then one story is being told backwards while one's told forwards. Yeah.
Let that simmer. Let it gestate. See what it grows into. That's a good one.
I mean, I wrote that story about 20 years ago.
See?
Yeah, see, just like you did. That's the thing.
It's time.
You are inspiring me, Miss Danny. You are inspiring me because I'm like, now I want to revisit my whole thing. After reading what you sent me, I was like, man, because I have more ideas that I can inject into that story. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You go.
But guys, please make sure you follow and support this venture that she's going on.
Please, you got to go to my Patreon. It's patreon.com/comics. And I need to get this funded. Yes. And I can't get it funded without some support. And if you go to my Patreon, if you join, there are 4 different tiers. And each tier gets you more and more behind the scenes access. Every week I post a vlog. Where I talk to you about what's going on in what I'm working on, what I'm thinking about, what's going on with the comic, basically. I've posted 3 so far. One explains the universe, the lore, all that stuff. Another one tells you basically my story, like why I'm writing about what I'm writing about, where it's all coming from, why it took me so long, what I went through to get here. Another video I posted today is about being grateful for the opportunity that I have and having the freedom to do so right now. I also post some of my script pages, so you get sneak peeks on that. Some of my editor's notes, I've got some of those. And as soon as I get some concept art, I'll be posting those as well. You get free merch every 3 months for the first year of your membership, and depending on your tier, the cooler your merch gets. And as soon as I get some concept art or art in general, your merch will have the comic book art on there. I do post polls also. Like we have a poll on the Patreon right now where I need you to help me pick out the name of the union that the leprechauns are a member of. That's a whole thing. You just have to read it on the post. I know it sounds crazy, but you just have to read it.
I love it. And I just posted the Patreon in the chat.
Thank you so much.
And I pinned it too. So guys, subscribe to the Patreon. Support it.
Please do. We need to pick a name. We need to pick a name for the comic book too. be part of the process. Be part of my journey, dude. I know you got some Christmas money. You got tax refunds coming in. You can help this old lady, this hardworking lady who's been through some shit, realize her lifelong dream to publish this friggin' comic. And you can help me name the comic book. I hate the name of my book. The publisher named it Vampire Slayer: One Foot in Darkness.
That needs to be.
Yeah, I like the name One Foot in Darkness, but I feel like it's too much for a comic book. So we got a post on there too. Put your suggestions for storefront names, for titles of the comic book. Just join the Patreon, help support this indie comic. Put a smile on my face.
Yes.
Please.
There we go. I love it. Yeah, please guys do that. So we're gonna bring on some other peeps right now. We got Taladia plays, we got Ronan.
Taladia!
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, sorry for
Happy New Year, guys.
making you wait so long.
Yeah.
Okay. Promote your book. No, promote your book. Get the word out.
Yeah, get the word out. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's like I said, it's good shit. It's good shit, and I'm very intrigued by what she. Like I said, she sent me about 23 pages of the script, and I was like, oh, okay. And I was like telling her, I was like, oh yeah, I like what you're doing right here when it comes to this whole thing that she does, this back and forth thing that she does. Because I'm like going, why is this the case? I'm probably going to find out later for sure. And I'm like, yeah, there's like this whole thing where I'm like, oh, you're establishing something right here that I'm very intrigued by. And I'm liking how, and it's kind of interesting because I've never really read a script for a comic book, and it's like, you literally have to write like, oh yeah, this is a panel, the second panel. This is this panel. I'm like, oh yeah, it's very interesting. Man,
and according to Caro, I had the formatting a little wrong. As another one.
There's like troll in my chat that is like going crazy right now. Thank you, Taladia, for
I feel like they're trying to cover up my Patreon link.
That's what it is.
Jerks.
No, it's all right. I pinned it. I pinned your link, so it's hovering above all that. Anyways, go ahead.
I kind of want to send you the rewrite pages I did that you didn't get to see because I added some other things that there's some more kind of
send them over, sister.
I'm so excited.
I'm telling you, I was digging it. I was like, like I said, when I was reading, I was like, okay, where are we going with this? Oh, yeah, we got a family and they're about to watch a movie. What's gonna happen? And then when shit went down, it goes fucking down. Yeah, it goes fucking down. And then all of a sudden it's like cut to, there's, this Jimmy character that's at this party. I'm like, all right, what the fuck's this about? And then all of a sudden, you see where it connects. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, I remember what I was going to tell you. So, with the comic script, apparently I had the formatting wrong. Like I had it kind of right, but not quite right. So Kara was like, okay, now rewrite it again, but like this. And I was like,
gotcha.
Okay.
No, I get it because I mean, because it's very much like a movie script. Like it does the whole thing, like interior, this, that, but then you have to do what's going to be on is it going to be a full page or is it going to be, panel, what panel, this panel?
How many panels per page?
Yeah, it's going to be on the page. So you got you have to name the panels, what's going to be on the panels. And then of course you have to describe what's on the panel. Like, oh yeah, we got this on the panel and that. So it was very interesting. I've never read a script where it's like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be for a comic book. So that was pretty cool too, to actually read that. So no, but like I said, I'm intrigued. But yeah, so the title is right now just what did you say it was called?
Work in process.
Yeah,
just work in process. Well, the book was Vampire Slayer: One Foot in Darkness, but the comic itself is just work in progress because
you don't have a code name.
Yeah. No. Well, Forsaken was, but that feels kind of like doesn't quite match the vibe, I'm
gonna write some things down. Maybe I'll help here. Yeah.
But if you guys join the Patreon, there's a post.
Join the Patreon. Yes. But we got William also joining right now. And
Hey, William.
Book gets made.
Hey,
It's
what's
going
up,
to go
William?
to the Sci-Fi Center, and
Well, I was thinking about that, and I was also thinking about the Patreon until she's lately been making some comparisons to season 8 of Game of Thrones, one of the all-time awful disappointments in human history.
Oh, it's so awful. It's so bad.
Comparing Game of Thrones or season 5 of Stranger Things to that I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh my goodness. I had a crowd full of people who were throwing stuff around. We would give out little things to every screening we had of Game of Thrones, and they left the shit on the ground. They hated it. They stormed out of here.
was
There's
awful.
nothing comparable to Game of Thrones season 8 after episode 3. After the Battle of Winterfell.
Exactly.
After the Battle of Winterfell is when that series just basically, because those guys wanted to get the hell out of there.
Yep, they wanted to go do Star Wars and then didn't do Star Wars.
They never did it. But when it comes to Stranger Things, was it perfect? Nah, but it was. I thought it was fine. They could have cut out the monologue and got to the D&D stuff because I didn't give a fuck about what those people did after they killed Vecna. I didn't care. The graduation speech was a waste of time. All that stuff. But as far as
I love the epilogue.
That was a heck of a segue.
Yeah.
But I was all right with the season 5. Was it season 4? No, but there's not too much stuff in my life that's ever gonna compare to Stranger Things season 4. That's just that was an all-time great season.
Yeah, it was a great season.
It's the best season they ever did, and it's the best season of anything.
I would say that's if I had a rank, I would probably say like season 1, season 4 probably might be second. I mean, in season 4, like they really I think that's why everybody was like season 5. Can't wait to see what happens, and then all of a sudden it's like
3 years later.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Plus, you're putting it up against that too.
They put 2 longer than 6, like almost 7-minute long monologues.
Yes.
In one episode. Like, what are you thinking?
Was that the one with Max and Holly?
Yeah,
which I like that scene, but I just like.
I mean, even Sadie Sink. She, like you said, she was on Jimmy Fallon, and she literally was like, yeah. When I watched that, I was like, wow. When I was filming it, I didn't really think about it, but man, I was watching that scene. I was like, let's go. Yeah, that's what everybody was saying. I remember watching that scene, going, guys, this is another scene where it's like, wrap it up. Shit's going down. What are we doing here? And
I know. I just kept yelling, "Get on with it!"
It was an hour-long episode. They could have done everything that they accomplished within an hour, because most of that stuff, it was like Superman and Lois. I wasn't the biggest fan of that show. I was a big fan of what they did in the last season, but the last episode on CW was like, I'd rather just rip my dick off and throw it across the field. It was so lame.
Jesus Christ.
How can you say it's lame? How can you say it's lame?
Mitzi Tulloch had me in tears.
Oh, I grew up in tears and died. Wow, that's wow. And then
That's a Beautiful Life.
The whole thing was just kind of lame. Like
that's
I said,
a Beautiful Life.
William.
Yeah, no, it was something off of A Wonderful Life. I was waiting for George to come in and say, "Hey, did you get your wings?" It was so sappy and lame.
Of course, Superman would get wings. Of course, Superman would get wings.
Yeah, that whole, I think it was 10, 15 minutes of that last episode, which I thought was a good episode. It's just like I said, Stranger Things season 5, episode 8. As long as I don't think about how the plane landed, I'm okay. But yeah, that was an hour-long episode that they stretched into something that they needed. Them sitting on top of the rooftop with the beer commercial, drinking beers, like, where are we going to go now? I'm never going to see you again. I didn't care about that. Now it turned into solely human interest. See, for the entirety of the show, it was human interest with dread, risk, mortal risk, and all that. Once Joyce took his head off, I was like, okay, now we're just getting the graduation, Ferris built that. I didn't care about any of that stuff. I just wanted it to see. I thought the only reason I stuck around, because we were doing a live watch, the only reason I stuck around is I'm like, okay, Vecna's, the demographic, something's busting through this graduation. Everybody's going to get fucked up and eaten or something like that. Nothing happened. It just, people started and they were all playing D&D, which was
what about that scene though in the basement? At least
that was cool. You could have cut to that.
Yeah, I mean, like you know, they're putting their binders.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I love that part, but
that was
30,
good.
the 38 minutes to get to that part, nah.
Yeah, but I mean, but it was like because you felt like, oh yeah, I mean, the actors are probably really feeling real emotions because it was like the last scene that they shot, and then of course it was like the passing of the torch because you had Mike looking at the younger children like Derek and his little sister Holly. You know, you got everybody like they're down. It's like passing the torch. And it was like, that was cool. And then, of course, that's the way it ends. I think that was like, they nailed absolutely that. Yeah. Like when it comes to
Hopper stuff. I mean, I just took for granted they were going to hook up. I mean, the other stuff is just, I didn't need to see it. And then a lot of people were like, well, how come they didn't do, like somebody was asking about the Russian dude with the Russian guy that helped them in season 4. Like, where did this guy go? He's in fucking Russia.
I couldn't care less about that storyline, and I feel bad.
His family is in Russia. He lives in Russia. What the hell is he going to be doing in Hawkins? What was that all? So all the questions, some of them are valid, but some of them are like, okay, sometimes you just can't enjoy shit, and but yeah, but not Game of Thrones season 8. That was them motherfuckers just wanting to go. They just wanted to leave.
But Conformity Gate was a weird thing because it was like when I saw it show up on my feed, and I was like, "What the?" I think it was Slav who posted it where I saw it first, and he said he went down and he was like this rabbit hole. I was like, because when you see the hashtag Conformity Gate, you don't know what the fuck it is because it's like it doesn't say Stranger Things Conformity Gate. It was just Conformity Gate, and I'm like, what is this? And I just clicked on the hashtag, and then all of a sudden I just went down that rabbit hole, and I went, oh my God, what? Like, and then I started texting my friends that like Stranger Things. I'm like, have you gone down this rabbit hole of Conformity Gate? And they're like, I saw something on my Instagram, and I don't know what it is. And then I started sending them stuff, and I'm like, well, there's this, and there's this. Because I went like an hour or so down the rabbit hole when I first found out about it. And I'm like, huh. And
so you thought there was an extra episode.
With Danny, when she saw that video from that girl that was like, that was one of the first videos I saw because it went so viral. And I was like, but I didn't really like her. I'm like, really? You're going to go by that? And I was like, nah.
That's what gives it away for you?
Yeah. And then when I started seeing the theories, then I was starting to go, oh, interesting, like, I mean, there were some things where I was like, it's interesting, but then I'm like going, oh, is this just going to reveal that the Duffer Brothers didn't know how to fucking end this thing? I mean, that's what it's going to
like Benioff and Wise.
Yeah, well, by the way, that's most shows.
Yeah.
Most shows don't end well.
Yeah.
Most shows don't have a perfect ending. Even the greatest shows don't have a great. So it's not like
that's not true. That's not true. Most shows have good endings. Well, not terrible. Most shows don't have terrible endings. But the Vampire Slayer had a great ending. Angel had a great ending. Smallville had a great ending. ER had a great ending.
Not ER, not really. ER
okay.
ER ended? I thought it was still going on.
Yeah, we had 10 years.
I didn't even watch the show.
No, I watched that show. I didn't like Seinfeld. There's a lot of shows because it's not easy to do.
That ending. I thought the Seinfeld ending was fine.
You spend all these years and everybody builds up their ending, their expectations, and nobody realizes that they're not the ones writing the story.
When it came to Seinfeld,
it was lazy and it was cowardly. It was lazy.
Like I said, that's like literally everything. It's the majority of season endings.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But when it comes to like sitcom endings, I don't like. How do you even end a sitcom? Like, like Seinfeld. I was like, I don't even know how you end that show. And I was like, all right, they had to figure out a way to bring back all these crazy characters, and they did that. I was like, all right, that's fine. And they all went to jail for a stupid little law thing. It was kind of dumb.
It was funny.
Yeah, but it was funny. I thought it was funny when they were bringing back like the soup Nazi and all these characters that showed. I was like, all right, that's fine. But I'm like, what are you expecting from this ending? Something like Breaking Bad. A lot of people didn't like how that ended. I was like, I was fine. Yeah, maybe there could have been.
That was a train wreck that they could have spread across 3 more episodes.
I mean, but that's the thing is like when you have a show, when you have these kind of shows that have like twists and turns, and then when you're trying to be like, all right, now here's going to be the ending. It's like I think that's got to be the most difficult thing is, trying to figure out how to stick that landing. I mean, going back to, when I was talking about when people were mentioning, like someone who's mentioned X-Files, did it have an ending? I mean, I'm trying to remember which ending are we talking about here, because
it could have ended after season 5.
The revival ending, is that going to be it? Now we got a revival series that's coming out with Coogler, or David Duchovny and
so that's an all-time great show.
Huh?
That X-Files is an all-time great show that had a disastrous ending.
Yeah.
After adding on 5 seasons that shouldn't have been there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I guess you could say
After you caught the car.
As soon as David Duchovny left, it was kind of like, all right. Then you bring in Robert Patrick
and Mimi Rogers. It wasn't just him leaving though. The story was over.
Yeah.
After seasons 4 and 5, the dog caught the car he'd been chasing the whole show. And after that happened, instead of pivoting, they just changed faces and they just tried to go after the same car again. Car's parked. You caught the car. So it really, that show should have taken a different course, because Law and Order has been on the air longer than some of your audience has been alive. And they find a way to keep that show new. They find to keep different angles. And X-Files could have stayed on forever. There was nothing left to tell in their minds after Fox, the Cigarette Smoking Man, the Ooze, all that stuff was over.
Well, the thing about X-Files is because they have, you have the initial story of the alien conspiracy and what Mulder was trying to uncover. But in the middle of that, you have like these random just one-off.
And Jersey Devil.
Yeah. You have all these one-off episodes. So I think that's why they were like trying to keep it alive, was because they could still have, we have the initial story where we can dedicate, a third of the episodes to, but then we can have these episodes where it's just one-off little crazy tales of like, like you said, like the Jersey Devil, or the Devil, or, somebody who has telekinesis over here in like, fucking, Butt, Montana, where it's like, hey, it's like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes I think shows nowadays, they need to like, I don't know. I think like, I think if the Duffer Brothers, when it comes to their next show, which apparently I don't know if it's gonna be Paramount or Netflix, who knows? I know they signed with Paramount.
It's on Netflix. It's called The Burrows.
Yeah, they talk about it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about a bunch of retirees in a home that find out, was it like people from the future trying to steal their time?
Yeah, which sounds interesting, but I just hope they already have.
It's like, damn it, that sounds interesting.
It does, but all I hope for is they have their ending. That's the thing, because anytime that I've had a like I said, when I talked about when I did writing, I always kind of had my beginning, middle, and end. I'm like, but I was like, this is what the ending I want to have, and I want to like, how do I reach this kind of weird ending? And like I said, when I was talking to you, Danny, about that one story that I definitely like, that was my favorite story, where I said
that you're going back to write.
Yes. Where I was like, the hook is like, you got this kid and you got this detective, and they're basically having like, why are they pointing guns at each other? And I'm like, but I already know the ending. So I was like, oh, and I found my beginning. And then it's all about filling in the whole story to get to that ending. And I essentially have a rough draft with that script. I'm not happy with it because I'm like, oh yeah, there's things in there. I'm like, what the fuck was I even thinking about? So, but I have that beginning and ending, and I'm like, I know where I'm getting, and I know the hook.
It's that point A to point B, man.
Yeah. But I'm like,
every time.
Exactly. So that's where.
But that's the fun part.
Yes, that is the fun part. For sure. And we got somebody else showing up right now.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Hey, Christopher.
Hey, Chris.
Hey.
What's going on, Chris?
Hey, buddy, how you been?
1 week down back from the holidays, so it's tired.
That first week back.
There's nothing more tiring than after a break.
And you work in like education, so you had a nice little break.
Mm-hmm. And I enjoyed it. And I do like getting back into routine, but it is tiring getting back into a routine.
And it's funny because in California, people are still off. Like my brother, who's a teacher,
Ooh.
he's still off. His first day back is this Monday coming up.
God bless him.
Yeah, so he's not looking forward to it, of course. Nah, he's fine, but it is funny because it's like I was like, wait, you have another week off, and it's like, yeah. I was like, oh, wow, that's cool.
Soak it up.
But yeah, oh yeah. So and
I don't do well without stuff to do every day. You know.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I had
Couldn't
stuff
even
to do. It's just there was more relaxing involved.
Yeah.
I don't do well with that. My relaxing is like, all right, that's it. I'm reorganizing everything.
I'm with you.
Everyone get out of my way.
Because there's times where my brother goes like, I just want to sit for a week and just do nothing. I'm like, I couldn't. I could probably.
No, I can't do that.
Half a day. I could do that for a half a day.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, I'm like, all right, I just have to get up, and I'm like, all right, I got to do something. I got to edit something. I got to write something. I got to.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't just sit on a couch and just binge or do, play video games. That's why I can't get into when people like ask me, like, you ever think about, fucking doing, like gaming and stuff like that? I'm like, if I do that, no, that's just gonna just take too much fucking time. I could like anytime that I get in, like when I got into like the Batman Arkham games, I mean, time would just what? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Fuck. Like what? Like because I get so involved with like, because my brain is just like, all right, I'm figuring this out. I'm doing this. And I that's very much how I am when it comes to video games. That's why I can't do it because I'll just get so, just in depth.
Do you feel like it kind of like steals your soul a little bit?
Like I'm into it. Like I'm just like, I already think reality is a simulation. I'm into this simulation. Yeah. So yeah, like when it came to Grand Theft Auto, oh man, I would play that for hours. I still remember the Mission Impossible game that came out. I was like young as fuck. It was like PlayStation 1. Oh, I beat that game in like a day because I was just because I love Mission Impossible so much. I just get so involved, and I'm like, now games just last for fucking ever because you could just, you could do the initial story, then you have side quests, and then it's this. Yeah. Like I remember when the Spider-Man game came out on PlayStation, like 3 or whatever the hell?
PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
4, yeah. I was so close. I remember specifically, I was in a Best Buy staring at the console, and I knew the game came with it. I was like, I could buy this. And then I went, no, it's going to take over my life. It's going to take over my life. I can't do this. And I backed away slowly. I was like, no, not going to do it. Not going to do it. I can't do this. It's just going to take over my life. Because I just get so.
Do you know what I do?
Yeah.
Do you know what I do? It's I don't know if it's a mom thing or just middle-aged white lady thing, but
maybe both. You never know.
Maybe both. But I have scheduled like every moment of every day for myself. And it's pretty much the only way that I can accomplish everything I need to for YouTube and the comic book and, the fam at the same time. But I'm so, crazy about this schedule that if Dave will look and he's like, hi, honey, I just want to, no, now I'm behind. I have to stick to the schedule. Like right now, I am 2 hours and 45 minutes past my bedtime.
Oh, I know. We're keeping you up right now. I know. And like I said, whenever you want to go, just let me know.
I'll probably have to go before too long because my voice is starting to go.
I get it. No, but I'm the same. It's funny too because when it comes to like my brother or my mom, when they forget like when I stream, they forget. They're like, oh yeah, you're streaming. I'm like, yes, I'm streaming during this time. It's like what you're like, why are you scheduling like dinners, things, events? When I do this, don't you? And I'm like, come on, it's like Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays.
I try that, man. Like sometimes now, even when I'm trying to write something for a website that I just discovered, I was like, oh, I want to do this. But then when I'm writing, I near it and I'm like, I see a book and I'm like, should I continue with this book? Fuck, I don't want to read it. I don't want to look past the TV show one night. I'm like, fuck, should I continue writing? I'm like, God damn it. And sometimes when I set up something, I look at it again and it'd be the day of and I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to do that today. No, I don't want to do this today. Yo, do this instead. And it's an amalgamation of just like adding and subtracting stuff to do it, and it just convoluted as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the same with you, Dave, when it comes down to video games. Like, I literally spend hours playing games, but I have to limit myself because I got to make time for family. I got to make time for YouTube stuff. And it's like, I only get a certain amount of time for doing YouTube content anyway. And it's like, okay, so if I'm going to do YouTube, I have to spend this much hours. I can't spend 5-6 hours on the PlayStation playing, Spider-Man or Batman Arkham or the Lego Batman game with 007 First Light, for that matter.
Oh, that's coming out too, right? Or is it already coming out?
No, it hasn't come out yet. It's got delayed.
It is coming out, and it's like, that's going to take.
Here's the funny thing. It's coming out on the same day as Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Oh, it's only Lego Batman.
I actually want that game. I actually want that game.
Luckily enough, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, if you get the deluxe edition, you get to play 3 days early. So I'm just doing that.
See, I'd get addicted. I'd be like 400 pounds with a beard, no job, nothing if I played those games. That's why I don't play anymore. Not that I don't think they're cool. I know me. I get on there like Call of Duty, and you never see me again.
That's the thing. It's like that's what happens. I mean, I remember one time it was like when GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 was the thing. I remember my buddy, my good buddy Kyle. He spent the night at my house. I don't know how old we were. We were still in high school or whatever the fuck. And he spent the night. We just like woke up the next day and just started playing GoldenEye versus mode. And next thing we know, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. It was like, oh shit. He was like, I should probably go home. It was Sunday. He was like, yeah, I should probably go home. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck? The time just goes by. Like, and that's the thing. Like, it just too much of that. I mean, there's some times where I fall down rabbit holes, like the goddamn Conformity Gate rabbit hole. And all of a sudden it's like, oh shit. It's been 2 hours. I've been going like watching these goddamn videos, but at the same time, I don't mind that because then I could utilize that for this, where it can be productive and be like, hey, we're discussing this, we're having discussions. But when it comes to video, unless I'm dedicating some content to video games, it's just going to be too much a waste of time, which I could probably fit that in there. If I didn't have the day job, maybe I could do a video game portion of the channel or something like that, or have a dedicated thing. Yeah. But I just can't do that right now because I still have a 40-hour week job that I have to do. So if I didn't have that, maybe.
I just have to kind of like dabble a little bit. Like I'll play a little bit of video games at one point, do a little reading at another point, do some podcasting at another point, and just dabble a little bit and just say, you know what? I can't even do people say you should do a book challenge. No, because I did that stresses me out because now I've got to hit something because then I don't do it I just don't do it to enjoy. Then it's just like for people that's a goal, great, not knocking it, but if I don't finish a video, if I've got 1 or 2 hours and I decide to devote a little bit of that to video game, fine. If I don't beat the game, it's gonna be there. I continue on and eventually get back to it and just kind of that keeps the enjoyment for me going, and I don't feel like I have to do something. It just is there for when the time is there. So
when Last of Us Part 2 came out in advance time, I asked for a weekend off, a weekend and the following Monday, because I was like, if my suspicion is right, this game is gonna be dark as hell, and I want at least a day to
that'll
recover.
Probably happen with GTA 6.
Yeah,
for a lot of people, that they may take a week off.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that doesn't come out till November, by the way. Funnily enough,
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking that's going to get delayed.
Yeah,
that's like a win's a winner. That shit
we had faith, in it. Let's talk about this though. Let's talk about Sebastian Stan. Is he our Harvey Dent? Harvey Dent. Danny, you were going around going like, hey, this is not confirmed yet, which I was appreciating that you did that because I'm like, I hate it
Matt
when
Reeves.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Matt Reeves because I hate it when THR or these these big trades do that whole thing where they casually if you're subscribed to the fucking email listing or whatever the hell, and they just kind of casually drop some kind of information they don't actually drop like an actual article. I'm like, is this mean it's legit or what?
They didn't drop anything. Is the thing. They dropped this newsletter, and the hyperlink, when you click it, it takes you to the article from the 6th, which was what, Tuesday, Wednesday? And it was the article that says he was in talks to play not even Harvey Dent, just in talks for a role in the movie. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's all everybody like BS.
I mean, I posted about it. I'm like, here we go. And I'm like, paging Matt Reeves, post the GIF, please. Because,
dude,
yeah.
Even new rock stars immediately did a live stream saying, it's official. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's not official yet.
Where did it come from? Where did it even originate? Because even before his stylist.
Oh, don't even say it. Don't even say
it. That was AI. That was AI. Yeah, I know. Stylist posted AI. But every time they posted, well, I told you exactly where it came from. The Hollywood Reporter posted an article earlier this week saying that Sebastian Stan was in talks to join the Batman 2. And then they posted this newsletter, Hollywood Heat, or whatever it's called, today, and on the list said Sebastian Stan meet Harvey Dent, and it said joining the Batman 2. When you click on joining,
I just clicked on
it takes you to the article saying that he's just in talks. So it was just BS. It's just total BS. It was just to get clicks. There's no official announcement from anyone working on the film whatsoever.
But when Scarlett Johansson weren't they trying to talk about that when she got casted? Because I didn't pay too much attention to it because it didn't come from Reeves.
He eventually confirmed it. He does his little GIF at that point. That's how we know where that it's true when he does his little like tip of the hat. So he hasn't done that yet.
Yeah. So I just think fans just get ahead of the game sometimes.
Well,
it's funny.
They do.
It's excited.
Yeah.
It's funny too because, like, you know, I mean, as soon as I heard that he was in talks, I immediately was like, "Oh, he's Harvey Dent. There's no way he's nothing else." And
however,
it could be a lot of different things.
It could be.
However, Matt Reeves himself said they're not doing something that's been done 100 times. They're doing something that's never been done in live action before.
That's why I went
but
for
at the same time, there still could be a Harvey Dent.
Oh yeah,
I think it's Tommy Elliott.
Could be, or it could be Talon, who technically
I think
Talon.
They're going to do all these other things don't fit.
Yeah,
most of the things you have to understand the universe he's built and the tone he's set kind of eliminates some of these things.
But not Tommy Elliott. Tommy Elliott would fit perfect. He's a surgeon.
You could do quarter biology. You could do both of those. I mean, but
you could.
Some of the other stuff is like.
And we got somebody else that's joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Phil?
I don't know why that makes you
and playing. I don't know. Probably Harvey Dent.
Yeah, you joined in right at the perfect moment. But and thank you for joining, Phil. Thank you. And it was funny because like the last thing that was saved in my computer was actually your Patreon, Danny. So I sent that to Phil. I was like, oops.
Oh, well, thank you for joining as a free member.
I did do that because I'm broke as a joke at the moment.
But
I was actually listening to an old show of mine because my friend Craig and I have been doing a Batman podcast. And obviously, the new movie is going into production later this year. And I had just been listening because we did an episode of villains we want to see in the Batman universe. And I was waiting to see which one of us had said Two-Face first. And the funny thing was initially Craig had mentioned that, I want to see Sophia Falcone in the sequel. And then I had mentioned, I was like, oh no, she'd be a perfect antagonist for the Penguin in the Penguin show. And then sure enough, Christian Milioti ended up getting that role. And I was hearing that, I was like, oh, that's dope. But I really do think, and I've been saying this for years, there's no way that this movie doesn't happen and Harvey Dent is not in it in some capacity with the way that movie ends.
Yeah, there's got to be a Harvey Dent, but at the same time, you know, like I said, it's still. And Mr. Balga, you had an interesting little, you know, kind of idea when it came to Scarlett Johansson. It's like, because we have to remember that not everything's going to be perfectly adapted. So sometimes when it comes to movies, you have to kind of maybe combine things. You got to kind of like combine storylines, and maybe characters are gonna be like. But yeah, what did you say?
Well, I mean, we know Scarlett's in the movie. A lot of the theories going around and is saying she's Gilda Dent. Well, you know, they must be doing, you know, Long Halloween, the Holiday Killer, things like that. Well, to Matt Reeves keeps, like y'all said, we're going to do something that hasn't been done before. Well, you can have Gilda. Why can't Gilda be our new Phantasm?
They did something like Long Halloween.
Okay, so yes, this is what I was saying on my stream the other day, is what if she is Andrea Beaumont and they're doing Mask of the Phantasm with her, and that Sebastian Stan is Tommy Elliott, and that later, because Hush, you got to build up, right? So maybe in this movie, she's the antagonist, she's Andrea Beaumont, she is the Mask of the Phantasm, and then later, Tommy Elliott becomes Hush. But in this, he's just Thomas Elliott, surgeon, BFF of.
See, that's the thing.
Bruce.
It's like, and there could very well be something like that. Like, I love that idea of like, yeah, you have like characters, and then maybe you just tweak them a little bit where, you know. And when you said that in the chat earlier, Chris, I was like, oh, that's intriguing. Like, yeah. Well, maybe they don't have her as Andrea Beaumont, but they have her as Gilda, and she is Phantasm. And then, you know, you do have Harvey Dent, and then that kind of like it all. I mean, who knows what Matt Reeves is coming up?
I mean, but say what you want about like Scarlett Johansson at that point. She's not going to sign up to be in a Matt Reeves movie to be a simple love interest.
No,
I mean, I think a lot higher of her as an actress, as someone who's done very well for their career. That's just not going to sign up just for the necessary paycheck. She's got enough paychecks right now, where she doesn't necessarily need to do that. But something that challenges her in a different way and gets her a different look at her, if she is going to be quote unquote in a antagonist villain role. We don't see she's had a few roles like that, but not a lot. So I don't see her just being a simple romantic interest as some of the other female leads have been in some of the Batman movies.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like that.
Did he say we're not going to do something that's been done over again? But I thought it was more to the character that the main villain was somebody we haven't seen on screen again. Or did
Yes, that's what he said.
I think it was the latter, yeah.
That is what he said.
Not that I want Harvey Dent. I think there are better options, but I've seen him on screen before. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
A million times.
Yeah, he's not going to be.
I don't. That's
and again, I'm like, what I said at the beginning, I was like, Harvey Dent is just, you know, we have to remember that he's not just Two-Face. Like, Harvey Dent is pivotal just as Harvey Dent, you know, and even like when it came to the Dark Knight, he was, you know, very, you know, I mean, that was one of the reasons why Bruce was like, hey, this is the guy that we need, so then I can not be Batman and kill myself. You know, that was like the whole, you know, thing when it came to that. And the Joker in the Dark Knight, his whole like thing was just to break down Harvey Dent and turn him into a villain, which he achieved. And then, of course, you know, Batman Bruce was like, hey, you know, we can't make him look like he went bad. To make that to me, and then, you know, I'll be the bad guy. I'm the one that killed those people, not him. Harvey Dent.
I just watched that movie last night too. That funny you mentioned that. I literally
see again. That's taking the concepts of those characters and tweaking them a little bit, which is Christopher Nolan did very well. So now Matt Reeves' turn to do that, and I'm like, okay. And I even like when I posted videos or even the streams, people are like, we've already seen Harvey Dent and blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, he's not going to be the villain. There's going to be a whole other villain. God knows who that is going to be, but
it's not Two-Face. You're saying we won't see Two-Face, which you're suspecting. Right?
No, I think there will be a Two-Face. I think eventually there'll be I think there will be a Two-Face, but I just don't. He's not going to be the
immediately
main villain.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
What if it's not? What if it's not Two-Face, but instead his other alter ego, which is the Judge? Because he has had
Judge like in the.
That is no. They're not going to do that because you need Two-Face to get to the Judge. That you can't do that fast. But when it comes to
that would be insane.
Harvey Dent in this movie, number one, the person who scars him in the Long Halloween is already dead as far as this universe's canon is concerned, i.e. Maroni. He's out of the picture. So if they are going to turn Two-Face, Harvey Dent into Two-Face at some point in this second film, which I feel like would retread the Dark Knight in some respect, but if they're going to do it, it's going to be different already. Like it's not going to be acid on the face from Maroni. They're going to do something different if they are going to go down the route of turning Harvey Dent into Two-Face in this movie, which I don't know that they would do. But considering Matt Reeves really likes toying with villain origins as opposed to Batman, the Batman origin, I could see that being a definite possibility.
Yeah, you keep him hanging. Like, is he going to turn? Is he not going to turn? Like the whole time, and yet you come to like him as an iteration. And then it's like, when is the turn going to happen? Is it going to even happen in this movie? If
is he even in the movie? So, but right now, there's just so I'm not crazy. There is nothing official indicating that.
No.
Nothing from DC, nothing from Matt Reeves.
Nothing. Okay. I have a video on my a little like 50 or 40-second clip on my YouTube channel that absolutely shows you that it is not official.
Yeah,
it is total crap.
It could still happen.
Again, there's all theories from what we've said here to Court of Owls, but nothing has ever been confirmed of hints, ideas leading towards those are just, it's a subjective opinion based on theories, which is fun, but until we hear it, until we see it, it's all just nice theories to kind of talk about.
And even then, some of these villains don't even track with the rumored sequel that was rumored years ago that they set up. So I just find all of this absolutely hilarious. You have, Joe Jackass on Twitter posting whatever fucking rumor they can about this movie and the runtime of Avengers Doomsday. It's just funny to me,
God.
Dude, I literally had some guy on Twitter try to tell me that usually the studios aren't the one who officially announce anything. Usually it's a leaker, a scooper who leaks it on the internet. And I said, dude, I don't know how to tell you this, but no scooper has ever officially announced anything ever with a leaker, anything otherwise.
I mean, they think they can, and they think they can get a vendetta over these studios, but then they just wind up getting blacklisted and looking like a complete fucking idiot, Jeff Snyder.
Like Jeff Snyder.
Jeff Snyder. I mean,
I love you.
I know, and that's
fuck that dude.
When I see we call him Regina Snyder on my channel.
Oh, really?
Regina
I call
George
him the
Snyder.
Rat. I call him the Rat.
He is.
He looks like a rat. Yeah.
He does. He's an awful suspect human being.
No, but I actually saw people like, oh yeah, you gotta commend Jeff Snyder. He called this. I'm like, how did he call this? Like, as soon as I saw that Sebastian Stan was in talks, I immediately went, oh, there's Harvey Dent. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, Jeff Snyder. And then all of a sudden I see Jeff Snyder is saying that Sebastian Stan is going to play Harvey Dent. I'm like, I mean, anybody could just, if you're hearing that this certain actor is in talks and you look at him, you go, yeah, Harvey Dent.
He's a horrible person.
Yeah, that guy is.
I have personal reasons why I have very.
Really?
He's just, well, yeah. I mean,
he's disgusting.
Bo DeMaio is a friend of mine. And what he did to Bo is absolutely horrendous. He had the Disney went to Jeff and said, we want you to tell everyone that Bo is a predator. Didn't ask for any kind of details or complaining witnesses, nothing. Just went around telling people that Bo was a predator. No proof, nothing. Just that. And he did that. And people ran with that story.
But it's fine, Danny, because this is the same guy who broke the fucking story that Jabba the Hutt's kid's going to be in Mando and Grogu. Fuck Jeff Snyder.
But you're right, Phil. Silly me, I
Dude
forgot.
is such a fucking punk. And people tell me, awful. You wouldn't say this to his face. No, fuck that. I will tell
yes,
that
I would. I have said it to him.
Fucking would.
Yeah,
I have said it to him, and then he blocked me. He called me a loser.
He blocked me like 7 years ago.
Rub it in my face.
See, you know what? I feel like I don't even feel like humble bragging this, but at the same time, I feel like I have the one up on you guys because you guys didn't get direct DMs from him on your personal Facebook accounts.
Did you? Oh, you
I
got
did.
I'm so jealous.
I told you about this. I called him a classless thief
on
because
Facebook of all things.
He tried to break the story about Issa Rae getting the voice for Spider-Woman, and Boris Kitt was like, "Yeah, thanks for like giving me the credit of the story I just broke, dude." And I was like, "Yeah, Jeff Snyder, a classless thief as always." Dude then blocks me on his Twitter account, blocks me on Collider, and then direct messages me on Facebook saying, "Classless thief, huh?" I've been so tempted this last year just be like messaging back and be like, "Yeah, you're a fucking rat, dude. Fuck you." Straight up, fuck that guy.
Suspect human being.
Remember when he was doing that whole? He was having a crash out about like calling the FBI on something. Whenever the hell, remember that whole thing? What was that whole thing?
I remember that. Ray gives him shit for it. I laugh every time Ray brings it up.
Speaking of Ray, yeah, good thing you said that right now because guess who's backstage?
Ray.
There it is.
Peter never mentioned to me to stay backstage.
Perfect timing.
All right, let me stretch the trashing muscles here because
Wait,
you brought
hold
up
on. It's a little blurry and I'm squinting. It's wearing an X-Men shirt. Is it, Bo?
I'm gonna mute
He's
myself.
wearing an X-Men shirt. He's ready.
He might be Bo.
Ray,
light-skinned.
Danny, Ray, Danny.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. No, we're in Chattanooga FBI trashing mode right now. Here we go. So,
okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, because I remember that whole thing.
Yeah, that's my name for him. I call him Chattanooga FBI. That fucking punk. Seriously. Like, and I was part of his blockchain as well when I was still on Twitter because he is literally the epitome of what is everything worse. The worst kind of Scooper madness. Because literally and the whole reason he went on his whole tirade where Gunn blacklisted him is because he's pissed that his source of revenue is getting destroyed because somebody is now actually calling his shit out. Because for years, it's funny. I saw a post earlier tonight because there's rumors running rampant about Blade and shit with Marvel.
Oh yeah,
and Black Girl Nerds actually posted that Marvel Studios needs to get a James Gunn type to start debunking their rumors. And I said, wow, we have come full circle. Because if you had told any of us during the DC Films, DCEU era that anybody would ever be saying that about Marvel Studios, it's like, wow, what do you know? She's not wrong. But he is like a chief proponent of that bullshit. And it's all a grift and it's all lies. And it's all just for the sake of leading the blind. And there was a post in Reddit, in the DC Cinematic Reddit yesterday. Wonder Woman is reportedly being cast for Man of Tomorrow, with James Gunn said to have met with actresses for the role ahead of the holidays. Batman is expected to be referenced, but will not physically appear in the film. Before I could even look at who it was, I already knew who the fuck it was. Yep. Via at the instant motherfucker.
I hate it when I see that.
And so now it turns into, now I must let everyone know. Bullshit. Do not follow this. And that's when a guy comes up and is like, but I don't trust Gunn anymore either because he was only he told us Brainiac wasn't in the movie and he was only technically correct. I'm like, that's not something to debunk, right?
Yeah.
Any one of us saw the fucking signs that Brainiac was going to be in the fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like
Gunn was trying to do like a thing where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just having fun. And I was like, oh yeah, we know he's in it, but you're having
just don't want to release it yet. Like wait till I want to tell you.
Yeah, we know you're trying to do a thing, and it was
you
fun.
Have an interesting super chat there. That'd be an interesting.
Oh shit, I didn't see what's super chat. I do have
super chat.
Oh yeah, Skeptic say, what Scooper do you guys despise more? Daniel RBK, Casey Walsh. Oh, don't even get me started on that guy.
Oh my god.
Non or Nexus Point. Now, Nexus Point News, I will give those people much more credibility than probably any of the other ones. I used to say Daniel RBK was like
higher track
okay,
record
but then he started getting a little too, Casey Walsh, that guy, I think he's blocked me too because
I will box that loser for charity.
I
don't
hate this.
Give a shit.
I hate this entire fucking list, but Walsh is probably number one.
But Nexus Point News, not too bad because I haven't talked to them directly, but I know people that have, so it's like, but yeah, Viewer Non,
Yeah, I remember that one. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, Viewer Anon, not so great. But what happened when it came to the Chattanooga FBI thing? Why was he crashing out about that? I was trying to remember exactly why, Ray.
It was during the DC films there, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
He what was it he said? Like
that's what I was trying to remember. It was like 2018 or
he claimed he was getting threats. He claimed that he was getting threats from DC fans, and that he was going to call he knew people. He was going to call his buddies, the Chattanooga FBI, and get them like arrested. Like he literally posted this shit on Twitter. Like what?
Yes, that's what it was.
That's right. Yeah.
And then I posted a video, and I posted it on Twitter, and I tagged him, and I just posted a quick video where I was literally like, I had my phone. I'm like, who's been telling lies about me? And I was like pointing at like pictures of like Batman and Superman. I'm like, was it you? Or maybe it was you? And then I tagged him in it, and that's when he blocked me. This was like in 2017 or 18.
Yeah.
And he blocked me ever since. And I was like, because he was like, he was having a crash out. I remember it was so fucking funny.
He's had a few crash outs.
Well,
he's very soft. He gets ass mad very easily.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he crashed out on me. Said, "Oh well, my instincts tell me you're a total loser."
Oh god.
That's
blocked me. But guys, I'm so sorry. I gotta go.
Yes, it's way past your bedtime. I know, but Danny, this has been fun as always. And like I said, guys, please subscribe to her Patreon. Let's support her venture. Again, like I said, I've read.
Gotta get it funded.
Yes, gotta get it funded, and I'm gonna support. Hopefully, we get some other people's support.
Nice meeting you briefly.
Nice.
I know you.
What was that, Will?
Send me a DM. You can come on our show.
But I'm saying she's cooking some good shit here, because I read, she sent me pages and I went, oh,
don't put it that way. Sounds like Breaking Bad type of analogy.
Oh, jeez.
Hey man, if you like vampires and Greek mythology, James Bond, and indie comics,
see, that's the thing.
I'm your girl.
Wow, that's a lovely combination. I like that already.
I
went to
Patreon.com/comicsand. Let's get this puppy made.
I went to a comic book store today, and I got the Arkham special for Absolute Batman, and I actually stared at the there's a creator-owned section there. Yeah, it's a great book. I read it. It even kind of touches on things with the Absolute Joker a little bit, and kind of.
I was trying to say bye, Phil.
I know. Goodbye.
Being pulled away.
Well.
Oh man, good times. But yeah, she's definitely cooking something good. She sent me some pages, and they're
she knows Bird and Mail. Wow, that's crazy.
Okay. Yeah, she's interviewed him. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I remember that whole bullshit a couple of years ago, man.
So she had him on her channel, so it's pretty good. We also got Tony Movie Chappie Dean thoughts on. Oh yeah, there's that.
Oh, it's that time of year again for this bullshit rumor to pop up.
I know it's like this happens every 7 months.
Here's the thing, if I may. Okay, so like this comes up every year. Nerd Magga brings this up every year.
I'd say every 6 months now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even. 6 months. That's a little too generous.
The reality of the situation is that at some point, Kathleen Kennedy will actually retire, and Dave Filoni probably will be put in charge of Lucasfilm. But when they actually officially say it is when I will actually believe it. I don't care who else, whatever. They've been preying on her downfall since the sequel trilogy, and they hate everything she does on Disney Plus. And
except Andor,
right? Exactly.
Which to point out, Dave Filoni is not a fan of. That is not his cup of tea. So be careful what you wish for with Dave Filoni taking over.
Mine too.
Well, and beyond that, the other thing that really, and this is me showing my age, but I just love the fact that it's all these younger. I know that everybody that trashes her is younger and does not understand the pedigree that she's connected to, because she's literally part of the original Amblin crew with Frank Marshall and Spielberg. Like, she's been part of this group for decades.
Yeah.
You don't just excommunicate that person. She's in too deep from the beginning.
And for
she was there at the start of it all.
for such goofy reasoning too. Like, she ruined my childhood. The sequel trilogy is an abysmal stain on Star Wars history. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. 10 Ways to Sunday, you dumb son of a bitch. Oh my god, 3 fucking movies. I feel like I'm in 2005 all over again. Holy shit. And last time in 2005 I was 13. Now I'll be 34 in 10 days. Oh, good lord.
Yeah, like again,
yes, John, you're absolutely right.
To exist to still, yes.
John, you're absolutely right. Yes.
Before the
thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that.
100%.
Why would she step down in the middle before the movie she announced not too long ago are even out in theaters? Like, if you're gonna step down, wait till the stuff you announced are already out in the wind, and then you go, all right, peace, y'all. I've done my time.
Yeah, take your victory lap, right? If it does well, yeah.
This is not a Walter Hamada situation. Like, you don't just, lose your fucking job because you suck at it. No, she's going to gracefully exit the way she wants to because, ready, step in. She's actually good at her fucking job when you people aren't. Okay, anyway.
Yes, she's been, honestly,
she's been impeccable at her
all
job.
The things.
And
I think she's again, I'll say that, like, for me, although I didn't hate the sequel trilogy, I didn't love all of them, but like I did feel the turbulence, and I think by now she's been like, yeah, we could have done better with that. And it's like, all right, in television, I've seen spades and like range.
I don't think I think she if you got her in one-on-one, she would admit that they didn't necessarily handle the Rogue One situation well. They certainly didn't handle Solo well. No, right? Like they were, and I like both of those movies. I enjoy both of those films.
I prefer
the way things went behind the scenes, with between Gilroy and Edwards, and then certainly what happened with Lord and Miller. Like, no, probably if she could hit the the reverse Omega-13 button and take all that, I'm sure she would do it differently. Those situations were not handled well at all.
And I've met her in person. Like, she does not come off like a full-on suit. Like, when I met her, she came off very decent and like humble, and she was like, "Hi, nice to meet you. Like, are you enjoying the event?" I was like, "Yeah." Like,
because again, that's Amblin. Like, that's all those guys, all those creators, everybody involved in that group. That's where they started. They started as creatives, right? And putting things together.
Point to me someone in the entertainment industry that has 100% batting record that's perfect. I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
It's not Feige anymore.
And also, again,
it wasn't Feige even then.
No, I agree with you, but the perception was that he was perfect.
And it's the flip side with Dave. I'm like, Dave hasn't even gotten his movie out yet. I'm like, I do not want him running the whole place or co-running the whole place while still trying to make a movie. No, get your feet wet, get through Ahsoka season 2, get that big culminating film, and then if he's hungry for it, all right,
if we get that culminating film.
I really hope so, man.
If Mando doesn't go well,
I really hope so.
Mando's going to be a very interesting case study because this isn't your typical epic like event Star Wars movie. This is one that is like extended from the Disney Plus era. So it isn't just a case of, well, the Star Wars fans, if you make it, they will come. And it also doesn't have like the big draws that would bring in the general audience. There is no Luke, I am your father. There is no Skywalker saga directly connected to it. So you're counting on people that either watch the show or are aware of the show to see it. And it'll be very interesting to see exactly how it does.
If this cost as much as a season of The Mandalorian, anywhere under the $200 million range, I don't know that they have a lot to be worried about. And this is the only film that I think Lucasfilm is doing this year. Granted, Disney has a bunch of other shit on their catalog, and that's whatever. But as far as like Lucasfilm specifically is concerned, they have this one movie this year, Ahsoka season 2, Starfighter next year, and they actually just put out a whole big expose about Starfighter. Ronan, you shared it in the Discord that we're in. I think was it yesterday, day before that.
Yeah, not to that. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Tom Cruise filmed
something for the Starfighter movie, and I was like,
lightsabers,
a lightsaber battle.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, at first it was funny because I first saw like on Twitter, like it was discussing film that posted, or like Tom Cruise like filmed a scene, a lightsaber duel, and I was like, wait, at first I thought, wait, we're gonna get Tom Cruise wielding a lightsaber. I went, oh my god, and then they they edited their tweet.
Clarified
like,
it. Yeah.
He was behind this.
He was behind the
holding
camera.
the camera. He wasn't even literally filming. I was like, oh, he filmed it. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
But I was like, for a moment there, I'm like, wait, Tom Cruise just like showed up on set and like, put me in
Star Wars.
He showed up on a helicopter.
So
then on the studio lot, they played the Mission Impossible theme as the helicopter descended. He hops out. He was just supposed to hang out. He ended up filming a fucking scene for Sean Levy. And Sean Levy's like, I can't fucking believe it. Tom Cruise is filming a scene for my Star Wars movie right now. So when people watch this movie next year in theaters and they see this fight, then they will know, if anyone, probably all of us 7, 8 nerds, we're going to be like, Tom Cruise filmed that.
Yeah. He said it in a joking way. And then Tom apparently leaped in and was like, give me the camera.
Yep.
And he's like, all right.
You can't joke with him about film. He will take that shit seriously.
Yeah, no.
If anyone's gonna take that shit seriously,
he takes 2 things seriously: Scientology and filmmaking.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
He will hang upside down holding a camera if you wanted to. Like,
yes, he will.
Upside down from some rafters, like fucking 80 feet up. He will do that.
If
like, you need the shot,
decided-
I'll get the shot for you. I got it.
If he was like, if he was a part of Lucasfilm, he would have already figured out how to make lightsabers real, or an actual battle that they would fight in space. Somehow.
But to your point of a test, Mando's one test, Starfighter's another test of no connection to anything
on its
in
own
the sense of outside of the lore.
Outside of the fact that it's 5 years after Rise of Skywalker.
After 9.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I was God. I mean, again, just shows you how sometimes the trades just suck. I talked about this on Monday's Film Junkie Live. They were talking about 2026 movies, and they used like a split, like, I forgot what the other image was, but it was also Ryan Gosling, and they were talking about like what's going to be a definite box office hit, what's going to be maybe a hit, and what maybe like be questionable or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
And they, obviously Ryan Gosling has Project Hail Mary. They used the shot of him that was a shot from Starfighter.
Oh, him holding the thing.
And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, Variety, you're this bad at your job where you chose a picture of Ryan Gosling from the Star Wars movie that's coming out in 2027, as opposed to a shot from him from an actual trailer that we already have for Project
I'm sorry. You mean the same Variety that claims no one knows who Clayface is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That Variety? Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's what it's just. It doesn't. It's amazing. It's amazing that they still get things that wrong. Like,
didn't they leave Supergirl off of that listing of like not making any money at all? Like,
no, they didn't. They actually had Supergirl in there. I think in that article,
I saw someone share something like that on Threads.
Well, there was a thing about China and their top.
Yes, China's most anticipated movie, Supergirl's not on the list, but like Avengers and Brand New Doomsday and Brand New Day are on that list. So now the narrative is China doesn't want the DCU.
Yeah,
that's
which I'm like, you know what? I mean, it's whatever. It's China,
sensationalism is what it is.
Yeah,
well, to be fair, if you look at China's box office with the last couple of Marvel movies, no, they haven't really.
That's what I said. That's what I said when I talked about it.
However,
I did a whole thing where I was like, they didn't give a shit about Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, or
they didn't.
However, Marvel and Japan specifically, more than anything, they love Spider-Man and they absolutely love the Avengers.
Yeah.
Hundo.
So it doesn't shock me. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't shock me that they don't give a shit about Supergirl or Clayface. Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking forward to this. We know what's going to happen, right? Just prepare yourselves for all of the narratives, but no rational individual, none of any of us, no rational individual is going into this year comparing Supergirl and Clayface to Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday. We are not. There is no. Not in the way you're thinking. And here, no one here is going to do that.
Right. However, someone like me or someone like Ronan or Talati or maybe even Chris, we're all going to look at these comic book films and be like, okay, how differently are they? And why do we like it?
Yes, but that's why I said rational, Phil, because the irrational people are just going to look at the box office,
right,
and go, well, and it's going to be no, absolutely not. This is such a, like, I saw it, again, people speculating on how much does Supergirl need to make. It's gotta beat Superman. It's gotta make $1 billion.
It's not gonna beat.
Well,
Superman.
it's a pointless fucking argument because Superman only made $100 million more than the biggest Marvel movie of last year, Fantastic Four. Big fucking deal. The money is the lowest common denominator topic you can talk about when it comes to this shit.
Wait for. I hate saying it, but wait for the discussion if it doesn't make close to Superman money, Supergirl, you're going to get, see, a woman can't lead
you're going to get that.
I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying, wait, it's going to happen.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what they're going to say. Yep.
You shouldn't expect that kind of money from a derivative character anyway. I mean, generally, for the most part. I don't expect
anything out of it. I'm looking forward to a good story and show me what you can do with a character that hasn't been on the big screen in a while.
And the thing that's going to drive that movie is Amelia Alcock.
I want
absolutely.
If you want to have a rational conversation about like box office expectations for the DCU, your starting point needs to be that they are in their phase 1.
Yeah.
And if you go back to phase 1 of the MCU, none of their movies made $1 billion until the first Avengers film because it was the first big team up.
Even to that point, none of their films even made close to what Superman or Man of Steel made.
Correct.
When those
the closest one I think was Iron Man 2, which made over $600 million. I think that might have been closer to Superman's money, but the first one did not, and certainly Thor and Captain America, First Avenger, and certainly not Incredible Hulk. None of those did. So, but that's where your starting point has to be when you were starting a universe. Especially with like ancillary characters, the characters that people are, because you hear this too. Well, not every, because I think Variety even said this. Not every character deserves a movie. Motherfuckers, Ant-Man has a trilogy.
Yeah.
Thor has 4 solo movies.
Oh god,
the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah.
Special for them. Yeah.
Somebody got really pissed off in the Reddit because when somebody brought this up, that's the first line of defense. There's a Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, and somebody was
made $2.5 billion.
That was like the first. That was the first like head turn. It was like when that movie was announced. It's like, wow, okay.
Yes, you're right, Chris. Because the revisionist history now is that the reason that's a bad example is because Marvel was in its heyday and they were printing money. Hey, okay, listen, children.
That does not.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 was the 10th MCU film. Okay, before that, it was... I remember that came out in 2014. And I remember the conversation. I will give Shonda full credit for this. Shonda, going into that year, there were 4 comic book movies that were on our radar. Actually, no, there were 3 comic book movies that were on our radar. X-Men Days of Future Past, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and Captain America the Winter Soldier. She said that Captain America the Winter Soldier was going to be the best movie of the year, and she's still right. She's still right to this day. But the point is, Guardians of the Galaxy wasn't even on our fucking radar coming into 2014. And we legitimately thought, that might be the first clunker.
I heard that a lot of people thought that was going to be the
I remember when the trailer leaked. The trailer leaked. And then people were like, what the fuck? And I remember I was like, oh shit, the trailer leaked. And I remember I like put it on my website when I had my website like full on running. And like people were like, oh, I got to see this. And it was like, oh yeah, you can download it right here. I was like doing weird, stupid shit like back then. I was like, oh, go ahead and download that. I was doing scummy shit. I was like, I didn't like it when I was doing that stuff.
It being the 10th movie
you were gonna be like, hey, shit leaked. You want to download it right here? I was basically going like, hey, if you want to see the leak, it's over here. But it was funny because when that thing leaked, and I remember I was not familiar with the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Same.
But everybody like went, oh, what the fuck is this? This is like, hey, they're changing something up. This is something different. This is something different. And look what happened. I mean, that trilogy ended up making like $2.5 billion.
I want you to argue that movie birthed a whole fucking cult of fans.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Certainly.
Yeah,
it was my Star Wars.
That some people don't like. Yeah, I get it.
Those
But
prior 9 movies did lend credibility to them being able to take that gamble, though. That wouldn't have been the first movie in the universe.
The first and the third films are like
Second
high tier MCU for me. And no, you're right. It did lend them credibility to make them.
Yeah.
But this idea that Marvel was making $1 billion every movie, like before then, no. At that point,
no, that's definitely
at that point they had like Avengers had made 1.5 billion, and then Iron Man 3 made 1.2 billion. Like, and then that was in movie 7, right? After that, For the Dark World, I think hit like 700 million. And then Captain America: The Winter Soldier was around the same amount. So it wasn't like Marvel was just up and rolling. I mean, they were building momentum, certainly. But this idea that the first Guardians film was like this, Marvel can do no wrong. No, they were 10 movies in. You hadn't even gotten to phase 3 yet.
It was lying in the bottle.
Right.
Well, and then, that's what's so funny too is like, and then when especially when Gunn, when James Gunn, like in an interview, especially when it comes to Supergirl, and he did it recently, what he keeps on going like, oh yeah, Supergirl is like Guardians. And when people go, oh my God, I'm like, I don't know how many times I have to emphasize. I'm like, yes, no matter what, if you're going to have a space adventure movie, especially in the superhero universe, it's going to be compared to Guardians, because
no matter what.
Guess what, guys? I hate the fact that I have to break it to you, but that trilogy made $2.5 billion. So people are just like how they'll even compare it to Star Wars. You have a space adventure movie, it's like either Star Wars or Guardians. Guardians is second now. Guardians is second to Star Wars.
That's how I feel about it.
And everything you just said, Dave. Everything you just said. You know what that is? Organic marketing.
I know.
Because why wouldn't you tell the general audience this is like the Guardians movies that you went and saw?
Yeah. Right. Even with Marvel, kind of, when it came to phase 5, 4, whatever the heck, like during the pandemic and stuff, when it starting to like after Endgame came out, then things started to struggle. What didn't struggle? The third Guardians movie did not struggle. Yes. It still freaking did. And this is when Gunn was already at DC.
Guardians Volume 3 came out like 2 or 3 months after Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which bombed. Yes. And then
everybody was freaking out, but then all of a sudden Guardians fucking did well.
That 2023 was the year, because that was the year it came out. 2023 was when we got buried with 3 Marvel movies and the last 4 DCEU movies. Oh, and Spider-Verse in the middle.
And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Yep. That all came out. So we got buried with comic book movies, and Guardians Volume 3 stood tall ahead of all of them.
It did the best
financially. Yes, by far. It wasn't even close. And it still underperformed. It still made like 20 million less than the second movie, which I think is funny. Crazy. But still, it blew all the other ones that year out of the water because there was too many. 9 comic book movies in one, 10 if you count Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's way too many in one year.
I remember those years when it was like either 1 MCU movie or 2 MCU movies at most, and it was like that was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
Well, that's what I was going to say about Star Wars. Is Star Wars is actually like when you go through what they're doing, their schedule between television and movies, they're doing what Marvel should be doing. Slow down,
pacing them out.
Yeah, stop releasing 3 and 4 movies and a couple of shows a year. That's where the fatigue is actually happening. It's not that people are sick of the genre. People are sick of too much of the genre. There are too many choices. You need to give them bigger event films, less choices. Which is why I've appreciated that Gunn has said, his whole 2 and 2 idea, right? This year we're getting Clayface and we're getting Supergirl,
Lanterns.
And Lanterns.
Yeah.
That's it. For DC. That's healthy. That is healthy. And by virtue of the schedule with Marvel, we're getting just 2 films from them. That's going to be healthier for them as well. Everybody should be able to eat on some level this year.
Technically, it's 1 because they don't have to distribute Spider-Man. That
is true.
That's Sony.
That is true.
Yeah,
but
that is true.
They do have Wonder Man this year, which comes out in a couple weeks.
Really? Because who noticed?
Right?
No, nobody.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wonder Man. It's funny because I like Yaya. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
But I'm like going, I don't know. I hope that it's gonna be one of those when I watch it and I go, oh wow, this is actually really good. That's what I'm hoping for.
Same.
But as far as I can tell right now, it's nothing that I'm looking forward to. I keep forgetting until they like when I see on my feed, because they released like him in the costume today, and I was like, oh, cool. Like, I still don't know how I feel about this. I don't know the character at all, but I like the actor, so that's all I'm going by. You know, it's like I like him, so I'm gonna watch it.
I'm gonna watch it as well. You know, I was more excited for Ironheart than I was for this.
Wow.
And I liked Ironheart.
Ironheart was decent, but it had its rough patch too. Yeah.
But I'm getting, and I want to process. I do like this show, but I'm getting Echo vibes from this particular show.
Yeah.
And I did like.
I didn't
Echo.
even watch Echo, to be honest. Yeah.
I binged through. I watched Echo. I rewatched Hawkeye because I never finished Hawkeye, and then I watched Echo. And I finally watched She-Hulk.
Daredevil comes out this year.
She-Hulk was rough.
Yeah, Daredevil.
97.
She-Hulk had like 3 episodes I liked.
I mean, wide strike zone. I like She-Hulk.
Same.
But it was also, you know, just remembering all the bullshit, you know, all the MCU nonsense that came out.
Oh, I remember
that.
Here's something.
Megan Thee Stallion, they lost their minds over
Oh my
that.
god, yeah.
Oh, the twerking and stuff.
Yeah,
that was weird, man.
You look at 3 different projects that are led by a larger concentration of minority actors and actresses. Echo, Ironheart, Wonder Man.
Oh, Chris, I'm glad you brought that up because I
brought this up last night on Marvel Alliance, and I said I'm not trying to start something, but I'm noticing a trend here with three projects that all get dropped pretty much all at once. Ironheart, not necessarily, but pretty much in a similar fashion.
You know what else you could add to the conversation?
Little promotion. Not much there, and it was basically let's get rid of it and not talk about it anymore.
You know what else you could add to the conversation?
Animation, yeah, but
no, actually, Ronan, yes, thank you for bringing that up. You could also add where the hell is our Shang-Chi sequel, right? Where's that? I mean, I know they're going to point to the box office, and then we say
that's that false equivalency because of COVID.
Complete false equivalency.
Number 2, you also have to factor in the fact that Destin Daniel Cretton almost directed what the Russos are directing right now. He almost directed Bang Dynasty, and then he took on Spider-Man. So at any point, he could have done a Shang-Chi sequel, even though he said he's going to. This is also I'm not disagreeing. It's on Marvel. It is kind of on him too. Just a bit.
People got injured, right? I heard he broke his leg or something like that. I could be wrong.
Who?
Simu. I thought he had injured himself, but I could be wrong.
He got injured. Yeah,
but at the same time, also everything I said just applies.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal apparently he pulled a muscle in his neck. Alan Cumming. Yeah.
Well, also
I didn't hear about Simu.
Also, if we're being technical, the tease at the end of Shang-Chi says the 10 rings will return, which honestly is really what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what his sister was going to do with the organization.
That was a rumored Disney Plus show at the 2.
I remember that.
But no, Chris, I thank you for bringing this up because how do you not think about that? Like when you there is
not an ostrich. I'm going to put my head in the sand and not call it out. I host a Marvel show, but I'm also going to call out when I smell something funny.
God help me when a Latino show or movie is that. Like, God help me. Like,
well, I mean that's why I was because I'm a big proponent of representation matters, and that's why I wish Blue Beetle got a better shot. Mm-hmm. I wish Shang-Chi had gotten a better shot. I hate what the pandemic did to both of those movies, to be honest with you.
But it's funny because, like, out of the DCU movies that came out in 2023, I think Blue Beetle got the most. Like, hey, this movie is actually pretty good. It stood by itself. It didn't have any really connectivity. Like, The Flash had connectivity. Shazam 2 had connectivity. What was the other one that came out?
Aquaman and the Lost
Aquaman
Yeah,
too.
of course, had connectivity. The Blue Beetle, I know that's how much I forgot about.
Yeah.
Fucking, that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But at the same time, like Blue Beetle stood on its own, and you could just enjoy that as its own. Like I was worried that I was going to be annoyed by George Lopez because I was like, oh, is he just going to be like that annoying, like comic relief? But when I watched it, I was like, he's actually not. He was funny. Like I laughed at some of the things that he said because I like George Lopez. I've always liked his comedy, and I watched the George Lopez show. I used to fall asleep to that when it was playing on Nick at Night. I fucking mira watcha. I was like, I would just, I was worried that he was going to be too over the top, but he was like, it was fine. And I was like, damn, this movie is actually, and I remember like my mom liked it. My girlfriend at the time liked it. Like, we were like, this was like, that was like my favorite movie of those, even though I enjoyed The Flash, didn't really enjoy Shazam 2 that much. And Aquaman 2, I was like, certain parts I liked, but certain parts I was like, oh yeah, this fucking thing is a disaster.
Shazam,
dude, I'm sorry, Ray, real quick.
No,
My friend just fucking texted me. I shit you not. Walking out of a theater and making eye contact with Walter Hamada is wild.
What the fuck?
Swear to fucking God, Dave.
Wow. What movie?
I don't know. He hasn't said yet, but
Walter Hamada was at,
and you just named all these movies. And I'm thinking,
was he at
wow,
that's crazy.
I don't know. It's my buddy who lives down in Los Angeles.
Where's Hamada? He went to Paramount.
Paramount.
Right?
Yeah, he's at Paramount. Yeah.
David Ellison's got his new book.
But there isn't there's no Paramount movie, is there? No.
There's nothing for
recently?
this year, I
No.
don't think.
You might have just been hanging at the movie.
Yeah, he hasn't said. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know what for, but I don't know.
No, but
I mean, hey, these people are normal people. They want to go to the movies on Friday. You never know, and that would be crazy. Like you're just like walking in the movies, and all of a sudden you go, didn't I? I think I walked past that guy. I went to some premiere where he was at. Was it him? I don't know. It was a while ago. I remember I forgot what movie it was, but no, it wasn't him. It was the other guy.
what other guy?
Didn't you see Dave Filoni at the showing of Godzilla -1?
It was.
He was there. He is a big Godzilla guy.
Yeah.
Yes, I did walk. Yeah. He was when I went to Godzilla
-1.
Yeah. I walked past Dave Filoni. Also, now I was going to the bathroom. He was walking out, and I was like, "Fuck, that was Dave Filoni." I'm like, "Holy shit!" No, it was fuck. What the hell is his name?
Big old hat on.
Lynn.
Dan Lin.
Dan Lin.
It was Dan Lin. I remember.
Right.
I went
Netflix.
to, it was fuck. What was it for? I think it was actually Rebel Moon. One of the Rebel Moons. And I peed next to him.
He was here in Vegas when Zack Snyder was out here for the dumb thing that they did in Vegas. He was there.
Yeah, and I remember I was like, and of course all the rumors were like, oh yeah, he doesn't like Snyder, he doesn't like, So I just remember like I was, I was like at the stall next to him. I kind of looked over, like, oh shit, it's Dan Lin, like peeing right next to him. I'm like, I'm about to pee on your foot, dude, if you don't like Zach.
I remember why you remember like before Gunn, like he was rumored to be the next.
Oh yeah,
he
was and apparently he was going for it, but it just
did not materialize.
People forget how many people said no before the guy.
Yeah, a lot of people said no.
A lot of people did. Yeah.
Gunn said no initially too.
Yep, he said no as well.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like James Gunn. James Gunn he was perfect for the job because of his unique knowledge of it. And I mean, regardless of how you feel about it, and I always say this, like it was like when it comes to the creative aspect and just knowing the characters, I mean, Gunn was like the guy to do it. Now, like regardless of how, like, if you like his execution or not, maybe, it's not perfect.
That's not why he got the job, though. That's what you're right. You are 100% correct. That is not why he got the job.
Oh.
Zazoff tripped over his own dick and got the right guy. What you said is why he should have gotten the job. That's not why he got the job, and that fucking sucks. But he's there. The right guy is there. So
I think there's two big things that he brings to the table that does support everything that Dave is saying. The first is that he's going to. I mean, all that knowledge, yes, but he's going to. He's determined to give us something that is not going to be a carbon copy of the MCU. And it's abundantly clear. Like he knows that it has to be something different. It's got to be, and again, like the whole idea of dropping us into a world where metahumans have existed for 300 years. So there, whatever origin stories we see, it's like, well, no, this isn't an origin story. This person's been around for a while. We're just being introduced to this version of them in that regard, right? So. What?
I love Phil.
Super chat,
I
right?
love Phil. Whenever James comes on, I just hear
you're looking at Phil. I thought you were looking at the super chat. Okay. That's all somebody at Versus Seed said Zung Hung confirmed. Zaslav confirmed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Williams.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. It was just I thought because you pointed this way, but I know like it's kind of weird because we're reversed or whatever the hell. So I thought you were pointing at the chat, but yeah, I know. And I know Phil. Yes. I know.
And again, like what Ray was saying,
whatever could you be talking about? What about me?
Culpa. You know me, I'm a big James Gunn. I'll be the first one to say this year, again, it's gonna be a very pivotal year. If all these 3 projects, if they smell or feel the same, I'd be like, yo, there's no smell or feel the same way what you've been promoting, man. Like, what are you doing? Come on now. You're already 6 projects in? Like, what are we doing? Like, is this foundational? I will happily be like, yo, what the fuck are we doing, dude?
Yeah, we need.
But that is the hope I seek. And again, this might sound so corny, but there's something about this dude always promoting the books, and whether it's trailers,
and that's the second thing, Ronan, is the fact that he unprecedented. This shouldn't have been unprecedented, but connecting it back to the source material and promoting the source material, telling people read All-Star Superman before you see Superman, telling people to read Woman of Tomorrow before seeing Supergirl, right? Even during the swan song of the DCEU, telling people to read Flashpoint before watching The Flash. However you feel about it. However you feel it, Phil. Come on.
I know.
However you feel about it.
No, it's not even that. It's the fact that you mentioned Flashpoint, knowing who wrote Flashpoint. That's why. Okay.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. That's why.
I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that person.
Because no, I don't disagree with any of what you guys are saying as far as promotional purposes and all of that concerned. All of my gripes, if you even probably gripes. All of that it is all creative. It all subjective. It's all entirely fucking just me not being a fan of just James Gunn being James Gunn as a creative individual. That's really all where my issues stem from. And for anyone who likes to comment, oh, Philip, you're so fucking negative. Oh, Philip, you don't fucking like anything. This is let me make this super fucking clear for you guys who haven't been paying the fuck attention for what I've been saying. I respect the guy. I just don't like what he does creatively. I'm still mad about Rick Flag.
He liked Creature Commandos, and I thought that was the second coming of Jesus.
I have no problem saying with my whole chest that Creature Commandos is the best thing James Gunn has written comic book wise. Period. Bar none.
It's gonna happen.
I love that. That's the case. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like you're not. You're still judging the content. You're not judging the guy. You're not because there's people out there that that do that with James, that do that with Zach, that do. And I
have my feelings, but
of course. But at the same time, you looked at Creature Commandos and you were like, I'm impressed. And then even when Supergirl came out, I was actually pleasantly surprised that you were like, I'm looking forward to this.
Dude, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
Because so many people were going, this looks like Guardians. This is James Gunn. This is this. And I was like, when the trailer came out, when we did that stream, you were like, no, this looks actually pretty damn good. And I was like, oh, there you go. And I'm like, that's just, because Phil, you even though you don't like James Gunn, you're judging the content by the content, and that's what's good. And that's what people need to do. They don't need to just be like, oh, it's just another, there's people out there that just think it's another James Gunn movie. And I'm like, he's not directing it.
And that's why Phil, in many ways, is our case study for this universe. Because he loves Creature Commandos. He despises Superman. He did not watch Peacemaker, and he's excited for Supergirl. It ebbs and flows with Phil, right? And if that's the type of diversity, in terms of tone and flavor that we're going to get in this franchise, cool. I think that's what they should aim for. Truthfully, I'm not applicable. I have a wide strike zone. There's a lot that it takes a lot for me to not like a comic book movie. It really does. Like I own Madam Web, for fuck's sake. Okay,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bless you, Ray. Bless
I am
you.
the wrong person to be like the gauge for any of this. I'm probably going to enjoy Supergirl. I'm probably going to enjoy Clayface. I'm probably going to enjoy, old folks home getting back together again in Doomsday, and
All right.
and Spider-Man Brand New
Okay.
Day.
All right. All right.
Are we talking about X-Men now? Are we gonna do it?
Oh
Like-
no! Ray and I have to have a very lengthy.
No, I say
conversation about this.
I told him we were going to talk about it.
We're gonna absolutely talk about it.
We're going to talk about it. But
because
but,
Ray and I are going to have a very rational, lovely conversation.
But
about this very thing.
just to close this thought, I am not the gauge because I enjoy the vast majority. I find even in Thor: Love and Thunder, like I own it for completionist sake, but I only like the third act. I only like the third.
So
act.
is the plastic still on that movie?
No, because I don't believe in that. Buying movies and keeping them in plastic is the dumbest fucking thing. Why would you do that?
See, okay. Just yesterday, I actually unwrapped Fantastic Four just to get my digital code because I forgot to do it when I bought the fucking movie a couple months ago. But
okay.
But in Thor: Love and Thunder's case, I'm just like, why the fuck would you even bother buying that? But in your case, I completely understand. But for the average citizen, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I got you. No, you can't own part of a set, and it's part of the set. So I had no. I'm glad I got it for $10. I got it on sale, but but I don't believe there are collectors that do actually not open their movies and have like shelves of still like shrink wrapped films, and I'm like, what? Why would you do that?
I saw a steelbook and I thought of you, and I should have taken a fucking picture and been like, do you want it?
What is it?
I don't remember. I was like a week or two ago when I was Christmas shopping. A couple weeks ago when I was Christmas shopping, I saw a steelbook, and I immediately I thought of Ray, I thought of Scott, because you guys always talk about fucking steelbooks.
Well, always double check, because there's a decent.
Oh,
chance
you know what it was?
Have it? What?
Shin Godzilla.
Already have it.
I haven't seen that yet.
I haven't watched it, but I do have it.
Shin Godzilla is super fucking good. The CGI is
I gotta
questionable.
I gotta check it out. Did you guys see that they released a poster in November is going to be for Godzilla? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I did want to bring this up, and Chris, our Criterion Brotherhood, because you already know about Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. They are going
to word is, and I haven't seen this in an actual trade, but word is, Kreger says they're doing Barbarian.
Oh yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
Doing Barbarian because it hasn't had a physical release yet, but it's going to be allegedly it's going to be Criterion.
Fighting for it. He was fighting for it. Yeah.
And that'll be when I finally watch it. When it comes out on Criterion, I will get it and I will watch it.
Curious to see your thoughts on that. Your thoughts on that, because that is a batshit fucking crazy movie, which is great.
It is the better Kreger film in my opinion.
Yeah, and we've talked about that where it's like Kreger. I mean, and I can go back and forth when it comes to because obviously Weapons was like this phenomenon, and I loved Weapons. It was one of my top 10s. But there is something with Barbarian where I'm like, and I'm kind of hoping where he's setting something up where like he has a Kreger universe.
Ending. How about an ending?
It just came to me.
You could set up an ending.
It just came to me, like why I think Barbarian is the superior film over Weapons. And here's why. Because the surprise in Barbarian, what goes on with that. Yeah. To me, when it comes to that element of it, I can rewatch it. Maybe it's a level rewatch, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that I enjoy what that surprise brings. Whereas with Weapons, when it comes to when the reveal happens, I'm like, oh, okay. And there's really no need to kind of revisit it outside of the comeuppance that you see from.
Yeah. Okay, but right there, I've watched that comeuppance a lot.
And that's over it. And over. And that's just it. Whereas with Barbarian, you just want to see the rest of it and how it unfolds.
Okay, yeah, Phil brings up a good point because when Weapons, the big hook was why did they run off at 2:00 in the morning? Once you find out, there's still plenty more of the movie, and I can see why people are like checked out. And then of course it ends really batshit crazy in a very Zach Krager way, which I love. But when it comes to Barbarian, when you get the like a certain reveal, you're still going, all right, well, what happens next? You're still kind of so I totally understand what Phil is saying, you know. And you know, regardless, you know, of how I still might like Weapons better, but I totally understand what Phil is saying because the Weapons, the hook was, and then why it was such a phenomenon was that all they needed to do was just release that teaser of the kids just running out, and people are like, I got to find out why these kids are doing it. When you find out, there's still like a whole act of the movie basically left to like get to the very end, and you know it gets crazy. But when it comes to Barbarian, when you find out the little like, oh, that's what's happening, and then you're like, okay, well, what's, you know, you're not just going, okay, that's it, all right, that's what they're doing, all right. And I totally understand.
I wish I had a video game function where where you could get time back from movies that you feel that wasted your time, because I'm 0 for 2 when it comes to him, and I want that time back.
Well, maybe the Resident Evil movie will do it for you. I don't know.
No, I'm not. Listen, I don't go a third time. I'll wait. I don't get, you know, 2 times with it. Fool me once. I mean,
no, but you're a baseball fan. You can't at least give him an 0-2 count.
Yeah.
The first 2 strikes were, if you swung so hard, you swung out of your cleats, or the bat went flying into the crowd, then I'm pretty sure the third pitch is going to look.
But he's still at the plate though. That's the thing.
I don't know.
He's got to get that third strike.
I like Barbarian. I like Weapons.
The last 15 minutes of Barbarian, I wanted to kick someone in the groin for the time that wasted me. And then Weapons, the promo to Weapons is what got me.
Of
and then when I got that Scooby-Doo, not even a Scooby-Doo ending, a Scooby-Doo middle, because once Aunt Gladys shows up, the fucking game is over.
I'm done. Yeah. No, I get it, and I get that, but at the same time, I was intrigued by, okay, well, what's going on with that? And then when it came to the batshit ending, you know, with all the kids and stuff like that, I was like, I loved it. I fucking loved it. See, I'm a sucker for that kind of shit.
Here's my next Krager movie is coming to you from here, right here.
I'm with Dave. I feel like, see, calling it Scooby-Doo is like you've taken a cynical angle with that.
Yes.
But I look at that and go, well, I fucking like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
So, like,
I was okay with it.
I don't have a like that was fine. That was
soon as Aunt Gladys showed up, I was like,
that was R-rated Scooby-Doo. That was R-rated Scooby-Doo. Perfect.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm good with that.
I mean, one of the funniest like scenes in that movie was when, like, you know, Josh Brolin has that nightmare and then he wakes up, he's just, what the fuck? And I don't know why. It was just so funny. It was like
when he woke up in his kid's bed. Yeah.
Alden Ehrenreich was like for me, he was like the comic relief character. The whole shit with him and the homeless dude.
Good.
Like all that was
he kept getting, you know, pointed.
Right. Oh my god. Right. Yeah. Like all manner of hepatitis and shit or whatever he's getting from those needles. Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but
and you know,
and
the beautiful thing about that movie is like there's no one decent person in that cast outside of the children.
No.
Is because they're all fucking complex human beings. I mean,
they all got their issues.
Yeah, and they all kind of come together in this community in a really awkward kind of way, you know. And I also really like the diversity of this community because it's very reflective of a modern sense. You know, you've got fucking Wong, who
Benedict Wong. Yeah.
Benedict Wong, thank you.
Yep.
Fucking Benedict Wong in there. He's playing the principal. Julia Gardner's playing the teacher away for whatever reason. Then her and Alden Ehrenreich get together. And I was like, yeah, they're gonna, and they did. So I was like, there's just something really nice about that cast that feels human.
Yeah.
But even still, like, I still look at those movies and I don't know if I'm like William in the sense of like 1-1. Maybe I'm definitely more like 2-0, but 2-0 with the asterisks because again, I liked Weapons, but I do think Barbarian is the superior made movie.
I get it. I get that.
So all right. So the baseball analogy is that Barbarian was way off the plate, and and Weapons just missed the corner. just missed it.
Well, you know, another thing about Barbarian is like and I think we've talked about this before, is like when you get that first act, it is like almost like a completely different movie than the rest of the movie. As soon as you get Justin Long's character introduced, it's like, oh, now we're here. And then how does this connect? And there's like, I don't know. It's like, I remember I rewatched Barbarian. I'm like, that first act is like, is just, it's pretty crazy because the first act is how they sold the movie. Was with Bill Skarsgård, and that girl. And then once you see shit go down with that, all of a sudden it goes to, Justin Long's character, and then you see how it connects with that, and then it gets really batshit crazy. So without spoiling it, it's like, I look, if that Criterion release happens, I look forward to finally watching it. I think it's gonna, like I said, like the whole first act is like the whole thing about she shows up, she's supposed to be at this house, which is like an Airbnb, and then he's there, and then weird shit goes down, and then, like I said, after you get past that part, it's like, oh. Then it starts going deep into things. And then you get this, Justin Long is also in it. And it's a whole thing. And then you see how it connects. So that's why, like, when Phil says that's better, I could totally see that structurally, like story-wise. Yeah, could totally see that. When it comes to weapons just had such a good hook. Crazy how much the hook. And that's why it drove people to the movie theaters, because they had to see why these kids were doing that. Yep. But I know, Chris, you're going to take off.
Yeah, my internet's all jacked up, so I hope you're hearing me at that point.
Yeah, no, you're good.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. You guys are coming up so choppy, so it's on my end at that point. So I figure rather than hearing like a bad translation, I'll just have to bow out. Hopefully things get fixed for next week. But
you're good.
Always good talking with you, everyone. Y'all have a great weekend.
All right, take it easy, Chris.
Thanks
for stopping by. But I don't know. I'm a Krager fan. I'm curious to see his take on Resident Evil.
So that Resident Evil movie is definitively this year.
I think so. And but it's gonna piss off apparently Resident Evil fans, because he even said like it's not like your traditional Resident Evil.
Okay. and this is where we get into the whole video game adaptation thing. And you're never gonna please everybody with these adaptations. And the problem is that, like, first of all, Resident Evil fans they're still seething about all the Milla Jovovich movies. All the Paul W.S. Anderson stuff. They still hate, and I've seen all but the last of them, and they're fine. They're not, to me, they're just like, they're whatever.
It's mindless fucking action.
Yeah. I didn't play Resident Evil. Like, that was not a franchise that I got into, because I don't really play horror games like that. I don't like being jump scared while I'm playing a fucking game. But like totally fair. The movies, the action movies, is like, oh, okay. I mean, it's Lilu. All right. She, that's my point of reference with her. So like, that's, I didn't see a reason to be, and plus Paul W.S. Anderson, directed my favorite horror movie of all time, Event Horizon. So
that movie is excellent.
Yeah.
After Alien vs. Predator, I was like, Paul W.S. Anderson, what are you? What are you? And when it came to the first Resident Evil movie, I was like, all right, that was fine. And then as they kept going along, it just kept getting ridiculous. I watched them all, and it was fine. It was like I said, like I'm with you, Ray. Like, it's just mindless, whatever. They're not great movies, and it was just like whatever. The first one, decent. And then of course he also directed the first Mortal Kombat movie, which I still really like.
He also directed Pandorum, which I think it gets overlooked. Yeah,
people don't talk about that. That was
I like Pandorum.
Was that with Ethan?
No, Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid. And how do you pronounce? Does anybody know how to pronounce Feora's real name?
Oh, she's
Feora from Man of Steel. What is?
Yeah, she was in that.
But
who was the other guy? Who was the other guy in that movie?
Was it Ben Foster?
Yes,
I think Ben Foster was the other guy.
Thank you.
Right,
Ben Foster, yeah.
That was actually
a good movie. Yeah,
because Pandorum, I'm pretty sure, didn't that come out before Man of Steel?
I think so.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's the first thing I saw her in, way before Feora. Pretty sure of that.
Directed the Monster Hunter movie.
Yes, I think he did because Mila Jovovich is in it.
Yeah, he puts her. You know, Mila Jovovich is going to be in a new.
Is it good or bad, Ronan?
From what I heard, people were like, "What the fuck have you done?"
Well, yeah, it's Paul W.S. Anderson. I mean, did you see the fucking Three Musketeers movie he did? It was bad. They had a flying fucking sailboat and all this kind of shit. So, it was bad.
Well, it's like, so the Resident Evil fans are like, why did they make 6 of them? And I'm just look at the budgets, guys. These movies were made very cheaply and they made money. They only made 150, 200 million. Yes, on like $30 million budgets. Seriously. That's why there's 6 of them, because they're kept making profit.
Resident Evil fans are mad about that. They're also mad about the Netflix show that rest in peace Lance Reddick was a part of.
Yeah, I heard that was bad too.
Yep.
I watched it, and listen, I'm not like a diehard Resident Evil fan. I've tapped into a few of the games. I played 4. 4 is my favorite. I've played 1. I played Resident Evil 0, 1, 2. I never played 3. I played 4. Played 5. Bowed out after 6. Didn't play 7. Didn't play 8. They're on 9 now, I think. And as far as the movies are concerned, I was like, they're fine. They're nothing special. Like, to Ray's point, they're fucking cheap action movies. They're fucking whatever. Is the lore accurate? No, but who the fuck cares?
It's interesting that you said you bowed out after 6. You're not a lot of my friends that did the same thing, that were like into the franchise. They bowed out after 6.
Because typically me and my best friend growing up that I played video games with, we'd always game together, and we managed to get through 5, even though when he would play solo 5, it would suck. The AI in 5 was awful. So when it came time to just play Resident Evil 6, the co-op in it was so god awful. We were both just like, this just isn't. It was just a no-go. We were just like, we're done. We're not gonna fuck with this.
What did you play it on?
I think he had an Xbox 360 at the time.
Okay.
So
I don't think it was. I don't think it was a console. I don't think it was an exclusive.
No,
I don't think so. No, it wasn't.
No,
but everybody I knew at the time, this is when I was still working at GameStop. Everybody I knew at the time was playing it for 360.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because it's essentially, I mean, it's not first person, but it's essentially a shooter. I feel like those play better on Xbox personally.
I think typically when it comes to just video game adaptations in general, people just want to see it. Honestly, you could apply the same fucking logic to comic book movies. People just want to see the same fucking shit over and over and over again. Now, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, I even had this conversation with Dave and Scott at Full Circle 3 years ago this April. Both movies do good things, and then both movies do not good things when it comes to the characters and depictions of the characters. Cinematography, whatever, be damned. You could chalk that up to time, placement in history and cinema and whatever. But ultimately, like, those movies, they do achieve similar things, and they also have very obvious flaws. But then you look at something like, say, the 1985 Super Mario Brothers movie with Bob Haskins, John Leguizamo. People kind 93.
of it's not that old.
Is it 93? I thought it was earlier in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay,
93.
Yeah. Fuck me. I'm wrong.
No, the game came out in 85. The game came out.
See, I knew Mario in 85 had a correlation. See, there we go.
Yes.
But you look at that, but then you look at the Super Mario movie from what was 21?
20, no,
23.
Was it 23?
23. Because it was the highest grossing movie of 2023.
Yes.
That right there is an excellent fucking movie to look at and go, that's how you do a great video game adaptation. The Fallout TV show, again, another experimental thing, another TV show, another piece of I hate this word, content. A video game adaptation that you can look at and be like, yeah, that fucking works. That's faithful. Sonic was a nice surprise.
I still need to finally decide when I'm going to watch those, but I can't speak. I can't speak to Fallout because I haven't seen it yet.
Fallout. Yeah, I haven't watched Fallout.
As far as Mario, I can tell.
I love Last of Us.
I haven't seen that either, but
and I haven't better than video game. Just saying.
But I can tell you that from being a lifelong Mario fan, the reason that movie worked is because rather than adapt like a particular game, they just decided to throw everything. But the thing is, they threw in all the nostalgia, but they actually wrote a story around it.
Yes.
They actually
And
said,
it was
okay,
animation.
And it was
Yeah.
it was it was an updated animation, so you had the draw for the kids. But what they drew thematically from was largely from the early eras of Mario. And now with the second movie, we're getting Mario Galaxy with Brie Larson playing. Is it Rosalina?
Rosalina.
Yes.
My favorite part of the part of the trailer that I lost my mind, truthfully, was seeing Peach and Toad fly toward that planet.
Oh, sure, yeah. I guess
because Galaxy is one of my favorite of the Mario games.
Yeah,
and that's like that ability, like planet hopping, was just awesome. And that's the thing, Phil, is like because Illumination is doing this. You're right. They did throw a lot of the classic into it, but they gave it like the 64 slash. They gave it the 64 spit shine, where it's like okay. And that was for years. All I said was just give me a movie where he does everything he does in the game. Yep. And Illumination's like, that's a good idea. Let's do everything he like. When you get to the end of the movie, and they reward you with the star and the freaking music comes in, and you're just like, this is perfect. This is utterly perfect. If you can take and granted with Mario, it's a little bit unfair. Because they had a wealth of games.
That's true.
They had a wealth of content to be able to draw upon to it. So if you actually want to write a story, if you actually want to draw all this in and get all of us old heads that love the franchise from the beginning, and if you want us to watch this movie and go, okay, that's Mario, that's Luigi, that's Bowser, that's Toad.
It also helps that they threw in a literal Mario Kart race in the fucking movie.
Oh my god, yes.
That was when that happened in the movie, I was so fucking ecstatic. I was like,
oh yeah,
my god.
When they took all of the important parts of Mario's lore from all the different games and actually wrote a real fucking story around it. That's all you really need to do, truthfully. Yeah. With a franchise like that. So,
and then of course, Jack Black singing a song that helps too.
Totally. That drawing in all the non-Mario players.
You have those elements right there. Talati, I know you got to take off. So yeah, it's late for you.
Yeah, what I can say is though, Donkey Kong was also another good.
Yes. I agree. Yes,
Donkey Kong. They should make a TV series on him because
they were talking about doing a spinoff. I mean, you got Seth Rogen as the
yeah. So, but anyway, take care, everyone.
All right,
take care, Claudia.
See you guys.
Appreciate it.
Well, that's another great point though, because not only back to your point, Phil, about drawing in the classic, putting Donkey Kong in there not only went back to the roots of Mario, but they also animated him, like Donkey Kong Country style.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, they just understood how to merge everything and craft a real story around it.
Yeah. So we had Tony say no love for Resident Evil. Welcome to Raccoon City.
I haven't watched that. I know it's the animated movie.
I've not seen that yet.
Accurate to the video game. A lot of fun and interesting. And then of course Fallout, Sonic are the best video game. Yeah, I mean the Sonic got a trilogy, and then we got another movie coming out. I mean,
and a show, the spinoff, Knuckles.
Yes, we got the spinoff.
There's also there's a Sonic 4, and then there's another movie that's happening about another character that they have not named, but everyone's basically assuming it's Shadow.
But that's what's so funny. Yeah, because he's supposed to come back. I mean, that's what's so funny is like when the Sonic franchise, when it comes to movies, I mean, like the fact that it went from an abomination, like when the design, and people were like, what the fuck is that? And they fucking hesitated, they delayed it, and they're like, we're changing it. And I think a lot of us, I said it, I was like, oh, it's done for. This shit's done. They fucked up. But I think what happened, because I was talking to somebody who was knew somebody in the VFX world. The reason why it didn't cost that much to go back to how Sonic looks in the movie is because they already had that design, but they decided to change it because they wanted to make him look more real.
That's fair.
So they already had that design already. So even though they had to delay and then, of course, relayer it with that design, they already had it. So it wasn't like they were just like, oh, we got to start over and design them like you know, like the game. They already had that design because they were gonna go with that design, but then they decided, oh, we got to make them look a little bit more real,
realistic,
real. Yeah. So they were lucky enough to already have those, you know, templates or, you know, whatever the fuck, those layers. So it didn't cost that much.
It's nice to know. It's nice to know that they went, hey, here's what Sonic looks like. Here's our basis. Let's try the realistic thing. Trailer goes out. Audiences go, this looks like fucking dog water. And then Paramount goes, okay.
Yeah. And see, and that's all right. Okay. I'm warming up to this.
Yeah.
Because the whole reason I haven't watched those movies is because all it takes is one asshole to be like, remember when we bullied Paramount into changing something? I fucking hate that shit. Stop taking credit for being a bully. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that aspect of it. So that's why I haven't watched those movies. But
I think there's a difference between being an asshole on the internet and also being like valid with your criticism. And a lot of people were vocal, and a lot of Sonic fans were like, this looks nothing like why was it so hard to not do this? And Paramount actually went back and went, you know, maybe we should just do it like this.
Yeah, see that part's fine. I just don't like years later people are still taking credit for being bullies about it. I just don't like that shit at all.
It's stupid because like I said, I was talking to somebody and they were like, oh yeah, they already had, it wasn't like they just had to like scrap everything and build them from scratch. It's like, no, they already had those designs. So it wasn't like, you know, but they saw the reaction and they were like, okay, we did something wrong. And now we're just, you know, we already have these templates and these fucking, you know, we're good.
And even though the other one, even though the realistic one didn't bother me nearly as much as everybody else, I still agree that what they went with is better.
Yeah, of course.
I still agree with that. Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, and then it was funny because I remember when I watched that first Sonic movie, I'm like, okay, is this going to work? But you know what did it? Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey was 90s Jim Carrey. That's what did it for me because...
You know what was really great about that and him being Dr. Robotnik is you slowly see the evolution of him becoming Dr. Robotnik.
Exactly.
Like,
interesting. Okay.
Like from the video games.
Ray, you're going to enjoy these movies.
He slowly over the course of the 3 movies, he looks visually more like Dr. Robotnik from the video games.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's what really, I think that's what did it for a lot of people because, you know, Jim Carrey, you know, in the past decade or so, you know, he kind of just was like trying different things and he was doing whatever. But when you watch him in Sonic, he is 90s Jim Carrey. He is 100%. And that's what I remember like with my ex-girlfriend, like, because she was a Jim Carrey fan. I'm like, all right, you want to watch the Sonic movies? And she was like kind of hesitant. I'm like, trust me. You're a Jim Carrey fan, and she loved him. She was like, because they were, you know, specifically because of him. And that's what, you know, sold that. And then, but overall, the stories were good. I mean, what's his name who voices? I didn't really like the choice of the
Ben
voice.
Schwartz.
Ben Schwartz. But after the first movie, I was like, all right, I'm okay. I wasn't sure at first, but
I'm kind of in the same boat because I grew up playing Sonic Spinball a lot on my Sega, and I also played the first Sonic the Hedgehog game. So those 2 games, foundationally for me as a gamer, speak to me quite a bit. So that first movie, you know, hearing the green zone on the no, that might have been the 3rd movie. They've done the Green Hill Zone at least once in every movie.
I think it was the 2nd movie, actually.
Was it?
All right.
It might have been the 2nd one.
They've thrown nods to every game in any movie, and I love it. But to your point, like there's also been some Sonic animated shows too, and there's been one prominent voice actor who I don't fucking remember voice. Actually, no,
Jaleel White.
Jaleel White was yes. Everyone, that's the one I remember. Yeah,
everyone when Ben Schwartz was cast,
I used
like,
to watch those cartoons too. Yeah,
when Schwartz was cast, everyone was like, "Why the fuck didn't you just get Jaleel White?"
Yeah,
and so it took a bit to warm up for me because like, you know, give you an idea of how Sonic sounds in your head, and obviously watching some of those old shows with Jaleel White as the voice, it's you know, you kind of have to warm up to it. I would say that the real benefit of these movies comes from not just Sonic but his supporting cast. I mean, Idris Elba as Knuckles is fucking awesome.
So great.
so fucking dope. I forget who voices Tails, but I like Tails.
There's not a popular person.
I think probably the reason, Phil, that they didn't go at this, just looking at business wise, if that Sonic cartoon was newer, if it wasn't as old as it was, they probably would have stuck with that. But they're thinking, younger voice, younger actor, right? Because Schwartz,
it's the Mario conversation. It's Chris Pratt. All that.
To an extent, yeah, because but there's preconceived notions that people have with Chris Pratt, and I get it. I get why. But yeah, they were also thinking of that's when people started thinking culturally about the voice. Like, no, why do we don't want Chris Pratt doing that accent? Yeah. And fortunately, he didn't. In my opinion, he did not overdo it.
No, I thought he was fine.
Like he reined it in, and I think there was a conscious choice where it's like, no, you can't go overboard. You can't go that far with it. Yeah, no, you can't do the full Charles Martinet.
Although
that you cannot do that.
Did love Charlie Day as Luigi.
Charlie Day with Luigi was good.
So here's the thing. I feel like part of the reason that people really like it, and I like it too, I feel like it isn't even because it's classic Luigi. It's more like it's because it's Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
That's exactly it.
And because I feel like Luigi's Mansion is the one that was like Luigi's time to shine, like by himself. And so that personification of the character is what a lot of people have glommed on to. So Charlie Day had to play it that way, and he does. He plays it that way really well. So
yeah, he just has a good voice. Yeah. Let's see. I haven't forgiven Paramount Skydance new regime for canceling Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. I think he just typed.
They canceled what?
Yeah,
Ninja Turtles?
They shelved it. They shelved it in favor of a more family-friendly Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie in live action.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're not getting the continuation for Mutant Mayhem anymore.
Yeah.
No, that's still happening.
Oh, that's still happening. Okay.
That's still happening, but they've also said that they are now, instead of doing The Last Ronin, they are doing a more, quote, family-friendly, funny...
More softcore. Yay. Yay. There wasn't enough softcore. Yeah.
I'm not... I mean, I love Mutant Mayhem. Mutant Mayhem is like my favorite Ninja Turtles movie.
No, it's good.
Yeah. So if that continuation is still happening, then I'm okay.
No, that's still happening.
We could have done both, though. I mean, it's not like
I worry about, because they said they have an idea for a trilogy in mind, and I worry about a possible third film. The second film, the way the first film ends is fucking great, and I hope to God that character is in the second movie. If he's not in the second movie, I'll riot, but I doubt it.
Of course he would.
I feel like
you don't end that movie the way you did and not do the Shredder.
They were pointing straight to him,
right?
Yeah.
I feel like
and there's also I didn't know this until a old coworker of mine pointed out, but there's also a nod to his boss, which I didn't know that. I wasn't aware, because I haven't read the comics. I wasn't aware of the lore of that character's name, and I'm like, oh really?
Okay. Yeah, Maya Rudolph's character has ties to Krang.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep.
So I hope it all comes fucking full circle, and let's hope to God it.
But it's just taking so long. It's like,
these animation movies, man, they take forever.
And to be fair, that was 2023. It was fall 20. It was late summer 2020.
And they also pushed this movie back from this year to next September.
Well,
and they pushed that. They did that last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I was actually like going, hey, the last Ronin movie, man, that could be something different, doing like a very adult, version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Why not? And then they were like, nah, we're not going to do that. And I was like, oh yeah, well,
wonderful.
I'd have watched it, but yeah,
I would have totally watched it. I never read the book, but I heard,
awesome. It's one of the
I heard it's good. I heard it's good.
I've been reading Ninja Turtles.
It's all about Raphael, right? It's like Raphael who's he's always been my favorite Ninja Turtle. Ever since I was collecting the toys and watching the cartoons, even before the movie, he was always my favorite. Raphael was always my favorite.
It's not Raph.
No,
it's not Raph.
No, it's Michelangelo.
I thought it was Raph.
No, it's Michelangelo.
Spoil it for you then.
No.
It's been out 3 years.
No, dude, it's Michelangelo. No, Michelangelo.
Damn it.
Yeah, he's the last one.
No, think about it. It makes sense for Michelangelo to be the last one.
Yeah, because he's always the goofball, and now he's got to be. Yeah, I
He's-
guess
the guilt that he has at the beginning of it is causing him to. I don't want to say it, but it's about to cause him to do something. And it's a dark book. I really am disappointed that they're not going forward with this.
Dude, it's like Peter Laird and Eastman looked at the Dark Knight Returns and went, yeah, we can fucking do this. Hold our beers. And that's exactly what they fucking did. They did their version of the Dark Knight Returns with a turtle, and it's amazing.
Which is interesting because Scott pointed this out when we originally reviewed the 1990s movie. Isn't the whole like conceit of the turtles is that the ooze that created them is also the same ooze that blinded Matt Murdock?
That was implied because of the dedication to what they were to begin with, because of the Foot Clan and everything else that came.
The foot instead of the hand.
Yes, because it started off as a parody comic in general.
And Splinter is very much like Stick. Right? Yeah.
Wow.
They don't even outwardly say it when you meet him. Obviously. And here's the thing: I didn't mind the softcore stuff. I'm glad the kids had that. That's great. I don't like it at the exclusion of The Last Ronin. You can continue to make these fluff movies until the cows come home and do backflips. That doesn't mean you can't do The Last Ronin. You can do them both. We always got two brain cells.
My friend, you can blame one person. That person's name is David Ellison.
My favorite person in the whole world.
But I will also say this though, Phil. I will say that David, the way that David Ellison thinks is how they all think.
That's fair.
So the Iger could have made the same decision. Zaslav certainly could have made the same decision. Right. So I that's why I always hesitate on like singling out David Ellison. He operates the same way they all do.
But you know what? It's funnier because that dude just looks like someone shitting his fucking cereal every day.
Well, every day he gets up, dude, for a guy who has access to 350 billion, I've never heard a guy whine as much as this dude.
So here's the deal. And thank you for bringing this up because I get to say this because I'm trying to impart this to everybody. Here's the thing: people need to understand because yes, I know with all the hostile offers and with all the stuff that he's saying and whatnot. Right. Here's the deal.
8.
You have to understand that from a business standpoint, based on his goal for the company, this is it. He cannot allow this to happen because his whole point at the town hall was that they want to take aim at Netflix. They want to compete with Netflix. Yep. If he allows Netflix already has the biggest library from an objective standpoint of content. I don't care how you feel about it. It's all subjective. But from a content standpoint, Netflix has the largest library. The second largest library is Warner Brothers. And subjectively speaking, it's superior. If you allow the largest content creator or the largest content supplier to grab the second biggest, there is no catching them ever. The only way that anybody could ever compete with them on a library standpoint is if Peacock, Paramount Plus, and like several other apps got bought out by like one of the whales, Amazon or Apple, and then maybe library-wise, they might become close of what they've got. If he lets this happen, if Netflix does combine it, there's no stopping them. They are king shit. And there is no chasing them, and his entire plan of being competitive with them is done for. That's why he's desperate to make this happen. Because if it goes through, it's over. There is no competing. Netflix will be they will be the whatever
the giant.
Bigger than that. There will be no competing with them.
Well, look at
they're already.
Okay. Well, then there's Greek gods, and then there's the woes who birthed the Greek gods, the Titans. So he's a Titan at that point.
Precisely. And there will be and no app, no one will be able to compete with them at that point. Not library wise, absolutely not. Well, they will be insurmountable.
Some of the best movies, the movies that are getting nominated, that are some of that are on like top 10 like movie lists. I mean, Netflix. Some of them are just like a lot of Netflix movies. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, Netflix is really dominating, like Frankenstein. And there was that I forgot I'm trying to find it right now.
I know what movie you're talking. I know it's that like that rom-com. I know what you're talking about.
There's the rom-com, but there's also another movie. God damn it! Why is this not
K-pop?
K-pop.
Yeah,
Hunters.
K-pop Demon Hunters. They have
Yep.
that.
Yep.
But there was like another movie too that's like getting a lot
Wake
of
Up Dead Man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Wake Up Dead. Yep, definitely. Yeah. But see, this is why. So when you see, I mean, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you about like it being whiny, but well, maybe I am disagreeing because from a business standpoint, he has to do this. He can't just give up. He has to do this.
Yeah, but the way he's conducted this thing, the whole threatening and all that bullshit, I'm pretty sure a lot of those shareholders, as soon as they saw that letter that he wrote, that Tony Soprano's, shit that he pulled, a lot of those shareholders were like, "Fuck you, we're done with you." And he put himself into a box.
Well, there was the head of the board or one of the board members. What was it?
Train Dreams.
Yeah,
a movie that not a lot of people are talking about, but it's with
I remember hearing about it. Yeah,
Edgerton. I want to see it, and it's on Netflix. But Frankenstein and Train Dreams, and what was another one? I don't know if it was. Yeah, maybe it was just those two. But it's just funny because like when I was looking at some of these like lists and what's being nominated, I'm like, man, Netflix is all over this fucking thing, and I'm like. Scary. I'm like, God damn.
One of the Warner Brothers board members was on like a financial show on MSNBC a couple of days ago. I read an article about this, and he's not shutting the door to negotiating with Paramount.
He's on CNBC.
Yeah,
he could. All the people that he's advising could sell they could agree to Ellerson, and they would still not have enough approval in the shares. So,
I get it. No, I get.
I want him to go away.
Listen, and I mean, you could mute, you can not look at it. I mean, but it's going to continue until the vote actually happens, and the vote's not going to happen until like late spring, early summer. I heard.
Yeah.
So and they have a deadline of January 21st, but they can extend it as long as they want, and they're going to. However his approach is, however you feel about his approach, I'm just explaining to you this is why it's happening. This is why you're getting annoyed with it. Like, because this is literally the last. It's the Alamo for him.
How he has conducted himself is part of it, though. It's part of the rejection process. So I don't blame some of the Warner Brothers shareholders. And then a hostile takeover after you made your fucking case and they said no. Then you insult them and then you try to do a hostile takeover. Asking the same people you just shit down their throats to say, "Hey, it's me again."
Hey, he thinks money talks. He does, and
he's not the only one without money, though. I mean, and his financial backing and their reasoning for rejecting him, by the way, because I read the reasoning they put forward to him was valid, and he had no answer for that. So he keeps coming back with the same offer, and each one has a margin of threat to it. Like, hey, you know what? If you say no to me for good, I'm just going to make some other things happen for you. And I'm like, go away.
Do I believe the shareholders are going to flip? No, I do not. But by the same token, I can just as easily ignore everything that comes out of it. I mean, I'll look at it from afar, right? And keep an eye on, keep tabs on it and whatnot. But it doesn't annoy me because I get why he's doing it. I get why. I mean,
if it wasn't for the total thing being brought up, I'd put that guy. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're done. As far as this goes, unless something drastically changes. So the only time I really thought about him is literally when the whole Ronin thing came up. I'm like, oh, that's another reason.
Well, and again, my ultimate position on all of this is, the best case scenario for any of us is if none of this happens.
Yeah.
Is if Warner Brothers remains solvent on its and does the split on its own, right? Where that split still, if the Netflix thing continues, the split's still going to happen. But then Netflix will buy the streamers and studios. The split should just happen and then leave it at there. Like no one should be able. Consolidation does not help us.
There you go. Just have Paramount and Skydance.
Oh, here we go with that. Here we go. There we go. Here we go.
Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Okay. Okay. Here. All right. Let's pivot here. Phil. All right. Let's
no. Just real quick. That whole. I've seen Chappie talk about this, and I'm just gonna be blunt. Get the fuck over it, dude. Kathleen Kennedy is the fucking head of Lucasfilm, brother. Fucking sit with it, sit in your fucking feelings, and get the fuck over it, brother. Jesus, tap dancing, fucking Christ. Okay, what's up, Ray?
All right, so what do we need to talk about with respect to?
I don't know. You tell me. You got a certain shirt on.
Optic blast.
So,
how'd you feel about seeing that logo?
Yeah, Ray. How did you feel about seeing that?
That was awesome, huh?
I mean, all right. Look, listen. I want to preface this by saying that, because again, I'm the positive one, guys. I'm the one with the wide strike zone. I want to preface this by saying that I'm going to enjoy the movie. I know. I just told you. I get the guy who owns Madam Web and all 3 of the Venom movies and still plans to own Morbius and Kraven can't say he's not going to enjoy Avengers Doomsday. I'm going to enjoy Avengers Doomsday. I am. But I do not have the same hype for it that other people have, because I am ready for the next chapter. This will be like the 4th or 5th time that we've said goodbye to Fox X-Men. 4th or 5th time at least. And I didn't even think about that until Anthony brought it up after the same day I was talking to Phil. I was like, yeah, we said goodbye in Logan. We said goodbye to
Xavier like 3 times already.
Right. Right. He's
literally died.
He's died twice, right?
3 times.
What was the 3rd time?
Multiverse of Madness.
You're right.
Oh yeah.
Keep forgetting about that. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah.
That was such a man.
People forget about Multiverse of Madness.
So
X-Men 3, Logan, and
Multiverse of Madness. Yeah. Now Multiverse of Madness is funny you bring that up, because that was the last time I got like overly hyped for anything X-Men related. When that Super Bowl commercial came out and they didn't show you his face and you just heard his voice, and he has too distinctive of a voice to not know that it's him. Yeah, I flipped out. I absolutely flipped out 3-4 years ago when that happened. That was the last time I got like really hyped about like anything X-Men. But to me, like the tribute that they did with Deadpool and Wolverine, I was great with that. Like that, because to me it was like, okay, cool. Thank you for acknowledging Fox X-Men, because I'm a big Fox X-Men fan. About the only film in that whole franchise that I just really don't care for is X-Men: The Last Stand. I've even softened on Origins Wolverine over the years. I have. But like obviously X2, Days of Future Past are like, your top tier. I'm on the island of 4 people that likes Apocalypse. I know it's people.
You like Ivan Ooze Apocalypse?
Yeah, I got past how he looked because I don't have that same investment emotionally and how he looked in the movie. I just liked the Weapon X scene, and I liked I liked the Quicksilver scene when he saved everybody from the explosion, right? And I also liked for what it's worth, I liked Sophie Turner's version of Jean Grey. I did. Which is also why
until they brought up Phoenix. And I was like, God damn it.
Okay, so Dark Phoenix isn't a great movie, but it's still way better than The Last Stand.
And Apocalypse.
Yeah.
And I would say that, it's kind of funny too, because
I'd have to rewatch them, which I will, but I'd have to rewatch.
But yeah, sure, you rewatch.
I like parts of The Last Stand. I love the concept of the cure.
Again, Phil, Madam Web is on my shelf.
I know.
I don't have a problem rewatching these.
Funny,
brother.
It's funny about Dark Phoenix. It's funny about Dark Phoenix. They did reshoots, and that Magneto scene on the train was a reshot scene.
Yes,
and that scene was fucking awesome.
It was awesome.
Oh, where you cut? Yeah, that was.
Yeah. You want to know why I say Dark Phoenix is a better made movie than X-Men Apocalypse? Because the director was there not only through principal photography, but through all the fucking bullshit and reshoots. Hats off to Simon Kinberg, because fuck Bryan Singer.
Fair enough. Okay, fair point. Yes, gotcha in that. But yeah, it's just I am ready to move on from Fox X-Men.
What about James Marsden in the suit?
Okay, I know that.
I'm ready for a new Wolverine. I'm ready for new everything.
I'm ready for the MCU to finally give us the new version of these characters. I've said goodbye to Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen and everybody else already. I'm not saying it didn't look awesome. I'm just saying I don't have the hype. I don't have the same hype for this, because this is literally get the band back together for another $2 billion payday. They're hoping That's what they're hoping out of this.
And
get it.
To that, respectfully, I think that's a bit cynical.
You saying that?
Yes, I do. Now hear me out.
We're in the mirror universe here. We're in the mirror universe now. Here we go.
So first of all, this isn't quite the defense that I want to start off with, but it was just something I think I've thought about specifically in terms of the X-Men and also comic book films. What is the old adage that people love saying in regards to comic book films, but not only comic book films, comic book characters that die? Anyone who is not Uncle Ben or the Waynes,
Captain Marvel,
to life. Captain, what the fuck ever. Anyway, how many times in comics has Professor X died?
Yeah,
I can name at least 2 off the top of my head because I know for a fact in the mid 2010s there was. William, can you answer this question for me?
Age of Apocalypse, right before Age of Apocalypse, with David Haller kills him. Wow, that's the one that comes to mind for me. What's the one you got? Because that's my most famous one. Because that's the biggest.
You could argue X-Men 92 to X-Men 97. People thought Professor X was dead. Comes back from the Shi'ar Empire.
Yeah, he did that in the comics too. In X-Men Uncanny X-Men 271 to 276. Okay.
Now, you know, we've also had the luxury of witnessing 2 actors portray this character. Patrick Stewart, Patrick Stewart, and Michael Fassbender. That kind of also
James.
The guy from
right, Thank you. Fassbender played fucking
Magneto.
My point is not only have we seen other people take on these roles, but they have also taken them on well. So that also is priming us for the MCU incarnation of these characters. However, I would also posit that when Disney bought Fox in 2019, was some of the first things Kevin Feige did in regards to the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, as much as he could, with what little he could, because there was that rumor that some of the X-Men, they couldn't do anything with the X-Men because of some contractual bullshit.
Of a contractual thing that apparently went up and it was going to go up in 2025, something like that. That was the rumor. Yeah,
right. I would also say that Kevin Feige, who got his start on those X-Men movies,
correct,
would look at an opportunity to say, hey, I have my toy chest that I made, right? And now I have access to a toy chest I helped make, right? And to your point, getting the band back together, getting both bands back together, sure. What was the one thing people wanted throughout the entirety of the Infinity Saga? Damn, I wish the X-Men and the Fantastic Four were here.
Yeah.
Not only that, more specifically, damn, I wish Patrick Stewart's Charles Xavier was standing next to Steve Rogers, Chris Evans, Captain America, Chris Hemsworth, Thor, and James Marsden in a comic accurate Cyclops. People legitimately asked for that very thing to the lead up into Infinity War. They wish they wanted that very thing.
Right.
Well,
and a lot of it also probably came from, because I could say this now that I've read it, criticisms of Civil War, the movie, those who were critical of it.
Yeah.
Not everybody was, but those were critical of the film.
People that we would probably interact with online were critical of Civil War because of the lack of Fantastic Four and X-Men.
Right.
Yep.
And now we're at a point where not only Marvel has to fucking hit the reset button inevitably because they are getting stale. I will admit it as someone who's watched the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe in theaters minus Iron Man. When it comes to really wrapping this shit up one last time, and you have the opportunity to be like, hey, do you guys want to come in and help us say goodbye? Because without you, we wouldn't even fucking be here in the first place.
Yeah.
So, is that it? Is that everything?
No.
Okay. All right. Continue. Keep going.
And even then, like, to the point of oh man, we watched Patrick Stewart die in Multiverse Madness. He fucking told you when asked, are you going to be in Secret Wars and the 5th Avengers movie? He's like, He didn't say yes or no, but he basically fucking told you, like, Professor X is coming back.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I think we all
figured back. I actually think everybody who's healthy enough to be there will be in this movie, even the ones that are not.
I think that's what Doomsday and Secret Wars is really. This is.
Goodbye.
I would
argue.
Goodbye. I would even argue that this was part of the plan when King Dynasty was even still part of the equation.
They always wanted to have Secret Wars, no matter what.
Yeah.
No. I mean the inclusion of the X-Men.
Oh yeah.
In King Dynasty.
I'm willing to believe that because of the Captain Marvel end credit scene and like other references. I'm willing to buy that. Yes, I guess for me, the cynicism that you speak of that I am displaying is time released, but it is time released because there is definitely it's not quite as egregious. I don't know. Either it's maybe not as, or maybe it is worse than Black Widow being a lost episode of Phase 3, because Black Widow should have been a Phase 3 film, and
I won't agree.
And it launched Phase 4, and it just feels way out of place. But Phase 4 was largely not like it marched to the beat of its own drum, which is why it's my second favorite phase in the MCU. But for me, with the X-Men, it's like, if you were gonna do that, for me, the cynical part of me, if you were gonna do this and literally like if Feige wanted to do like everything you're talking about, like this is my old toys, and bringing them in with the current toys, and hey, let's one big huge grand send off. I don't doubt that on some level he does feel that way. From a business standpoint, it is difficult for me to think that he 100% is doing it for that reason, because of the last year or two for Marvel Studios, because of all of the angst that, again, literally mentioned earlier. Black Girl Nerds literally said that Marvel Studios needs to have a James Gunn type to deflect their rumors. Let me reiterate this, people. Someone, a blogger, a prominent blogger, literally said that Marvel should do something that DC is currently doing in movies. Do we understand where we are now with respect to the perception of this? And so, to me, I feel like the wagons are circling. They really hated what happened in 2023 when you had Guardians Volume 3 succeed, but both Quantumania and the Marvels bombed. And they said, all right, well, how do we fix this? And they saw what Deadpool and Wolverine did. And they saw what the Fox X-Men stuff did. And I could picture the executives going, oh, Avengers money, let's get that again. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying the cynic in me believes that's the primary reason that they're doing it. To get all of us, all the rubes, all of us longtime fans back into the theater. Or those of us that didn't see Quantumania, those of us that didn't see or get hyped up for the Marvels, right? We will now go and get hyped up for this. And again, I'm gonna see it. It's not like I'm not gonna watch it. Of course, I'm gonna see it, right? And if I'm sitting there and telling you, okay, did the shot? Of course, the shot looked awesome. Of course, it was great to see him because that's the one thing that Fox X-Men always screwed up was the costumes. They didn't know what they wanted to do with the flipping costumes. And then when
Except for the end of Days
the end of Apocalypse, and then end of Apocalypse is great. And then with Dark Phoenix, they're like, well, no, let's go back to the classic. Like, no,
oh my god, those costumes were fucking so ugly.
It was a generic take on the Frank Quietly costumes.
It
was not spectacular.
Yes. Right, exactly.
But then even when it came to Raven, she was like they like didn't even do her up as well as they. No,
her makeup got progressively lazier with each film.
Yeah. And I think that was because Jennifer Lawrence was like, I'm not having this anymore.
How she looked in First Class and certainly Days of Future Past.
Oh my god,
very different than how she looked even in Apocalypse and certainly in Dark Phoenix. Absolutely right. But no, to me, like. The business reasons with Marvel Studios perception is where my cynicism comes from. And I'm again not saying it's a bad idea, not saying they shouldn't do it. This will likely work for them. I'm just saying for me, it's nothing for it's not enough for me to get like hyped over.
Here's what I'm gonna see it. I will say, I guarantee you someone on the red carpet is gonna get asked like, how come you couldn't do this sooner? Could you have done this sooner? Would you have done this sooner? And I guarantee you someone is going to say abso-fucking-lutely. I would say
maybe,
yeah. I would say that if there was a time to do it, it's probably now, because at this point, to your point, after Ant-Man Quantumania fucking bombed the way that it did, I think that was the moment where everyone at Marvel went, holy fuck.
Oh, it was the humbling that we talked about for years, that we wanted to see, like the MC, not really necessarily Marvel, but the fans, the humbling that we wanted to see the fans get, because they were bragging about how many perfect Rotten Tomato scores they had. That was it. That was the start of it.
Technically, it ended with the Eternals, but yeah.
Well,
the Eternals was the first one to get a fucking rotten score since Dark World.
You're absolutely right. The problem is that what movie came out right after Eternals that allowed them to forget Eternals? Exactly.
Right.
And so then they wrote that, and then 2022 is, people keep sleeping. Well, not you guys, but people in general keep sleeping on the fact that 2022 is the last really awesome year that Marvel had. Those three movies, Multiverse of Madness, Love and Thunder, and Wakanda Forever, made nearly $3 billion.
Yeah.
Like that was the last really awesome year they had. And since then, their biggest win financially was Deadpool and Wolverine, because like their biggest win financially. And then second place was Guardians Volume 3. And they certainly got to look at last year. Like, even though, like, you know, Brave New World, like, was the only one that got rotten ratings, because Thunderbolts was fresh, and Fantastic Four was fresh. Yeah, but they got to be looking at last year, like Superman. DC's first movie beat all three of ours.
But also keep in mind that, like, you could argue that Disney's release schedule for the Thunderbolts and Captain America was garbage.
Absolutely.
Because Disney basically kind of fucked themselves that year.
Not only that, well, yes, because if you're going to put out three movies, like it was almost like a reverse of 2021. 2021, because of the pandemic, they released 4 movies in the back end of the year. Last year, they released 3 movies in the front end of the year. Why? We shouldn't have been done with, if you had 3 movies, we shouldn't have been done with you right after Superman.
You know what? You know what they should have done? They should have moved Thunderbolts to November.
Why not?
Why not?
There's no reason not to, because there's nothing in Fantastic Four that forces you to release Thunderbolts first. That end credit scene does not force you to release it first. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Totally. That would have because what came out in November of 25? What came out in November of this last year that could have given that any competition? Predator Badlands, Running Man.
I saw both of those movies, but no, those there's not a straight competition between any of them.
You could have had Thunderbolts take a fucking Black Panther Wakanda Forever first weekend of November spot. Probably would have fared a lot better than the second week of November, the second week of May, before Lilo and Stitch, before what else came out that was just super big for like Disney had so much shit in the summer where, you know, Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts just kind of had to fucking crawl to survive. And of course, you know, Superman also came out from the sky and just laid waste to everything at the box office.
Well, it was needlessly front loaded. And then I also think in Fantastic Four's case, there was a little bit of arrogance. Like,
Fantastic Four. The release schedule for Fantastic Four in hindsight wasn't good. And when we were talking to the theaters, because we put together the promotion, and the one thing on that conference call was that movie got released right when back to school was happening. Superman got released during the height of the summer vacation still, and that financially affect that, but not by a few dollars, by like millions and millions. So in hindsight, I think they would not have done that again. So there are factors that had nothing to do with the quality of the movie in the case of Fantastic Four, I think. I don't know how much more it makes, but it would have been considerable.
Back to school, like school was coming back in August?
Yes.
Yeah, by the end of July. Yeah, by the end of July.
It was. But that has an effect. I mean, I don't know.
That has a massive effect. If you sell anything that doesn't have to do with sending a kid to school, then you take a hit, no matter what unless you're Walmart, but if you're like a luxury merchandiser or movies are luxury retail, that's not even an opinion. That's
I do think that there's certainly an aspect and an argument for that. But the cynic in me still thinks that they weren't afraid of Superman. They weren't afraid of DC. and they said, whatever, we'll be fine.
And that comes from the mindset of, oh, well, it's our former guy, we'll be fine.
Right.
Well, or $31 billion in history of making movies, I guess. That could also
there's that too, sure. I mean, they're still, I don't know if they're the king, but you know,
yeah. You're talking about the kids across the street that are looking at the big kids, and there's some hope that they'll cross the street someday, and then the big kids across the street.
I don't know. I don't even know that it's even a fair comparison anymore, because one's literally getting ready to reset, and the other one is going to go into year 2. So
right,
it's even a wider gap.
Right. So
give it a year or two, and they'll both be on more even footing.
I don't know. It's just it like when it came to the whole thing, I'm like, I think people were ready for a new Superman, and I don't know. Fantastic Four just felt too late for it. Like nobody was. I mean, I don't know how many times I told, you know, obviously people who wanted to shit on Superman, and just because they hate James Gunn and they hate all this stuff, they're like, oh yeah, nobody's gonna be talking about Superman after Fantastic Four comes out. And then after like fucking 3 weeks, nobody was talking about Fantastic Four. We're still talking about Superman to this day.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of funny like how that all ended up working out. But I'm like,
that's not.
And I don't hate Fantastic Four.
If you think about
that,
that,
decent movie. That second act was great. That second act was fantastic.
Fantastic Four is in my top tier of the MCU. Yeah. It is.
Dave, what you just said, as far as people not talking about DC, you got to realize you have a rhythm of success to where you've had a train wreck when it comes to DC for so long, and you have a rhythm of success. You're kind of lulled into the point where you expect the MCU to be at certain places. Your curiosity about what DCU could become is going to get a little bit more of attention, because what history have they had the last 10 years?
Well, it isn't. Well, I mean, there is that aspect of it, but it's also the, you know, what turn are they going to take? Like with respect to curiosity, I've never bought into, and you'll probably disagree with me on this, I've never bought into the idea that the brand was damaged. There's no damaging that brand. That brand has existed for 90 years.
Well, I think it's like
you can damage the perception of the brand, but you are 100% correct. The brand is not. The brand is infallible in that.
No, exactly. What you're saying, Ray, is like, the brand is not damaged, but it's like the movie part of it was a little bit like, oh, we don't know. The TV shows and the comic books, especially, you know. But I mean, DC is flourishing 2025 to now. I mean, with the absolute universe is fucking doing huge. I mean, obviously William knows he's seen the fucking, you know, I mean, that's the thing, that, and then having Superman be a success, you know, that's what's going to be interesting. And again, when it comes to this year, and I know like people are like, is this Supergirl movie going to do anything? I'm like, the only thing that's going to drive that is if people just fall in love with Millie Alcock. That's the thing. It's like when we get that first official trailer, when we get more of the story and we get more of the visuals, that's what's going to be interesting to see how people respond. Because after the first, you know, teaser, it was like, oh yeah, cool, there it is. And then after like 3 days, people are like, all right, whatever. And then I'm kind of curious of like when the first Clayface teaser comes out, I'm like, how are people going to respond to that?
When we were talking earlier,
and then lanterns, we got lanterns too. We haven't really got an official thing of that too.
When we were talking earlier about Blue Beetle, and you were talking about how it that was your favorite of those 4 movies that came out that year. What I was going to say is that the reason that movie, because I feel like that movie does a lot of of things that comic book movies do, and probably the weakest part of the movie was probably Susan Sarandon. Like she was a plot device villain, but the reason that movie works, is because it had a lot of heart.
Oh yeah, the family aspect was so good. It felt like an 80s movie, an 80s family adventure movie without being like 80s. You know,
if Supergirl has heart,
oh yeah,
if that film has heart, then the general audience will eat it up. Yeah, and we'll flock to it.
But then they also eat up a very sassy, you know, female.
Yes, but right, and heart and a genuine character, right? Yes. A genuine nature in terms of like relatability.
Yes, there's like because I was listening, you know, the morning show that I listen to here that's popular in LA, KLOS, Heidi and Frank. They were talking about the trailer. He's like, oh yeah, I saw the Supergirl trailer. I'm like, you know what? kind of dig it. She's like a drunk. She's all about having fun. And he was like, because they drink on the show and stuff like that. They'll like do that stuff. And he was just like kind of saying that, Frank, who was like, he'll drink on the show and stuff like that. He was all about it. He was like, yeah, I kind of dig this Supergirl because I'm like, she likes to have a good time. And I was like, all right, that aspect, that's going to be part of it. It's going to be interesting, to see, how that translates to the box office, obviously. But Ronan, I know you got to take off. You're getting a little sleepy.
The body is like cut it off, dude. Cut it off.
I know you already got your blanket over you.
No,
dude, it's like it's. Oh man, I had to close my window. It is so windy down here.
It rained.
Windy up there too.
It's windy out there too.
The winds. Oh, dude, we
have a freeze warning. They gave us a freeze warning today.
Why is it windy across the whole country? It was windy. It's windy here in the Midwest.
Yeah.
What's going on?
The full-on West is now getting cold and windy. Like it's we finally got our winter. It took till January to fully get the winter, but yeah.
Like goddamn rain. Shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Christmas time was rain.
New Year's Eve in Vegas in the rain. Half a million people out here in the rain, man.
Yeah. Sleep at like 10:30 on New Year's Eve. It was great.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you're like the oldest 33-year-old.
Shit, man.
But thanks, Ron, for joining, man.
Good chatting with you guys. I'm pumped for Doomsday, and please let this month just cool down with all this shit. I'm fucking tired of it.
It's never gonna cool down. Subscribe to Ronan, guys, if you haven't already.
Take care, everybody.
All right, take it easy, man. But yeah, but going back to the Cyclops X-Men trailer. I mean, it was, I think like why people are freaking. I mean, obviously it leaked out first. I remember I sent Phil like the shot of like Cyclops. Like
I thought it was AI. Like I thought the leak was AI, and it wasn't until the actual clip came out. I'm like, oh, that was real. Okay.
Yeah,
it's so funny because like I don't even like having stuff sent like that. And Dave didn't know that. He didn't. Yeah. He sent it to me just out of pure like fucking curiosity, and I opened up my phone.
Yeah,
and I was like. Oh,
I was like, he goes, motherfucker. I was like, I probably should have said that to you.
I was like, oh, okay.
I was like, but I thought maybe you already saw it, and I was like, did you see that? I should have asked, did you see the leak before I just flat out sent it to Phil. I'm like, boom, there you go. And I was like, oh, I probably should have done that.
Thankfully, that was the only thing I had seen because the following Tuesday when the trailer dropped, I had reacted to it, and I gotta admit, like. I don't really like leak culture. I don't really participate. Yeah. But something I've been thinking about is that, what defines a leak, right? Like what is defined as a leak of a trailer? And I've been thinking about this. And, the Avengers trailers that have been shown in front of Avatar Fire and Ash, we've gotten one per week for the last 3 weeks. We know we're getting a fourth one. Four? Fantastic Four? I wonder. I can only wonder. So Marvel Studios sends these trailers out to the IMAX theaters or wherever to be screened. And at that point, the trailer then is, for all intents and purposes, it is released to the public. Yep. But in order for them to see it, they have to pay the price of admission for a movie to see said trailer. Mm-hmm. Now, Joe Jackass can go in the fucking theater, pay the ticket price, pull their phone out, boom, right? At that point, does that really count as a leak?
No.
But when it comes to something like the Can We Get Toast or whatever account, not that I had a Twitter account, but this is something that came up 2024 for Captain America Brave New World, when the trailer for that movie leaked in like June, if not early summer, and it wasn't even shown officially until like September.
That's a leak.
That is a leak.
That is a leak. Yes. Yeah. No. If it's available in a theater that the general public can access, that's not a leak.
At that point, it's not a leak. So when you see a cam recording of it on YouTube, is it a leak? You could call it that, sure, but is it really? No.
It only if it was, and especially because it was wide release. Like if it was another like Hall H like exclusive, that would be a leak.
Correct.
But because it was in multiple theaters with Avatar, Fire and Ash, no, that's not a leak. Certainly not.
So when I've been thinking about this, because this has been coming up in the conversation with regards to these trailers, people are like, "Oh, I'm so pissed that these keep leaking on the internet," and I'm like,
seems like it's coordinated almost. I don't know.
To an extent, sure, but at the same time, it's just like I'm kind of frustrated that people are treating this like, oh, it leaked from Marvel Studios directly. It's like, no, that's not what fucking happened.
No. Yeah, it's interesting. I had this thought earlier with respect to, because Phil, I forget if you were the one that said this, or maybe it was Anthony or somebody. Somebody made a comment about how we're getting all these clips for Doomsday and we haven't seen anything new for Brand New Day. And I thought about that because
there's a leak out there.
There is.
Right, but nothing official other than that one clip of him, in the dark room with the door.
Outside of him coming through the production doors and the few set photos that have been unofficially,
yes,
sure.
I did see a video on TikTok of him swinging in the downtown, right? Okay,
but as far as like official teaser trailer, what the fuck ever? No, nothing official yet.
So then so that there are. The question is like, okay, well, great. All this promotion for Doomsday is awesome, but that's December. Why are you not, where's the promotion for Brand New Day? And I thought about it and I'm like, okay, well,
there's a reason for that. The reason is number one, the movie just wrapped filming right before Christmas.
Okay.
So that's part of the reason.
Okay.
And Sony.
There it is.
Oh, see. Okay. So here, all right. So you guys, okay, we're back to normal. You guys have given the more cynical reasons, and I'm going to give the other flowery reason.
Yeah. Okay, go for it.
Case. Because between the two, I feel like the one that they are more nervous about is Doomsday.
Yes.
Because Spider-Man is,
I think they're nervous about both.
I don't think there is no Spider-Man because Spider-Man is in the god tier of popularity with one other hero.
I won't disagree with you, but at the same time, like you're doing a solo Spider-Man movie following up No Way Home.
Okay.
True.
Well,
that's a gargantuan task in and of itself.
And while I don't disagree with that, it's still Spider-Man. Spider-Man doesn't fail.
Fair.
Spider-Man just does not fail. And whenever I say Batman doesn't fail,
and it probably costs half as much as Doomsday.
Right, but even when I say because Batman and Spider-Man god tier popularity, but even when I say Batman doesn't fail, I still feel like sometimes I have to give a disclaimer for Batman and Robin, even though it didn't technically fail. Right,
and even more technically, Batman Begins.
Well, see, but that wasn't. And
it's not even a sense that it's a failure. It's a sense that like it's just not a superb winner at the box office.
Right,
it's a winner in the sense of word of mouth more so.
It was also a winner in terms of like getting a sequel made. Right, and then the great counter for Batman Begins is that the next two movies both made $1 billion. He's the only DC hero that has made $1 billion by himself.
Yeah.
But no, I think that. I hear what you're saying because yes, No Way Home is a crazy act to follow, but it's Spider-Man.
Yeah,
I think Spider-Man is Marvel's money printer of a character by far, and I just don't.
And I think
you can watch him without the homework. You can watch him without the homework of connected. You can watch Spider-Man by himself.
Now that is very true. In fact, I was just talking to somebody at work at my job about this, about how
3 of those movies without watching the other stuff. Yeah,
he said his son had just gotten to the age where he could start watching MCU movies, and when he wasn't home, randomly his wife put on. They were flipping channels, and Homecoming was on. So Spider-Man: Homecoming was the first MCU movie that this kid has seen, and I'm like, wow, you start with movie 16, and he goes, well, but they're not really connected. I was like, that's a good point. Those movies, I mean, there's a little bit of context, as far as Stark being there, and the damage control stuff being connected to the Battle of New York. But as far as the story and the character itself, no, it's insulated. All 3 of those movies are pretty well insulated. So it's not like, I mean, okay, fine. Obviously, in No Way Home, you're missing a ton of context if you haven't seen the Tobey movies or the Garfield movies, but still. As far as following Tom Holland's character, you can start with Homecoming and be okay. You're not lost on the rest of the MCU in that regard. So I just think that are not nearly as worried about Spider-Man as a character. And they don't, I'm not saying they need to be, because they really don't need to be. He does not fail. He just does not fail. Whereas with Doomsday, I think they're trying to build this hype early with Doomsday because they're really not sure. They think they can, but they're really not sure.
I love it when the Russos go like, "Oh yeah, it was always gonna be like Steve Rogers." No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Oh yeah,
it was still Kang.
We were always
probably
gonna
not.
have. We were always gonna have Robert Downey Jr. as Doom. No, you weren't.
No, you weren't.
I really hope they haven't completely abandoned the King thing, because they're still going forward. To me, with Immortus and Kang and Ramatut leading into what could be Apocalypse and the Celestials, because once you get the prime of the Sacred Timeline, which is what you'll have after Secret Wars, then you have mutant kind throughout history, and that's where the Celestials could give their thumbs up and thumbs down. They're heavily involved. There's a lot of pieces there going forward, whatever they keep. So I hope they haven't completely abandoned Sandra Richards and all that, but you know what? If they have, I'm pretty sure they'll figure out something.
Without being a comic lorist, because I know I know very little of what you just said. I can tell you from a movie and general audience standpoint, I could absolutely see them rebooting Kang as a character. Yeah. Absolutely, they could do that. There's no
I just told King as an idea. I hope they haven't abandoned him as an idea, because I think, especially now that you have the Fantastic Four and Apocalypse, to me, if I was a betting man, and I don't bet because I'm too cheap, I think Apocalypse will be the main protagonist, because he is a protagonist that you can thread throughout the history of X-Men, no matter where you start, because of the nature of his, where he comes from. So I think there's in like I said, Ramatut literally goes back 5,000 years to cultivate in Sabanur so that he knows what he will become. And that's where the celestial technology comes from. Because you can't really talk Apocalypse without celestial technology, and you already have them there. So I hope they find a way to put together, but I think I'll be happy with whatever, I guess.
I think there's credence to that theory, considering that the adamantium from the Celestial came from the Celestial, and that was established in Captain America: Brave New World, and that's something you could absolutely carry over in a brand new established continuity.
There you go. All right.
As far as the Kang of it all, I wonder about this, because this is the first time that Marvel has had a character appear in one project that was successful, where people were interested in the character, Loki, and then you put that character in another project and the project completely falls flat on its face, coupled with now that actor playing that character has been found in a court of law to be guilty of domestic violence, and now they have to not only recast that character, they're going to have to recast character number one. They're going to have to completely redo how they were going to do Kang if they go through with the new timeline. And I think we're not going to see Kang for a while, because of everything that happened with Majors.
Sure. That's it's only been 2 years. That was all 2023. So I'm not saying it'll happen soon, but I could certainly, depending on what their plan is, I could certainly see them doing it.
Like you
mentioned, when they go to solo Fantastic Four movies, or not, the ones after that take place after Secret Wars, I think it's important that he's important through their lineage too. So you have a character who's, in my opinion, who is important throughout the lineage of Fantastic Four and mutant kind. And those are going to be after we get rid of and say goodbye with all these Foxen, and we start out with what they're going to go forward with. You have your Spider-Man, your X-Men, and Fantastic Four, and the 63% of a lot of these overall characters that derive from those books alone. So I think he's kind of important. I don't know how they're going to do it. I would like to see them do something consistent with the end of, because Loki season 2 was underrated in my opinion. I think it was great. I think
so here is something that I would caution, and this is always, I would caution this with any fan looking, because the comic lore is certainly there, and it's certainly the bedrock. It's certainly like the basis for everything. At the end of the day, there is still going to be, adapting, for movies, as we all know, it's not going to be 1-to-1.
No.
I know. It's not only 1-to-1, but I think there should, if I had my way, I'm not writing it.
No,
right. I already know it's not going to be 1-to-1, but if there's certain things that are relevant hitch points that you can interpret.
And I hear you. It's just when you say that, the first thing that pops into my head is I heard people say that about Uncle Ben. And we
never saw him though. They actually introduced King. They're rolling him into this new thing.
Right, but if we're talking about he's going to have to be fully rebooted to the point where we're supposed to ignore, like, pay no attention to that other version of the character.
But King, here's the thing: King can be King by nature of what King is. King is literally a living reboot.
I know, but I don't think but I don't think that's the way they're going to approach it. I think they're going to literally, like, they're not going to do a reboot within the character. They're going to reboot the whole thing, and act like you should ignore Loki season 1 and Quantumania.
I think what's going to happen is going to be something akin to how they went from Ang Lee's Hulk to Incredible Hulk. They're gonna establish that certain things are canonically with this character. But it's probably going to be a different actor playing the role.
Of course.
Yes.
And then also, I've even also thought about this. What was their biggest mistake with Kang? They tried to build him up too fast to the point of, like, here's our next bad guy. He's a bad guy in a fucking Ant-Man movie. Fuck that. Make him an antagonist in a Fantastic Four movie and then slowly bring him back. We all know Ultron's coming back for Vision Quest. Thank God.
And to that point, Phil, that was kind of the weird part about the Kang rollout in the first place, because, like, if not that he, again, this phrase that I'm about to say is not the actual phrase that we understand, but this is the perception of this was that he was the new Thanos. Yes. From the general audience. That was the perception of it. And so when you go back, okay, well, how did they introduce Thanos? The first movie that we even saw him in before we even knew his name was the mid-credit scene in the Avengers.
Yeah.
Great.
And after that, the next time we saw him was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we finally got a name, right? And then after that, what was I think it was Age of Ultron? Fine, yes. I'll do it myself.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. He grabbed the gauntlet.
And then I think
after Ragnarok is when the ship shows up.
Right, and leading into Infinity War. So even it was weird that they didn't, like, at least take that type of pacing. Like, they went, I hear you. They went much. It's almost like it's almost like they acted like Phase 4 was like, okay, well, we've waited long enough. Well, no, because Phase 4 didn't do anything. Phase 4 was just nebulous. And again, I love Phase 4. It's my second favorite phase, but that was why I liked it, because it was nebulous. Didn't go anywhere. If you're going to build to something, you need to build it out the same way. You can't start the guy in an Ant-Man movie. He should have been in a bigger film, or he should have been teased in a bigger film, and then the slow roll like they did with Thanos, if that was what you're going to do with it.
He was introduced fairly early because 21 was the year of the TV shows in the beginning of the year and the movies in the back half.
Yeah, it was all a crazy thing. We got somebody else joining right now. We got Mr. David Perez from Movie Now joining. What's happening, man?
Hello, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, I guess it is morning. Yes, good morning. Yes.
Morning. Yeah, good to see you. We're just doing some Marvel Studios talk and what's happening, when it comes to that. But how are you doing, man?
I agree with Loki season 2. I thought it was underrated. That kind of like came and went, although it pretty much held up from the beginning. It was a great action, good writing. I thought they wrapped up Kang pretty well. They landed the ship pretty well. They established Loki really well.
I still need to see that season.
Him as a powerhouse in the MCU, a full arc. Sylvie was pretty awesome, and honestly, they even improved in some ways from season 1 when it came to what Loki is capable of. I thought he was a bit nerfed in season 1, so I thought season 2 was a really nice landing for the character of the show. So I'm in agreement with you, man.
Yeah.
And then going into Secret Wars and Doomsday, what happens at the end of that show is very relevant. It literally is where Doom. Yeah, because in the comics, obviously we're not going to 1-to-1, but I still believe Doom is going to look to usurp someone's power to do what he's going to do. There is no Beyonder. The only one that's sitting there holding all the reins right now with all the power he probably wants is going to be Loki. So I think that's going to become a very relevant. And then, like I said, the way they ended the King, so you could bring anybody in if you ever wanted to do it. You could do it in line, or you could completely blow it up.
And just to be clear, when I say that it's not 1-to-1, what I'm really saying is that, especially now, 18 years in, Marvel Studios, like the MCU has its own lore. The MCU has its own rules, will do whatever it wants. And so that's all I'm saying. Because I remember, Phil, you remember Jamie Drewley?
Fucking asshole. Yeah.
So,
I don't know who he is, but I know he's an asshole now.
Way back in the day, Holy Batcast. I remember.
Can I just share something real quick about that guy? You guys laugh. This guy, big car guy, right? Big muscle car guy. Fucking hates the Batmobile for the Batman.
Does he?
So
really?
Yeah. So similar So similar to what Phil is saying, I remember having a conversation with Jamie Drewley about how he was never going to be fully happy with Infinity War because he is a massive fan of the original story, did not like the divergence that they took with Infinity War and wanted something that was far closer to the original comic.
The movie plot was better, in my opinion. That I'm just gonna say that.
Without even reading, because I haven't read it, David, but without even reading it, I will tell you that the movie plot was more accessible for the general audience. I know
the comic was not accessible for comic book people. It was a mess of a story.
Right. So that's
the funny
the thing.
thing is like Infinity War hardly adapts any of Infinity War. It adapts mostly Infinity Gauntlet.
Infinity Watch and all that other toilet paper that came after.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like when it comes to these adaptations, like as fans, we always have to remember that we are the minority group that they're making these films for. It's that general audience is where the bucks is, and so that means that you have to still make it more than palatable for them, even if it means dumbing down some of how a character operates or what a character does or the lore and history of a character. That's why, pursuant to what Phil was saying about the difference between Hulk and Incredible Hulk, instead of taking an hour to explain to you what happened to Bruce Banner, they did it in the opening credits in the Incredible Hulk, right? Like they sped it up. So like that's
one thing about the Infinity stuff though is that Thanos in the movies is a much more of a brilliant tactician. In the comics, he's a fucking moron. Remember how he lost the gauntlet?
Yeah.
Remember how this moron who did all this lost the gauntlet.
Well, I mean, okay, so William's not wrong at all because Thanos in Marvel Comics, especially like that era, he's kind of he is a fucking idiot. Like he's kind of like, I've got the Infinity Gauntlet, snap, and he's literally just doing shit for shits and giggles.
And don't forget the motive too. It's for a woman.
But that's
right. Yes,
that's
exactly.
My love, give you the half of the universe.
We just lost the host.
What happened?
We just lost the host of Vodka Stream. Holy shit!
Wait a minute. Wait,
no, Adam Warlock. I mean, Jim Starlin. When Jim Starlin, the thing about these characters, when Jim Starlin left Marvel for that time, that's when those characters died, and those characters did not resurface until Silver Surfer 34. All those characters died until he came back to Marvel, and he and Ron Lim, and then he bought back Drax, he bought back Thanos, he bought back all those because no one wanted to write those characters that wasn't Jim Starlin. And that's hilarious. Adam Warlock, all those characters were dead.
Yeah.
And then bam, Silver Surfer 34, they all came back. And I was loving it. As a kid, 16-year-old me was like, this is great. And then we started doing the Infinity War and the Infinity Quest and all this stuff. And I'm like, now we start entering into the 90s and just so many copies of everything. And that was a horrible story. And then it ended horribly. And then so the movie did a better job with the story. Like I said, they made Thanos into this fucking Patton, but he wasn't. But as far as everything else, I mean, I wish Adam Warlock had been in the story earlier on, but it worked without it. But yeah, the Infinity Saga. Oof.
Really think about. I've thought about that too, right? Like, how do you bring in Adam Warlock in that story with the Soul Stone depicted the way it was in Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War and Infinity Watch? How the fuck do you adapt that?
I've thought about that a lot of different ways. I would have him in there as somebody who had it and knows the danger of it. Even if he does not have it on him at this point, I would still have had him. To me, you know, and it just is because I'm biased when it comes to comics.
Right.
There is no Thanos story without Adam Warlock. There is no Thanos story. There are a family of characters, Pip, Gamora, he created that character to interact with those. So he got everybody else, except for Pip. He got everybody else. He got everybody else who was relevant, but he didn't get them. And I think that there was a dynamic that they missed out on that they could have had between Adam Warlock. Because when Jim Starlin was writing well in the early 80s, that dynamic between him and Adam Warlock was legendary. The text, everything. And I thought they could have used that in Infinity War, but hey, they made their billions.
They made their billions, and we're at a point now where, like, I mean, it's been like, how long ago was Infinity War?
2019.
I even recall Kevin Feige saying something way early on, even before Infinity War even released. He was like, "Yeah, we've altered the way like some of the stones' powers work." And thinking about it now, like, yeah, they altered the colors of a few of them, but ultimately, like, the powers of the stones themselves, like the cosmic cube being the space stone, the green stone being the time stone. Like some things,
remember they were called soul gems. I'm old enough to remember soul gems. Remember that?
Yeah, right. And I think about the way the soul stone specifically operates, and in conjunction with how it operates in the comics with Adam Warlock, and I'm like, they were damned if they do, damned if they fucking don't, because trying to adapt that one specifically is like a headache. Like when you read it and then you think about, how do I make this in live action? I don't know how.
Plus, it's a cheater stone. Well, you can bring people back and put forth with it.
And this is why when it comes to like adaptation, like I really do have a like very healthy level of respect for any screenwriter that would try to tackle this for a general audience, because that's what you're primarily writing for.
Right.
And then on top of that, like with respect to like the setting itself, like you have to do this for the general audience, but you also have to make it in a way that, like, you know, resonates with them to the point where it's been like 7-8 years and people are still saying Thanos was right. That's still a thing that people say, right? And so they don't know, and they have no idea who Adam Warlock is at this point. Couldn't care less who Adam Warlock is. I know that hurts to a comic.
And by the way, Thanos was right.
No, I mean, it does, but
ever. It's never said in the comics, because his motive was only for love. It was 100% selfish. There was no nuance to it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So even if you enjoyed the original story, when it came to motive, I thought the movie objectively did it better, because at least there was some question to it. At least you could understand where he was coming from.
There was a moral cause instead of an ambiguous abstract.
If we're talking about a plot line, or if we're talking about a motivation that is going to draw in the general audience, then I will agree that, like, because it's all subjective, but I will agree that from a popularity standpoint, the only way you succeeded the way that you did with the audience is to adapt it, is to do what you did and give it a moral imperative. Because the moral imperative is something, again, the reason people are still saying Thanos was right is because they heard what he said and thought, you know, he might have a point. Maybe half the universe doesn't need to be around. Right? Maybe
I'm like, yeah, can you been snap that way?
Well, and I also exactly. Like, that's a thing. We like to snap certain people in life, like in real life, right?
So I got a message from Dave. His internet went down.
Uh-oh.
Okay, cool.
Dave's internet went Uncle Ben.
Yep.
Another character that I would have loved to seen in flashback, even if you're not ever going to bring him back in full life, would have been Captain Marvel. Just somehow, I mean, just in a flashback situation, when I first heard that they were doing a Captain Marvel movie, I thought for sure there was going to be some flashback.
They shifted that to Annette Bening in the first movie. Isn't she?
And what's his face?
Yes, no, I think you're right.
No. Jude Law is Jan Rog.
Yes,
she was the.
I think
she's the Supreme Intelligence, but the character that she comes to Earth in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, is Marvel. Like
I think he's right.
Marvel, something like that.
Yeah, you're right. I wanted to like that movie. It wasn't Howard the Duck or anything like that, but it was just so disappointing to me.
I like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel. I don't know if I'm ready to say I like both movies. I definitely like the Marvels more than I like
the
Captain
Marvels.
Marvel.
Yes, I like the Marvels better than Captain Marvel. Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Marvel is like died, right? He never came back.
He died in Marvel
One
graphic
of
novel
those
number
characters
one.
that actually died and stayed dead, right?
Yep.
That's my understanding.
Yep, he is. And
Pretty
that's
rare.
because Starlin had in the early 80s, because that's when I started collecting. Starlin had that power to where if it was his characters, it was his characters, and anybody who was trying, it would be like somebody when people will come try to do an X-Men character without Chris Claremont's blessing or whatever. You can fucking forget that in the 80s. And Jim Starlin was that guy. So and when and it was shocking because this was back when nobody died. This was back in 1982, 1983 when nobody really died. Fake comic book deaths, all that. And not only did they kill him, they killed him in the very first graphic novel that they ever did. And the whole story is kind of depressing. It's depressing. He dies of cancer. He actually, I think he was fighting Nitro years later, and it was because the bands that kept the cancer dormant. And then when he didn't have those, it spread throughout his body. And so Thanos is already dead. Thanos is in his mind, guiding him to death and all this. And the cover is him sitting in death's laps with all the comic book characters around him. So it wasn't the type of story that you got in 1982, 1983 from Marvel at that point. But yeah, they kept him dead, and they would bring him back as like a zombie or some other stupid shit. But for the most part, he stayed dead. But I still think he's a very big, important part of anything you're going to do with the Kree. If you're going to do a story with the Kree, yeah, he's like the biggest champion even in death.
Well, right. But I mean, the Marvels totally is about the Kree.
Yeah,
right.
So, I fully expected to see him in there.
I just Googled that. Wow, that panel of him on the bed with the heroes around him. My God.
Yeah, and then the whole book is his heart slowing down with the beating until it stops, and he gets up and walks away with Thanos.
Oh wow!
I like I said, reading that I read that off of I bought that at a base bookstore because I hadn't started going to comic book stores anymore. But the Air Force bases would carry comic books, and they would definitely carry graphic novels because they were considered books. So that's where I bought Marvel graphic novel number 1. And I'm like, I think I'm like 8 or 9 reading that shit. I'm like, wow, this is deep. But Jim Starlin stuff is deep, and he put out some of the best stuff during that era.
Oh, dude, Jim Starlin's like one of my favorite writers from the late 80s.
His Batman run is completely underrated.
I have read,
and like herpes, he's back.
Wow!
All right, I am literally running off my phone right now.
There we go. That's dedication, people.
That's what I figured.
Dude.
So am I.
I knew it was gonna happen because the wind is just absolutely fucking crazy out there. So my actual internet just fucking went kaput right now.
That happened to me mid-show last night.
I am like running off my phone's hotspot right now.
I was about to say, I wondered if you were going to do that. I've done that before.
Yeah, that's what I'm running on right now. So,
matter of fact, I actually did a Pokemon raid on the way to Full Circle with my phone as a hotspot.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I was like, oh shit. I had a feeling because the wind is insane.
It's bad
over here right now.
I saw it was frozen. I was like,
yep.
I was expecting everything to close once you got kicked out.
No, this thing will still keep on running until I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah,
real quick. I was like, oh, fucking my internet's down.
Yeah.
So so we're good for right now. I'm running off my hotspot.
That's dedication, people.
That's right, man. That's what we do. We got to keep the fucking ship going. Plug up a little hole right there in the kit. So what are you guys talking about?
Plug the leaks.
Jim Starlin and like I said, some of the stuff that they included in the Infinity Saga and they didn't include. So.
And William, I don't want to make it seem like they will just ignore everything that you're saying. I'm just saying that they might only take bits and pieces.
Oh, that's fine. I'm fine with it. I have a wish list, but I also have reality. Here's the thing: when I want to read a comic book, I'm surrounded by them. If you're making a movie, make your movie and do the relevant you need to do.
But right there is just a far healthier perspective than so many have, like with respect to adapting.
When it comes to like Doomsday or Secret Wars, like as a fan, I wish and I hope maybe I'll see Dr. Doom rip out the spine of Thanos. I'm not expecting it, but it'd be nice. It'd be a nice
thing. Do the Beyonder. I don't ever want to see the Beyonder on big screen.
Buddy, we're doing Secret Wars. bet your
So-
ass to be on.
No, you don't. No. You don't. You do not have to have him.
So
You do not have. Listen, Jim Shooter, rest in peace. The only reason that fucking character exists is because it was a writer's crutch. That was the laziest writing. We just give him a god, a star. Yeah, have him talk. Sure. Yeah. That'll work.
So
No.
I think outside of like and maybe that's another reason, Phil, why I'm like looking forward to the MCU iteration of the X-Men is because can we get the costumes? I know, yes, we're gonna get them in Doomsday, but I want to see updated costumes. But aside from that, like it's I don't know, like
I think I'm with both. I'm with you on one hand, but on the other hand, I'm like, it's kind of nice to see the fact that Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, and James Marsden,
yes,
Alan fucking Cumming.
okay. Here's the thing.
Kelsey fucking Grammer.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say about Marsden though. If he is in the movie for 5 minutes, that's just mean. That's just utterly
so
mean.
that's the worry.
Probably dying in that scene.
Apply that same logic to Steve
Okay,
Rogers.
Sentinel.
Apply that same exact logic to Steve Rogers.
No, the reason the reason it's different is because James Marsden got screwed heavily in Fox X-Men. Rogers at least has his own movies and is a prominent member of the Avengers. I'm saying in real life that's mean to Marsden.
Was Superman Returns a mistake?
No, it wasn't a mistake because they actually gave his character crap to do in that movie. Like his character had an arc. His character had a point. In literally, he's in 10 minutes of the first X-Men movie. He's barely in X2, and that's one of our favorite ones, and he's barely there, right? Like we have never really gotten, and that's
Cyclops.
Right, and which is another reason I'm ready to see
Cyclops. That's the worry about like when people watch the that teaser is like, oh, is it just gonna be like, is that his like final showdown before he gets offed?
He gets stepped on by a Sentinel 2 seconds later.
Because you see the Sentinel behind him.
Yep, like purple foot, you're good.
So I think a lot of people are worrying that they just brought him back for
that's a legitimate concern. That's a legitimate concern.
Well, they're all gonna die. They're all going away.
Well, yeah.
Would you agree he's a bigger actor now than he was when he did the X-Men movies? Because his stock has been rising, in my opinion. So
because of Sonic the Hedgehog, he's become a bigger actor now.
Also, he's been in TV.
TV and stuff like that. No, he's built up he's lasted, but I think the Sonic movies have kept him, really alive, I would say. And then a lot of people go, he hasn't aged. He hasn't aged in 20 years. And he doesn't. He looks good.
He's it's not quite Paul Rudd, but not bad. Not bad.
I think they're pretty similar, to be honest.
Well, his hair. He's kept the hair coiffed.
Yeah.
Right. He's got like the John Stamos hair, kind of. Right?
Yeah.
I think he's gonna have something to do. I don't, especially after the love that Cyclops got for X-Men 97.
And I think they knew that. I think they knew like putting him into the legit Cyclops costume. They're like, there's no way that we don't have him interacting with Wolverine.
I hope so. I sure hope so.
In the yellow costume.
There's a rumor.
Can you imagine if you have Hugh Jackman and James Marsden in the legit costumes standing together? Come on.
Now, let me ask you guys, do you think this is the same X-Men as the ones that we saw in the Fox movies?
No.
Because there's a lot of reasons to say this is a parallel version.
Yeah.
It's going to be like a Deadpool and Wolverine.
Exactly. That the Deadpool Wolverine is your primer for this. Absolutely. Without question. And that's fine. I don't have, again.
Deadpool, Wolverine, and Loki. Because that flows in the TVA, the strands.
I dare I say it. I would even argue that Deadpool and Wolverine is a point of demarcation that people are actually still very much hungry for the Fox X-Men before Fassbender and McAvoy took over.
And the funny thing about that, it's funny that you bring that up because
that's just something that just occurred to me while we were having this whole conversation.
I think that I don't know, like, was it really? I mean, the Fox X-Men fans definitely like those of us, like we felt like it was, Scott and I talked about that. We felt we loved the tribute. to that franchise. We love the fact that Ryan Reynolds respected that, because that is technically Deadpool is part of Fox X-Men. Absolutely, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I still love that line in the first Deadpool where it's like, I'm gonna take you back to the to the man. And he's like,
and also keep in mind,
McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are so
what were you gonna say?
He's also working on another mutant movie with Deadpool in it for Marvel Studios, which
I'll give you trade. Okay. Right.
It's always tough for me thinking about the different cast, though, because on the one hand, like, I get what you're saying, that like it does seem like there's an appetite for the older cast. By the same token, there are aspects of that new cast I still like, and part of me feels like they might have gotten a bit of a raw deal, only because of really like the timing and like the last two movies. But I personally, this might be controversial. I like Fassbender's Magneto over McKellen's.
Do we think that they're going to show up? Was that what the question was, or we were trying to like? Do you think like McAvoy and Fassbender will end up showing up? And
I think they're all going to be there. Everybody that is physically able from that history will be there.
Yeah. I think there is a chance. I think in their case it would be cameos or like flashbacks. Like if they're talking about older the past days, and then we see Fassbender and McAvoy, and maybe they don't have any lines, or maybe they do have lines and it's only like a couple things here and there. I think we could see that.
Yeah,
possibly.
I'm gonna plug our friend Marvel. I'm gonna plug Chris's show, Marvel Alliance, because he brought up something interesting that I've been thinking about. The end of Days of Future Past ends in 2023. The ending of Thunderbolts takes place in 2028.
Yes, because aren't they? Because when is Endgame?
Endgame ends in 2023.
Right, and it's been 5 years.
Yeah, so it's 2028. Yeah,
right.
And don't forget, James Mangold confirmed the happy ending in X-Men Days of Future Past is what led into Logan. So Wolverine, after all of that, lost everybody. It didn't matter. That's why he became so depressed and an alcoholic and literally suicidal, is because of the fact that despite the fact he went back in time and changed the past and fixed everybody, and Jean is alive, they all die. They all die.
Right. And the Deadpool and Wolverine that are on Earth 10,005 are not from 10,005 because they're from different fucking worlds to begin with. So their world is the Professor X and Magneto and the Cyclops. So this is what Chris said. I'm inclined to believe him because Chris knows what the fuck he's talking about, and he's our friend. But if Deadpool and Wolverine are on this world, and it's this Professor X and this Magneto and this Cyclops, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
And will it be the same universe as Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man? That is what people are asking.
That's a rumor. I heard a rumor. Well, I didn't hear a rumor.
Why would it be that universe?
To make it easy for plot elements, just so that there aren't so many Earths that they have to go to. You know,
they'll have a battle world. They'll have a battle world with all the printing, because by virtue of what's happened in the two previous movies, which is Deadpool and Wolverine, and then Loki, everything that you see that is not a sacred timeline is a variant by virtue of what they established in that show.
Let me posit something for you guys. Okay, so what if, because we know the incursions are happening leading into Doomsday and Secret Wars.
Yeah.
And we know that, the X-Men are from one world, the Fantastic Four are from another world, and the Prime timeline is also on its own world. So what if an incursion happens in Doomsday, but it's not between, say, 828 and 616? What if it's between 10,005 and another unnamed Earth that houses a Spider-Man? And while that incursion happens, one character from one world and another character from another world end up fighting.
Won't that depend on whether or not Sony?
That's a certain. I think that's a certain.
Yes. And I've thought about this, because if there is a Spider-Man in Avengers Doomsday, one way around it to not have it be Tom Holland would obviously be bring in Toby or Andrew, because Tom is doing his own movie before Doomsday.
I personally would prefer Andrew, but would not be upset if it were Toby.
Oh, Toby's definitely showing up.
I'm guessing that Spider-Man, with respect to like Doomsday and Secret Wars, is going to have like a like. Is that a big deal in the comics? Is he a big like? Is Spider-Man a big deal in that story in the comics?
Well, that's it. In the
not
comics,
a real
number 8 is where Venom, the symbiote costume first appears. Other than that, that's his biggest moment there.
Okay.
He gets the
in the 1984, what William just said, yes, in 1984 Secret Wars, that's where Spider-Man gets his black suit, the Venom symbiote.
And remember, he beat up the X-Men by himself. I mean, he did a pretty good job in Secret Wars. I mean, he was very formidable.
And then in the 2015 book, I don't know, but I'm actually going to talk to Chris because he's going to do a lead into Doomsday for the book that essentially is what possibly inspired is The Time Runs Out, run by Hickman, leading into the 2015 Secret Wars.
2015.
I'm going to read that. Yeah.
Him, not only is he relevant in there, but Miles Morales and all the other Spider-Man, because that's where they fuck up the universe by getting rid of the Ultimate brand, which, by the way, they're gonna do again. But yeah, they basically consolidate. They're doing exactly what they're doing there. I just hope they do it better than they did in 2015, because they basically spent the last 10 years undoing that. So
here's the thing I was thinking about. What if they end up introducing a live action Miles Morales in one of these movies?
They're not going to do that.
I hope not.
They're not going to do that. Not in these two movies.
No. Okay, so like I would like that. I don't think Sony will allow.
They're not going to. No.
Yeah. So if Sony, whoever that allows that should step down. Whoever at Sony allows that should step down.
Really?
That's basically your resignation. If you allow anybody but Lord Miller or your people to handle the character that you spent all these years cultivating, you need to resign.
That I could actually agree with, because here's the thing: when it comes to these rights, right? And again, this is something that DC fortunately doesn't have to deal with. Sony has a vice grip on Spider-Man's rights, and there's really no business reason for them to let it go, regardless of how we feel about what they do. Giving them Miles Morales would be losing leverage, especially since we don't have Beyond the Spider-Verse yet.
If they were to do Miles right now, yes, but they're not. Kevin Feige has made that abundantly clear.
He said that he got rejected on that, didn't he?
Yeah. He's been told, like, no, you can't touch Miles until after Beyond the Spider-Verse.
I was going to say, I mean, I know it sounds crazy to us, but Sony is in the driver's seat with Spider-Man's rights. They do, like, they tell Feige to jump, he says how high with respect to Spider-Man.
So fucking crazy that they have Marvel Studios.
Well, that was the 90s for you. That's what the 90s did to you. The drove you bankruptcy.
And it's all part of the whole, where everything went. Like we have to remember that the reason that we're seeing Fantastic Four and the reason that we're seeing Daredevil and the X-Men is because Disney bought Fox. Sony is still got, this goes back to the 90s, like the whole bankruptcy thing, because that's
Daredevil didn't come with the Fox acquisition, just heads up. Daredevil came before. He came right before.
Yes, because his expired.
Yes.
The statute expired. That's right. Yes, you're right. Yep, totally. But no, like that's the thing. It goes back to the Marvel bankruptcy when they sold all their A-listers, which is why Marvel Studios had to start with the Avengers in the first place, because they didn't have all their A-listers. Now they have everybody but Spider-Man and Hulk. They don't have full rights to Hulk either, because Universal's got this tied up in that.
God, goddamn, it's so crazy. I mean, that's what's good about DC is like James Gunn can play with all the toys, and
they almost went bankrupt too. The only reason they both went through the same exact thing in the mid to late 90s, the only thing ironically that saved DC from with Marvel perils was Warner Brothers owned them. Yeah, that's it. That's it, because they drove themselves into the ground by printing 2 million copies of Death of Superman and everything else, and all the other shit that they did that has no value now, and that killed the market, that killed the circulation. And by 1997, that's when they first sold off X-Men. They went through a lot. Michael Jackson was going to buy them for like pennies. It was that close to being Marvel being sold. That's not a joke.
So I mean, the for all the guff we give Warner Brothers, I mean, that's DC was owned by a studio first.
Yeah.
And then and in Marvel's case, their labels were all over the place
Yeah.
And now only in the last 5 to 10 years are they being consolidated.
And don't forget, Marvel did it to survive. A lot of people shit on Marvel, but they went bankrupt. They were they had no choice. So a lot of people really crap on Marvel. How could you have done this? And they had no choice.
Anybody, and I haven't heard anybody say that, but I feel like anybody that says that is a child. Yeah. And not just because they don't understand the history, but also because really it's not that serious. How could you do it? It's business. At the end of the day, there's still a business component to this.
They're like, you can have the rights, you can have the rights, you can have the rights. And guess what happened? Everything now is, in 2025, everything's coming back. It's like, it took a little time.
There would be no MCU, there would be no Marvel had they not done that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
I mean, the fact that Fox and Universal, everybody like, all right, we have the rights to this character, so let's make a movie. And guess what happened? It started the superhero boom that we've been in for 27 years. It's like, yeah,
Fox was the only one that was going to make the X-Men movie. To this day, I will die on this hill. The original X-Men movie is the most important comic book movie ever made. Not the best movie.
What about Blade?
Blade helped, but not as much as X-Men.
I don't think in any way, shape, or form Blade helped because it wasn't recognizable to the general public as a comic book character. I had to explain people. Only reason why Blade gets made, and I get this heat on our own channel, is because Wesley Snipes was at the height of his powers during that decade.
Yeah.
So I see both sides of this because William, I get what you're saying. When I saw Blade, I didn't know it was a Marvel comic. In fact, it was many years after seeing the Blade movies that I found out he was a Marvel character. I get that perspective. By the same token, it's still a comic book movie at the end of the day.
No, it is, but it did not have any influence in comparison to what the X-Men did.
Nobody watched it because, oh my God, Marvel.
Right.
Let's go watch that movie. I did. Yeah. When I watched it with my dad as a kid, I didn't know it was a fucking Marvel.
Nope, had no idea.
Yeah. Go ahead, William.
What the X-Men did is it showed that you could do an ensemble movie like that and do world building with that type of movie. And every producer that was across the board was watching that movie. That was one of the biggest risks that you'll ever see. Blade, even up to the point where all the singular Spider-Man movie and all the other stuff, the Batman, that was a solo character based on that. You're talking about building a world. And a lot of those people that worked on that world are some of the familiar names that you would see later on, all the way up till Marvel Studios, DCU, and all that.
The funny part of Snipes, though, filming scenes with his eyes closed, where they had to do CGI eyes on top of him. I mean, that's changing filmmaking. I mean, talk about bold, talk about taking a risk. I mean,
what was this
that no actor has ever done?
Trinity.
Oh.
That was Blade Trinity. He was not a fan of what was going on in Blade Trinity. So when he was supposed to open his eyes at the end scene, he didn't, and then they CGI'd his eyes to open. Yeah.
William, it's interesting because I remember in 2000, we were excited to see the movie, one because it looked cool, and two because. Not me, because I didn't watch this when I was but all my friends had watched the cartoon. Not read the comic, they'd watch the cartoon. So I hear what you're saying in terms of it being a gamble for the studios, but I still think that it almost, maybe not quite exactly the same, but it's almost like we were talking about when we were reviewing Batman Forever. One of the things that we were noting was that was when the movie started to incorporate aspects of the animated series, like Arkham Asylum and like the design of Gotham and whatnot. Because at that time, the animated series was 3 years old and was prominent with the younger audience. I feel like a lot of people that went and saw X-Men in 2000 were fresh off the cartoon.
Well, what you got to understand
the animated series
is the percentage of people who watched, and these numbers are out there for anybody who wants to look, the percentage of people who watch those animated shows versus the actual general public, that is going to matter to the production people that are sitting watching this movie, whether it's much larger and the stakes are much harder. So if you're a producer and a stockholder at Paramount or at Fox or any of these things, you're not paying any attention to the cartoon because you know what the audience is at.
I get it. I'm not saying it.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about from a business point of view. This showed Hollywood we could do this, and we could do this on this scale.
Right, but I think I agreed. But I think that from an organic standpoint, at least for us, because I was in high school, or no, was I in high school? Yeah, I was in high school when that movie came out. Like, we were looking, like, I remember when the toys would come out, and we were just looking at how each of them were adapted. Like, I didn't know who the hell Hugh Jackman was, but I wanted the Wolverine action figure, right? And we knew Halle Berry, like, oh wow, she's Storm, right? And then, you know, nobody knew who Marsden was. We only knew Famke Janssen as Xenia on the top.
Well, we knew who Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen to a point, but yeah, for the most part, the team was like fairly unknown besides Halle Berry.
Yeah. So there was definitely like organic buzz through my generation. There was organic buzz from the animated series going into that movie. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't dispute any of that. It's just more of a fact that it's like I said, when you breaking this type of ground, like the opening scene in X-Men, the concentration camp, it showed them, because prior to that, I think Hollywood was apprehensive to build a world. It's much easier to build one guy. It's much easier to build Batman, build Superman, build Batman, because the risk.
I would go even further and say that when it came to up to that point, when it came to taking risks with comic movies, it was really just Warner Brothers, and they were only doing they were only doing it with Batman and Superman, and really they were only doing it with the Batman because
no world building. So the difference post X-Men is their worlds now that were being created with these movies.
Right.
Yeah. Because, you know, even after that, I mean, DC was going like, hey, we should do a Batman. I mean, they were trying to do a Batman versus Superman movie in the early 2000s. Yeah, they started that in the early 2000s. I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, when X-Men came out, well, that was 99, right? Or was that
2000?
2000. 2000, X-Men comes out. 2002, Spider-Man comes out. And that also takes the genre, it bumps it up greatly, because then it's like, oh, you could have a character that does that shit. You couldn't do that, you know, before. So they upped the ante, and then it's like, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, Warner Brothers is like, hey, we want to do a Batman and Superman movie, you know, and stuff like that, because that was going to happen in the early 2000s when it came to Wolfgang Peterson. He was going to do a Batman versus Superman movie. He ends up getting Troy, which is what Christopher Nolan wanted to do. And then Warner Brothers goes, sorry, you want to do Batman? You can do Batman. And then, you know, it's so crazy how things work, because if Christopher Nolan ended up doing the Troy movie, we wouldn't get Odyssey that we're getting this year. And we wouldn't have gotten Batman or the Dark Knight trilogy back then. It's like, it is kind of crazy how things work. That's kind of those things that you think about. Like, thank God that, you know, the Wolfgang Peterson Batman versus Superman movie didn't happen, because then we probably wouldn't have gotten, you know, Zack Snyder's Batman versus Superman movie.
Okay. You know? Right. Yeah. But it just playing a little bit of devil's advocate.
Okay.
Let's say that had happened, right? Let's say that the Batman v Superman movie had happened back then. Right. What we would have avoided, you're right, we would not have had all of Zach's glory, which I would miss that. But what we would have avoided is we would have avoided the Superman drought. Yeah. And that's something that, like you were talking earlier about how, like, part of Superman's success last year is because people were ready for a new Superman movie. Well, they just ought to be. It had been 12 years since he had a solo movie. 12 years in between that movie and Man of Steel. And then before that, 7 years in between Man of Steel and Superman Returns. Before that, 19 years between Quest for Peace and Superman Returns. It's really silly how Warner Brothers has treated Superman like over the last 3 or 4 decades in terms of like, hey, you're gonna get a movie every like 5, 10, maybe 15 years.
He became a TV hero. He became a TV. There was 2 TV shows before the next movie. There was Lois and Clark with Dean Cain, and then there was Smallville. So he had 2 TV shows before he was even. They're basically said, "Look, you're not even good enough for the big screen, man."
Yeah, which again, silly. Right. Yes, exactly. The animated series, the DCAU, absolutely right. But no, we would have avoided, like how there's never, like, people have their favorite Batman, but there's never like a fight. Like, if you like Keaton, cool. If you like Pattinson, cool. If you like Bale, cool. Even nowadays, if you like Affleck, cool. But there's still like a battle, like Reeve, no, Cavill, no. Because there's only 4 of them. Right?
No, my Superman. I hate that shit.
That shit. In the other timeline, we would have avoided that shit. In the other, if Wolfgang Peterson does his Justice League.
Yeah, but he was gonna cast Jude Law as Superman. I was like, oh, I don't know about that.
It's almost the series casting Heath Ledger as the Joker, man. It could have worked.
You know what?
I know. I'm not saying, maybe it would have worked. Hey, nothing against Jude Law. Nothing against Jude Law. It was just kind of funny because Jude Law and Colin Farrell was cast as Colin Farrell would have been Batman, And
I have to ask though, when it comes to casting, do you guys think like we will see recasting in Doomsday, such as T'Challa or Secret Wars? Is that happening?
Well,
is T'Challa coming back?
Yeah, there's rumors that the dude from F1 is going to be.
Is there any smoke to the Damson Idris thing, or is that
there's
just
really not? I've seen the rumors that he might be T'Challa. He might be the new T'Challa. I don't know.
I've seen in the last week some goof ass account try and peddle that as a fact because they say they have it on good authority. And I'm like,
the only thing I've seen really connecting him directly is that was it Vogue magazine? I forget what magazine it was where they did that big, huge fashion presentation, and it was all centered around Wakanda, and like Denai Guerrera dressed up as Okoye again, and Teyana Taylor was Nakia, and Angela Bassett dressed up as Queen Ramonda again, and Damson Idris was there with all of them and took photos with them.
Wow.
And so that fueled speculation. Oh, why is he with them? What's that? That's the only concrete thing I've seen.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Before Will brought up time running out, and like it makes me think of like Namor and Black Panther was so good. That dynamic throughout that story leading up to the new Secret Wars was so good. Just any type of adaptation, I think fans would love if we can get that.
I feel like that's why I think when it comes to Wakanda Forever, I know the whole recasting and all that. I thought they should have just not done that movie or waited. Because I thought that Horta's character, her son Namor, as good as he was, he had no one to rise up to, and sure he wasn't it.
And right there is it again brings up what I mean in terms of like the difference between like us fans and the general audience. And in this case, the general audience and the cast and crew, because I know several people in the general audience that cried during that movie because that movie was made and released as 2 hours and 41 minutes of mourning Chadwick Boseman. And it wasn't just
I understand. I just think, listen, there are places to mourn the dead. And movies are not one of them.
They made the choice to do it. It did, and it worked. $859 million. It worked.
So you can't a lot more, but it's T'Challa in it. But that's just conjecture.
Well, okay, but which T'Challa?
The T'Challa.
Okay, but what I'm saying is like because I talked with Ben Everts about this at length because he hates that movie. But like the whole thing,
you shouldn't take him seriously. But go on.
Well, but no, the unique circumstances, not just in terms of that he passed, not just in terms of how he passed, but also really when he passed during 2020 when we were all fucking locked up. Like, and this is when the movie is like, I think the movie was already paused because I think Letitia Wright had already blown her back out and like,
broke her arm. We're back. Yeah.
I think it was a back injury. Like it was like she was out for like 6 to 8 weeks, something like that, right? Something to that effect. And I think it was the nature of when it happened and how it happened. It was a roller. It was a steam roller. Like remember the first thing that happened in 2020 was Kobe Bryant died.
Oh my
Kobe
God.
Bryant died in the helicopter crash.
And his daughter. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yeah.
Other people. I woke up to that nightmare. I thought that was going to be the worst.
Yeah, that's how the year started, and then 2 months later, we're shutting everything down for the pandemic.
Everything down, and
Right.
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
You know what?
And-
I do not blame them for what they did, and Coogler did what he needed to do, and I honestly think Wakanda Forever. I think, there's certain aspects, especially the final act, I was kind of like iffy about, but that opening scene. Yeah, I even got choked up.
I almost walked out.
I
almost walked out of that movie.
The opening scene. But now, nothing we've said tonight will be more cynical than what he just said. Anyway, but the that's the thing. Like with the opening plus the fact that for the first time, like the thing they did with the Marvel Studios logo, right? Like that whole thing. That's
you could argue. You could argue the retooling kind of began with the death of Chadwick Boseman.
Sure.
Marvel Studios.
Because Quantumania was right after that.
Part of their future.
And so I don't want to remember 2020, and I don't blame. That's how
a lot of us
awful that year was.
All I'm getting at is I remember once upon a time where it was implied that the big three going forward in phase 4, 5, and 6 were Chadwick Boseman, Brie Larson, and Tom Holland.
Mm-hmm.
And then shortly thereafter, the Spider-Man Far From Home movie happened, made $1 billion, and Sony and Disney had their fucking fight.
Yep,
that happened.
Remember that? Mm-hmm.
Everyone already hated Brie Larson, and then Chadwick Boseman died in August of 2020. It was just a fucking shit show after Endgame, and Marvel was really put to the test in not the fun way.
No.
The decision came from a good, like I said, it came from a good place where they made that decision. But I almost walked out of the movie, not because I thought, this is shit or anything, but I felt I got the feeling in 5 minutes in, I'm at a funeral, and that's not what I came here for. When I come to a movie, I've been to funerals.
You were. The thing is, and I think objectively from a data standpoint with the box office, you were in the minority as far as I'm really not making a financial point. I'm making a creative point. And here's the thing about Marvel that was consistent up to that point. The story is they put the story first. Now listen, it's a news flash, and I know this is going to be a spoiler alert, and it's going to sound cold. In all your workplaces and all your walks of life, people die. The world, I'm going to go. The world does not stop spinning on its axis. Now, I understand mourning. Take as much time as you need. He deserved that respect. But I do not, and this is what really burns my chest. You do not honor the dead by stopping the work. And to me, they didn't stop the work. That's the thing. They didn't stop the work.
They did not carry T'Challa forward.
Stopping the work would have been canceling the movie. And the problem with your logic with this is that you have to remember that there's a PR component to how these studios operate. And if you recast T'Challa at that point in the midst of how he died, now here comes the shitstorm of you being so insensitive and you not allowing.
You set a precedent so you're not going to be able to tell your story because, like I said, people die. Unfortunately, they die unexpected.
Okay, but you're acting like T'Challa's never going to get rebooted. He's clearly going.
No, but I'm talking about now we're doing After Effect. I'm talking about in real time.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it should have been done. And if you needed to delay, not do it immediately, take as much time as you need to, but tell your story. You're in the business of telling fictional stories.
If COVID-19 doesn't happen and we're not all locked up and the world isn't crumbling down around us and he dies of cancer, that's one thing. you cannot ignore the circumstances of what happened in 2020 and how it affected the psyche. It's still affecting everybody's psyche now, 6 fucking years later.
Also,
that's where it.
What do you think? You guys think he should have been recasted in Wakanda Forever, or do you think they should have waited until now, Doomsday and Secret Wars?
Yeah, I thought he should have been recasted in Wakanda Forever.
I think that,
but I don't hate anybody who disagrees, because I understand.
I think in that very case and situation, what William wants is a story with T'Challa, and Ryan Coogler wanted to do that, and the person he cast as T'Challa passed away. So then in turn, how can you tell a story with the guy you cast as T'Challa who is no longer here? It's the Rise of Skywalker conundrum all over again.
There you go.
Okay,
that's a good example.
Not only that, you were making a movie for a studio that is built on the brand of a massive publication of comic books, where you have infinite possibilities of who can be underneath that armor. Comic lore and continuity has proven more often than not that T'Challa is the one under the cowl, but not always.
Yeah.
So if I was Ryan Coogler, and I am now faced with a decision to go through that fucking heartache of looking through more audition tapes and trying to replace my friend, or making a movie to honor my friend who is also an actor and brought this role to life to begin with. Who was adored.
Yes,
they were put in that role.
And Phil makes a brilliant point that so many people that are in the recast T'Challa group ignore, is that cast and crew needed to mourn. And fuck this whole precedent idea, because again,
they can mourn. No, I didn't say they didn't mourn.
Okay, they did.
You gotta go back to work eventually. We all got to go back to work.
But that's real callous of you, William. It really is, because
it's the truth, man.
Okay, I get that, but again, the circumstances and everything that Phil just said with respect to his friend who he cast, right? We see all the time rap parties and like the camaraderie and the family that is built with these on these film sets, right? The good ones, right? Not the ones that are, like Kubrick run or anything like that. Like we see how
Bryan
Coogler
Singer film,
right? Right.
A Joss Whedon film.
Right, exactly. we see the dynamic that Coogler builds among his cast and crew, and you wanted them to just turn that off because they're at work. They're on.
No. And please don't no.
We'll clarify that, because that's what you sound like right now.
At the end of the day, no matter how long, whether it's however long you have to delay to mourn, to pay respect, at the end of that process, we pick things up and we move on and we move forward.
Okay, but here's the thing. They picked up and chose to move on by making a movie.
And I don't hate them for it. I'm only expressing how I felt about it. I'm not even saying it was the wrong decision. I don't agree with it. Okay. But I understand where it came from. If anybody who says, well, they couldn't, if you're thinking that way, I completely understand where you're coming from. That's why it's not an adversarial thing. I disagree. That's me. That's how
Will's defense slightly. I do want to say he's not alone. Like there is a
I know he's not alone.
Group of people who genuinely think T'Challa should have been recast immediately. So he's not on this lone island by himself. Like he is representing a large group of people. So I just want to make that super clear. There is that section of the fandom that really thought that T'Challa's story was interrupted, that by honoring Chadwick Boseman, you continue the story and you finish it and you don't let that interrupted. And so there is a lot of people that do believe that. So I just want to make that super, super clear.
So I got you. And to Phil's point, though, the story was interrupted by the passing of the actor that was originally cast. And so the cast and crew made a decision that their boss signed off on. And at the end of the day, it worked. At the end of the day, they did make the right decision, because if the group of people in the recast T'Challa movement was that big, then that movie doesn't make $859
I would
million.
Actually argue that Wakanda Forever is one of the better sequels, and it has that asterisk only because of the circumstances that go into making that movie. Because honestly, look at some of the other sequels that you have in the Marvel catalog. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is a fucking waste of time. But look at Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's fucking amazing. But then you've got Thor: The Dark World, which I will watch over any of Taika Waititi's movies. But again,
so will I.
not a great sequel. And then look at both. Look at both Ant-Man and the Wasp, Ant-Man Quantumania. Both of those movies are fucking terrible. Like, they're not
Far
well
From Home was
made.
a step down from Homecoming.
I would agree. I agree. Far From Home.
I
is
knew
a
that was
step
coming.
down.
I love those Spider-Man movies, and I think Far From Home is actually really underrated for a few different reasons. But, you know, a lot of their sequels, more often than not, kind of fucking suck. I even hear it about Multiverse of Madness, and
Iron Man 3.
I was about to say you're
not a good movie.
2. No, Iron Man 2 is not the good movie. Iron Man 2
and Iron Man 3. I hear it.
I like Iron Man 3.
I fucking despise Iron Man 3. I don't like that movie at all.
I'm a fan.
Mickey Rourke. I thought Mickey Rourke was wasted in 2, but that's just me.
Why did you cast him in the first place?
I just didn't think that movie fit. I can, like I said, whenever I have this conversation. In fact, I had this conversation the other day with a person in the store who was over the other end, and with any other comic book argument type of thing, you're like, it's pretty much black and white. But because I understood where the decision came from, it's really hard to. I wouldn't have done it that way, and I think it was a mistake. But I can completely understand the other end of this one because it is a unique situation.
Well,
but
I mean,
like whenever I watch that movie, it hurts to watch that movie for several reasons. For that's just for me as a consumer.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like, okay, I mean, they did a sequel, and they did a good job of like, hey, we're gonna show this, but at the same time, now we're getting rumors and stuff that there is going to be another T'Challa, which is fine, and I'm all for that. I think they did a good job of representing Chadwick Boseman. I mean,
it's time now. It's been 4 years, right? Because that came out late 2022. It's certainly time now. Yes, absolutely. You have the opportunity to do that now. Yes, certainly.
Yes.
The thing that really ticks me off though is people that are already assuming that like, oh, Shuri's gonna die in this movie and it's gonna happen. And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck you.
I don't know if she's gonna die. Yeah,
there will be 2 Black Panthers. The way there's gonna be 2 Hawkeyes. The way that there's 2 Spider-Man. That's gonna be the trend. The mold.
My
2 Captain America.
My biggest issue is it just stems from this ladle fucking noise in their head of just wanting to be a misogynistic prick about it. That's what really.
Yeah, there's definitely that. There's
absolutely and they don't want to admit it. They will never admit it. But really, at the end of the day, they're just ass mad that a dude isn't in the fucking Black Panther costume.
There's definitely yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, someone complained about Wakanda Forever earlier, saying that Shuri fell in love with Namor, and no one would have ever said that if it was a man and a woman, because there was no evidence for that, and people were just looking for reasons to attack the female talent, and that's the problems. Anytime there's a female lead representing a once male-dominated lead, then all of a sudden people will make up things just to believe anything they want about the movie. They already made conclusions before they even saw the movie. That's the problem.
Yes.
Yeah, they always like have to go, oh, she's falling on. I was like, no, doesn't have to be like that. No. I got nothing from that where she didn't fall in love with Namor. Are you kidding me?
No, they were.
She was a respect because she was a princess, and obviously he was a sovereign. I thought the biggest problem with her at that stage in that character's growth, he wasn't the equal that needed to be there for Namor. Not because she was. If you had anybody else,
but that was
Namor.
But they incorporated that aspect into the story.
Yeah, and it just felt just like I said. This is just my. It just didn't feel.
You made it abundantly clear that it is how you feel. Yes,
totally. It just didn't feel like you were. And I thought it hurt Submariners. Right. Well, I still call them Submariners. Wow, fuck. It still hurt.
With Wakanda Forever, there was a big problem in that the Wakanda was built up as one of the strongest nations on the planet. The capital gets taken out, the queen is taken out, and all of a sudden it's not a nation anymore. They have to hide in the hills and they're in retreat. And it's like, Wakanda's not that powerful, I guess. I mean, you literally
you know what it is?
Venezuela's strategy. You take out the leader, and the nation is gone. You know.
You know what it is, David? Honestly, it's almost like, to me, the way that I took it, it's like The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
You know, with respect to like, you know, when A New Hope ends, the rebellion is triumphant and it's victorious. They're giving them the medals, and then the entire second movie, everything goes to hell. Everything goes to hell. They're running. They're freezing. They're scattered.
Their leader is literally dead,
frozen in carbonite, and all kinds of shit.
Yeah. So
I mean,
no, they
not only that, but prior to Wakanda Forever, they had never encountered the likes of the Talokan. Anyone else who had access to a purple herb, anyone who had access to what they had access to, vibranium.
Right.
It was a fucking war on their own home turf, but it was also a war they were unfamiliar with, because do they ever go underwater? Fuck no.
Yeah.
It was completely they not only were they like met to match, they were outclassed tactically speaking, because the Talokans were from underwater.
And so the point of it is that after being in this, you know, after rising to this triumphant point where you have revealed your true abilities to the rest of the world, now comes your humbling.
Yep.
A humbling that you didn't ask for, a humbling that was completely unexpected because your king died. That's totally what
Angela Bassett not winning an Academy Award. That's another thing that sticks in my craw. And I love Jamie Lee Curtis.
That'll agree with you.
that
I 100% agree with you.
Angela Bassett absolutely deserves the fucking Oscar.
And nothing against Jamie Lee Curtis in that role. She was good in that role. Angela Bassett was great.
I will we can end this part of the discussion there. I will 1,000% agree with you on that one. Absolutely. No doubt.
Talk about a milk, though. Talk about
in that case.
Jamie Lee Curtis did not deserve that Oscar.
Can we bring it forward to a modern parallel to that then? How do you guys feel about Marty Supreme versus Sinners, aka Michael B. Jordan, Timmy Chalamet?
So if I'm being fair about it, if I was being 100% fair about it, I'd have to see Marty Supreme.
Yeah,
right.
However,
Same here.
Marty
Supreme. I need to watch it.
But I will.
That's, I mean, watching Marty Supreme, I'm like, wow, I actually became a Timothy Chalamet fan. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, Ray, though.
I will tell you that from the cultural cynical standpoint, my expectations are grounded for what Sinners is going to do at the basically what just happened at the Critics' Choice. You saw what happened at the Critics' Choice. One battle after another won Best Picture. Paul Thomas Anderson won Best Director. Chalamet got Best Actor, and I mean Sinners got 4 awards in, like, you know, more prominent categories.
Keep in mind, that's Critics' Choice, and that's critics who voted.
Yeah.
I know.
Screen Actors Guild might be
Phil, we're going to find out Sunday, because again, they always say that, you know, the Globes are the predictor for the rest of the season. We're going to see Sunday exactly how much they value Sinners. Like, listen, for me, for all the movies I saw in 2025, which wasn't that many at the theater, Sinners was pound for pound the best one by far.
Better than Weapons, in my opinion.
Yes.
That's what goes out saying to me. I couldn't get through 15 minutes of one battle after another.
Sinners was vastly better than Weapons. However, I also recognize that from a cultural standpoint, I'm gonna process that movie differently than everybody here but William. William and I are gonna process that movie differently. We just are. It's that type of a film. It just is. It doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. It's just that was for the culture movie. I saw that movie opening weekend and then went home. I bought this. I pre-ordered the Steelbook on the drive home, and then told Shonda we need to go see this movie again, because she was at work. I was like, no, we're going to see this movie next week, and went and saw it in week 2, like the second weekend, to a more crowded theater than there was an opening weekend. That movie is a cultural phenomenon.
That happens
to
Avatar.
Michael Fassbender's ass for no good reason other than 12 Years a Slave.
So what?
I'm still looking to kick Michael Fassbender's ass after 12 Years a Slave for no good reason.
I still haven't watched 12 Years a Slave.
Oh, dude, you think Sinners made you feel a certain way?
Okay, but no, I hear you, but like at least in Sinners, I get like it. You know,
they're empowered in Sinners,
right? There's going to be some empowerment. part of the thing. This is my. There's a list of movies. I think I've said this before, but like 12 Years a Slave and like Menace to Society and like other movies of that ilk, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them I have not seen because, man, you just I can't come home from a good day and be like, hey, let me throw in Roots. Right. No, that's just not how it works, right? So so a lot of those movies and shows and whatnot I just have not watched, and I was happy that Lupita won, and I was happy that the movie got the accolades that it did, but that's one of those where I gotta ready myself before I can watch a fucking movie like that.
Especially for her scenes, right? For her scenes alone.
Yeah, that's where it's different for me than like with Sinners in that regard. Sinners, I'm like, okay, no, I know some
Sinners
shit's
has
gonna go down.
escapism too, right? Sinners has that escapism element. You know, there's like that supernatural element that.
There were black folks river dancing. I swear, in the theaters, there were black folks that got up, went into the house, and were doing remix dance. And I'm like, wow.
The great thing, David, about the escapism in that movie is that it's allegorical.
Yeah,
and there are so many layers to that fucking movie. There really is, and it and of course, if ask most black people, and they'll tell you that their favorite scene is literally the juke joint scene that like breaks the timeline. And you see all the different like eras, right? You go into the future, go into the past. Like that's the best fucking scene in the movie. Ask almost any black person that's seen the movie will tell you that.
That's arguably like the best scene in any movie this year.
I think not even black people. I think everybody thought that was the best.
Yeah, that was a movie that brought a lot of folks together, man. I saw my audience.
The way that it just pans over and you see all the. I was like, oh shit, they're showing all the different fucking genres.
The DJs up in there.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was like, wow, I was impressed. I was like, oh, I see you, Ryan Coogler. Good job.
I haven't seriously paid attention to the Oscars since 2022 when Will Smith slapped the fuck out of Chris Rock.
Yeah.
But this year, I'm only just paying attention to Best Actor. I am bracing myself for the obvious Marty Supreme, Timmy Chalamet, but there's a part of me that's like, if Michael B. Jordan wins that, that's a fucking W right there.
So what they'll tell you, and they'll tell you because their excuse will be which one. Right. Because you can't give it to him for both. You got to give it to him for one, even though it's best actor, not best character. That's what they'll tell you.
Yep.
And again, none of this is because of course the counter argument is, well, why are you acting like Timothy? No one's saying Timothy Chalamet was. I guarantee when I see Marty Supreme, I'm probably going. Listen, I like Timothy Chalamet as Paul in fucking Dune.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So
I liked him in fucking Lady Bird when he was a piece of shit kid.
Yeah. So this is nothing against Timothy Chalamet whatsoever. Right, like I'm gonna see Marty Supreme, but it won't surprise me. Like you said, Sunday at the Globes probably, and probably again in a month at the Oscars. Okay, I already know that. It doesn't. I'm not angry. You know, I'm not
I have a question for
Dave.
Dave.
Off about it.
How was Kevin O'Leary as an actor?
Kevin O'Leary? Oh, and Marty Supreme?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a little like weird because it was like, oh, the fucking Shark Tank guy? He's in this fucking movie? I was like, and he has hair? I'm like, they gave him like a little fucking, I was like, it was interesting because I was like, oh shit. And he's throughout the whole movie. No, he does a good job. Like I was like, all right, he plays like this, rich dude. It's Gwyneth Paltrow's fucking husband. And so yeah, so he does a good job. And there is a very interesting, I'm telling you, like Marty Supreme, I ranked it third in my top 25. It was my top 25 of 2025. My top three were Begonia, Sinners, and Marty Supreme.
In that order?
In that order.
So Begonia was your favorite film?
Yes, because Begonia, there's just something about that movie that just hit all the right beats for me.
I want to see that too. I haven't seen that yet either.
Because it's social commentary for us, and it's well acted, everything shot well, and score is great. Everything is it just works, and it and it kept me guessing. You know, I was like, is she an alien? Is she not? Is she an alien? Is she not? It was like one of those things where it was like, you know, and that's what's so good about the storytelling. And Stone and Plemons, fucking so well acted. Sinners, I just loved so much because it was just, again, we're talking about it now. You know, I've watched that movie 3 or 4 times now, and I'm like, you know, what Ryan Coogler did is just so great. I've only seen Marty Supreme once, but for some reason that movie, I was like, oh my God, this movie, it felt like a Scorsese movie, and it wasn't a Scorsese movie. It was a sad-free movie. It was a Benny or whatever the other guy.
It's one of the Safdies.
One of the Safdies.
Okay.
You know, obviously we had
Benny
did the Smashing Machine, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, I like the Smashing Machine, but it didn't quite. Marty Supreme is every scene is chaos. It's chaos, chaos, chaos. Like it felt like
Sounds
Uncut
like Scorsese.
Yeah. And it gave me like almost like a 80s Scorsese feel, even though it took place in the 50s, which is it's so weird. It's like, how do you have a score that sounds very 80s, but it's a 1950s movie?
That's
and it works. And it like, I don't know. It was like
heard about this.
And it was just like it was so weird. And it, you know, and I was like, wow. And I wasn't always the biggest Timothée Chalamet fan. I mean, like, yeah, I liked him in Dune. And you know, I'm not saying I'm like he's a, you know, I didn't think he was like a terrible, but he really impressed me in this role where I was like, okay, all right, you're really, you know, showing me something here. And like,
what was your favorite superhero movie then of 2025?
Superman.
Thunderbolts.
Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
All different, every single person.
I'm with Dave. Superman.
Yeah, Superman was my, because I just was entertained throughout. Fantastic Four, I had issues with. Thunderbolts, I had issues with. We're not even going to talk about Brave New World because that was just kind of messy. I wanted to like it more, but it was messy.
I honestly, like, for me, like, Brave New World was really the only outlier. Superman, I thought, was a great start for the DCU.
Yes.
And both Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are in my top tier of MCU movies. In fact, I put Fantastic Four ahead of Thunderbolts.
Wow.
Because I saw Fantastic Four twice, both in IMAX. I saw Superman 4 times. Wow. But like to me, I love like the mental health aspect of Thunderbolts is phenomenal. Like no superhero movie has done that, and I love what they did and how they did it. But with Fantastic Four, like there was just the grandiose nature of that story, the cosmic nature of that story.
Yeah,
like
that second act was awesome.
It was
chase scene in MCU movies, possibly. I mean, that was such a great chase scene.
And it was like going into it, I'm like, yes, this is going to be. I already know this is going to be the best Fantastic Four movie made to date, and it was still better than what I was expecting. For me personally, it was better than what I was expecting. Truthfully, so.
See, I came into the whole year with Fantastic Four being my most anticipated movie of the year, and I still loved it. I was not expecting what I got in Thunderbolts. I thought that the storytelling, the whole scene where Bob's about to go completely dark and they wrap their arms around him, they haven't told that type of story in the entirety of this entire franchise. So that was my number one. Number two was Fantastic Four. Number three was Superman. I thought I had a lot of fun with Superman. I thought Superman is a really, 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 really good movie. I stopped short of great. I thought it was what it needed to be. It was exactly what it needed to be.
Yeah,
and I will judge Superman later on after some of the more pieces of the puzzle come together. But as I left the theater, I saw it 3 times for business reasons. But I enjoyed it. I had fun with it.
I like the honesty there.
But it didn't rise to what it lacks for me. Is that a lot of movies that I put in my top tier is the majesty, is the epicness and the majesty, and that's not knocking the movie. But it was what it needed to be. It was what he needed to get the engine started and going. So that's why I put it number 3. Captain America: Brave New World. That's a problem because it was just a bad story. It was just a bad story, And they were already up against it because whenever you put a legacy character in a movie and it's not the legacy, it's not the person behind the mask or the shield or whatever, you're always going to run up against a problem there anyway. But they didn't even start with a decent story. And too much.
They should have kept the original story. It sounded great with the Hulk and Red Hulk, and it was going to be duels throughout the entire movie.
Well, it was more of a Hulk theory. It was a better Hulk sequel than it was a Captain America sequel.
People would have enjoyed it more. Who cares? It's like
they were banking on like everybody wants to see Harrison Ford as Red Hulk. That's what they were banking it on, and it was
5 minutes.
Yeah, for like the fucking last like 6 minutes. It was like
he's tearing up the White House. Captain America, like any Captain America that does not have Steve Rogers in it is probably going to have a problem for the same reason. And I know people are going to throw feces at me. Why you're not going to get a Batman Beyond anytime soon without building up anybody but Bruce Wayne being Batman. Not saying it can't happen, but like the Miles Morales route, the general public, when you say Batman, it's Bruce Wayne.
Honestly, I think they missed the opportunity of having Michael Keaton as the old Batman to Terry McGillis.
Yeah.
They missed that opportunity.
Yeah, well, now the opportunity to go to Ben Affleck.
They could.
I'm looking at my list. I have Fantastic Four on my overall Marvel Cinematic Universe ranking list. I have Fantastic Four at number 5. I have Thunderbolts at number 10. And then let me see 20, 25, 30, 35, 36, 37. I have Captain America Brave New World at number 39.
Yeah.
So I loved Fantastic Four.
Wait, 39?
It's only like 40, 36.
Wait, are you ranking shows along with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Gotcha.
I don't have a separate one
each
with just
season
movies.
is its own ranking, right?
No.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
No.
Okay.
No. So, for example, I have Loki at number 6. For the longest time, it was number 4.
Okay, so I don't have like I haven't ranked the show. Well, I haven't seen all of the shows, but like just the 37 movies. Fantastic Four First Steps is 6, Thunderbolts is 7, Captain America Brave New World is 22, which hilariously enough is just behind Avengers Endgame at 21.
That's funny.
Wow.
But yeah, I love Fantastic Four. I've been a Fantastic Four fan for a long time. I was looking forward to that movie from the go. Thunderbolts was honestly a nice surprise. I really liked that one a lot. I'd probably say love. Yeah, I'd probably say I love Thunderbolts. Don't own it, but I would probably own it. I'd probably buy it on discount, Steelbook or something. Brave New World was unfortunate, but I didn't hate it. You know, I like Anthony Mackie. I like the cast. I thought it was a good effort, but it was definitely a weaker effort as far as
we got more Falcon though than Red Hulk.
Yeah, if I'm comparing like Sam Wilson efforts, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier was much better.
Oh yeah,
than
and I have Falcon and Winter Soldier way higher on my list.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
like when it comes to my MCU list, it's a combination of like personal enjoyment, cinematography, like overall development of the movie. Like there's a whole lot that kind of goes into my personal ranking. Like the top 5 would probably surprise and mindfuck anybody.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, number 1, Spider-Man No Way Home. Number 2, Doctor Strange. Number 3, Captain America Winter Soldier. Number 4, Deadpool and Wolverine. Number 5, Fantastic Four: The First Steps.
Wow. So you have Deadpool, Wolverine up there.
Okay, that was a little fast. Repeat that, please.
Spider-Man No Way Home at number 1.
No Way Home.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange.
The first one?
The very first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winter Soldier.
That's one of the best origin stories of the MCU.
Then Winter Soldier. All right.
Then Deadpool and Wolverine.
And Deadpool and Wolverine.
Then Fantastic Four.
Okay. Listen, because that is a very different top 5, I respect the hell out of it. Yeah. I respect, if I see another fucking comic book list of 50 movies that puts Endgame at number 1.
Oh,
I see another one of those.
Objectively a better movie.
Infinity War is my number 9.
Dave, you're killing me with the objectively better thing. You were killing me.
Honestly, I don't even think it's objective. I think objectively, if you compare the plot points, the stakes, how literally Endgame just was not as good. They had more boring parts. They try to copy elements from the first Infinity War, which wasn't as good. A perfect example is the woman team up scene in the army battle. Infinity War did it so much better, so much cleaner. The dialogue in Infinity War was better. The flow was better. There was no boring parts of Infinity War. Endgame had noticeable lulls. I mean, I feel like it's impossible to compare.
Okay. So David, I 1000% agree with all of your points. They're just all subjective. That's all. They're all subjective.
I don't know, but if you were to get it to a teacher to grade, writing isn't subjective, right? At that point. I do feel there's an objective element to writing, the quality of writing.
Well, no, but the problem is that still, like, the teacher is still a human, and the teacher might have a rubric, but that rubric was determined by we could go down a rabbit hole with this. We agree about Infinity War being light years better than Endgame. Infinity War, I think, is third on my list. And yes, Infinity War is third on my list.
Yeah. To follow that up, I will just also say that I have absolutely nothing nice to say about James Gunn's Superman movie.
Of course,
that's why it's number 4 on the list.
What about Guy Gardner?
I don't like talking about things that I don't like.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We don't
unless I'm rage baited into such, which happens more often than I'd like to admit.
No,
how much would you need to don Guy Gardner's hair for a year? Everywhere you go, you can't take it off.
You know what it would cost to get me to do that? It would cost me getting to write the Brave and the Bold movie with Andy Muschietti. That's what it would cost.
Wow. That is a very, very steep price.
Steep price right there.
You offer an unrealistic idea. I offer you an unrealistic solution, my friend.
No, that was good. That was good. It's a good response right there. But I think this is a good way to end the stream tonight. We're going 5.5 hours. Ooh,
Wakanda Forever.
My internet's back, by the way. My internet's back.
Good.
I got to turn out my hotspot, and then I was like, "All right, we're back in business."
Well, what you were saying about the wind, I was a little worried that your power was going to go out.
Dude, I mean, I was worried the power was going to go out. Yeah, because the wind was crazy, and it stopped. There's nothing now. It's crazy. Wind is weird. But it just went out, and then the internet was out for a bit. Luckily, like I said, had the hotspot for a bit. Always have that backup, when it comes to this. But the internet's full on back. So, but I appreciate everybody who's spending the full time with us. Again, with the pin message in the chat, make sure you guys subscribe to Danny's Patreon. She is doing her comic book, and it's very interesting. Like I said, she sent me 23 pages of her script, and it's really good. I was actually very intrigued. You always worry like, oh man, how is this gonna be? But man, and apparently she's already rewritten those, and I'm like, and she's like, I gotta send you new pages. I was like, all right. I'm just saying, this is something near and dear to her heart that she's been brewing up for like the last 2 decades. 20 years at least that she talked about. So it was great to get her back on to talk with that, and of course talk Stranger Things and all the things. And she'll be back on, of course, in the future to do updates and all that kind of stuff. And of course, thank you to Chris Balga as well, and thank you to you guys. We'll go around the horn. William, what do you got to promote?
Nothing in particular now. Just find me at the Sci-Fi Center. Any of the social media process. Buy comics. Buy Absolute DC. Literally, this dude's pinned.
I need to read apps. I need to read the people. You guys, will not shut up about Absolute DC. I need to read Absolute DC.
I know. I haven't gotten anything. I'm lagging on it too, Ray. So you're not alone. Don't worry. That's good. Phil, what do you got?
Well, I have a Batman podcast where my buddy Chris Evans and I talked about the most recent issue of Absolute Batman number 15.
There you go.
The Joker. So
name of the podcast?
Eternal Night, the Eternal Night podcast. It's a Batman podcast.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that.
It's a lovely title. I like that.
I have
that's what he's talking.
It's not something I do every week. I wish I could, but I other things happen. I've got my YouTube channel. You can follow me on the socials everywhere except Twitter, William. No. Not
Who are you on YouTube?
Oh, it's this. Oh, damn it! I don't have it up here, but I'll just go ahead and edit it really quick for everyone. It is, if y'all want to follow moi, because I'm a dipshit and I'm everywhere else on the internet. It's just right there. UNPHILTERE.
Yes.
That
There
is
it is.
everywhere except Twitter. That's also TikTok, because I'm on TikTok now. Because fuck me,
You're on TikTok now?
I'm on
Oh,
TikTok.
you got to do the
Okay.
TikTok thing.
I'm
Yeah.
on I have decided to put up my Pokemon short stuff on TikTok, and it's
All right, man. Well,
it's
I
been
keep
super
on
fun.
saying, yeah. Send me your send me a video or something like that. I'll subscribe. Or
Occasionally, I'll do some other JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stuff. That's a whole other fucking But do I have any YouTube stuff going? Oh, I'm on Council Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday. Matter of fact, Chainsaw Reacts and I are doing a elimination thing tomorrow for Metallica. We're going over Metallica
Nice.
albums or songs and like doing an elimination of like what we think would be the number one or whatever. But yeah,
What's number one?
What the hell? Why didn't he
What's number one?
for that? My
we're starting at 10 our time. I don't know if you got anything going on, but
I'll be hungover probably at 10
Pacific,
10
man, that's
a.m.
early.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
I might have to be in the chat for that one. There's
Yeah,
only one answer for number one. I just want to see if you guys get it.
Nah.
But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Everywhere else unfiltered.
All right, there you go. What do you got, Ray?
All right. On Threads at the Flightcast, on Instagram at the Flightcast, on Blue Sky at Flightcast. I've got my own YouTube channel where my podcast, it's also at theflightcast.com, is posted. I've changed the schedule a bit. Tomorrow, we're going to do the feedback show on Saturdays now. So all the listener feedback and emails and whatnot will be on Saturday. And then the main show will be Sunday to start the week. And it's going to be a little weird because like the Golden Globes are like Sunday. So it's going to be a show like before, basically saying, okay, this is probably what's going to happen. But I have like a decent amount of movies to watch between the Globes and the Oscars. We've talked about a few of them, like One Battle After Another and Begonia, which William, I was gonna say about when he mentioned Begonia. You haven't forgiven Michael Fassbender. I still haven't forgiven Jesse Plemons for the 5th season of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
And I still have not forgiven James Gunn for killing Rick Flag.
There we go. There we go. But yeah, so and then I also have my own Patreon as well, where I do my extra movie reviews, and I need to get back into comic reviews again because I was reading comics like a couple years ago, and like you guys have been talking about Absolute DC, and there's every time I come here, you guys, especially William and Phil, you guys start talking about comics, and I'm like, I don't know what issue you're talking about. Who wrote this?
Well, right. If you don't want to dive in, you can get the compact novels too, like this one right here. I mean,
no, now that one I need to read. That one I must read before the movie. I have to. I got to read that one.
You need to read that book. It's a good book.
I read it in an hour.
Wow.
Digitally. I read it in an
Yeah,
hour.
out there.
All right.
You have no excuse.
No, you're right. I don't have any excuses.
I'm just kidding, man.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
I think that's it.
Mr. Perez, what do you got?
Movie Talk Now, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Going deep into the movie theories, movie lore, especially of the characters and the plots and things you're not going to find just by watching the movie. So enjoy it. Find me on any of those platforms that you're on. Keep it sweet and simple.
I love it. All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, William. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dave.
Perez. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Chris Bauga. And of course, thank you to Danny. And please subscribe to her Patreon. Support original content that she is trying to create. Like I said, it's going to be some good stuff. Like I said, I read that stuff and support that. All right, guys. We love you. Subscribe. Hit that like, thumbs up. We will talk to you guys later.